Welcome to Sally Fox audiobook in Bleach's Gilgamesh chapter 106 to 141. Books 36 chapters memo 64,899 word stopwatch tilde 2 60-minute read. Chapter 106, Chapter 106. 957 words. Chapter 106, Cutting Yourself with Your Own Blade. Byakuya Kuchiki froze for a moment. Gilgamesh's words were so domineering that they made Byakuya laugh out of sheer anger. Without your permission, I'm not allowed to use Bankai. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. You brat, who do you think you are? Do you think you can order me around? Byakuya's words received no response from Gilgamesh, who only looked at him calmly. Byakuya chose to ignore Gilgamesh after that. To Byakuya, Gilgamesh might have an air of nobility, and perhaps some important background, but he was still just an overconfident child. Calling himself king? Clearly, he was spoiled at home, thinking that everyone outside would bow to his commands. Glancing at the kneeling members of Hisagi's squad, Byakuya wasted no time. He held Senbonzakura upside down and recited, Bankai, Senbonzakura Kageyoshi. As he spoke, Byakuya released his grip on Senbonzakura, letting it drop. In the past, Byakuya hadn't believed Ishigo's Bankai was real, thinking he was mocking him. But now, Byakuya knew that Ishigo's Bankai was genuine, albeit a highly compressed form that greatly enhanced his strength and speed. Clearly, Byakuya's Shikai was no longer enough to handle Ishigo's Bankai. To deal with Ishigo, Byakuya needed his own Bankai. Clang! The sound of Senbonzakura hitting the ground suddenly echoed, causing Byakuya's eyes to widen in disbelief. Instinctively looking toward the source of the sound, Byakuya saw Senbonzakura lying scattered on the ground in disarray. How is this possible? Byakuya murmured in shock. When Senbonzakura's Bankai is activated, ripples spread across the ground, and the blade sinks into those ripples, followed by the appearance of dozens of massively enlarged Senbonzakura blades on either side of Byakuya. But now, there were no ripples, no enlarged blades, nothing. Without a doubt, Byakuya had failed to activate his Bankai. This was the first time Byakuya had ever failed to activate his Bankai since mastering it. But how could his Bankai fail? As he pondered this, Byakuya's pupils contracted, and he couldn't help but glance at Gilgamesh, recalling the words he had just spoken. At that moment, Senbonzakura's voice echoed in Byakuya's mind, Byakuya, I'm sorry. The king's command is absolute. Without his permission, I cannot activate Bankai. In that instant, Byakuya realized Gilgamesh's words weren't directed at him, they were directed at Senbonzakura. But why was Gilgamesh considered Senbonzakura's king? And how could he control it? Byakuya was filled with confusion and wanted answers. Just then, a sudden change occurred. A massive hand, wielding a gigantic Zanpakuto the size of a house, came slashing down toward Gilgamesh. Not only that, the blade was infused with a terrifying amount of spiritual pressure. Even before the blade reached its target, the spiritual pressure formed a sharp sword aura that slashed toward Gilgamesh. The ground began to collapse under the weight of the overwhelming sword aura. Ishigo, noticing the impending danger, reacted immediately. His expression changed drastically, and without hesitation, he moved to help. Sit upon the frozen heavens, Hyarin Maru. With that command, a massive ice dragon roared toward Ishigo, stopping him in his tracks. Boom! The ice dragon crashed into the ground, forming a chilling pillar of ice. A cold voice followed, Intruder, your opponent is me. The battered members of Hisagi's squad sighed in relief upon seeing the newcomer. It was none other than the youngest and most talented captain in the Gotei 13, Captain Toshiro Hitsugaya of the 10th Division. Ishigo's face showed his frustration as he called out, Hitsugaya! Get out of the way! Now's not the time to fight you. Hitsugaya narrowed his eyes slightly at the sound of Ishigo calling his name and asked, Who are you? How do you know my name? Ishigo didn't bother answering. He used Shinpa to try and bypass Hitsugaya. Ice Pillar Murder! A barrage of ice projectiles, like a flock of birds, shot toward Ishigo, stopping him in his tracks once again. With a stern face, Hitsugaya said, I've already told you, I'm your opponent. There's no way I'll let you go help your ally. Who? Ishigo was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, who said I was going to help the hero king? Hitsugaya frowned, about to ask a question, but Ishigo continued, I'm going to rescue Byakuya and Komamura. Hitsugaya froze in confusion. Even the members of Hisagi's squad were dumbfounded. The next moment, they burst into laughter. Wait, did I hear that right? This intruder said he's going to rescue Captain Kuchiki and Captain Komamura. Is this guy out of his mind? Definitely. No one in their right mind would invade Seirete like this. And why would he need to rescue Captain Kuchiki and Captain Komamura? Does he think that handsome student over there could possibly harm them? That's a joke. If a student could harm a Gote 13 captain, I'll eat 3 bowls of dung standing on my head. Hitsugaya ignored the banter from Hisagi's squad, but something was nagging at him. By all logic, Komamura's attack should have landed by now, causing a massive impact. So why had there been no sound or movement? Instinctively turning to look, Hitsugaya's pupils contracted in shock. Gilgamesh stood completely unscathed, and the surrounding terrain was untouched. It was as if Komamura's attack had simply vanished. Meanwhile, Byakuya, standing on a nearby rooftop, wore a look of utter disbelief as he stared at Gilgamesh, as though witnessing something impossible. What in the world had happened? Before Hitsugaya could process it, a massive sound erupted from a distance. Turning toward the noise, Hitsugaya saw Komamura's giant spiritual pressure-infused arm, along with his colossal Zanpakuto, swinging toward him. Boom! Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hiddenfanfics. Chapter 107, Chapter 107. 996 words. Chapter 107, The Great Battle, the King's command cannot be defied. Komamura emerged from the swirling dust, clutching his wounded shoulder, looking quite battered. The members of Hisagi's squad, who had been laughing at Ishigo, suddenly fell silent. To them, the captains of the various divisions were like towering mountains, unreachable and worthy of admiration. But now, one of those towering mountains had been brought down, and it was by someone they had considered a rookie. Their minds went blank in disbelief. Taking advantage of the momentary pause, Ishigo rushed past Hitsugaya and approached Gilgamesh. "Lord Gilgamesh, should we retreat for now?" Ishigo asked. Ishigo knew his own limitations. If it were only 1 or 2 captains, he felt confident he could handle them. But now there were 3 captains present, and there might be more on the way. The situation wasn't looking good. Well, it wasn't good for Byakuya and Hitsugaya. If Ishigo didn't act soon, even without Gilgamesh making a move, simply unleashing White Ishigo from within him would give Byakuya and Hitsugaya a run for their money. And that wasn't even considering the possibility of Ishigo fully holofying. Through the light of his omniscient star, Gilgamesh had read Ishigo's thoughts and couldn't help but smile. Still, Gilgamesh had no desire to waste time with the people in front of him. There was no need for it. Gilgamesh had 2 main objectives in the Soul Society. One was to find Renji Arbarai and Rukia Kuchiki. The other was to locate the sealed artifact responsible for bringing him into this world. As for the Reisha disaster in Seirete, Gilgamesh had no interest in it. But then, as he looked at the sea of Reisha crystals around him, a gleam of realization flashed in Gilgamesh's eyes. This Reisha disaster, though orchestrated by a mastermind, was largely due to Mayui's creation of a Reisha gathering device. If Gilgamesh could obtain the blueprints for this device and bring them back, Mayui on his side would likely be able to replicate it perfectly. And with that, could he finally resolve the issue of Reisha scarcity in the kingdom of Uruk? The more Gilgamesh thought about it, the more the gleam in his eyes intensified. It became clear, there was another person he needed to find, Mayui Kurosuchi. Bankai, Daigiren Hyarin Maru. A terrifying surge of spiritual pressure rose as Hitsugaya's figure appeared before Gilgamesh and Ishigo. Hitsugaya now had massive ice dragon wings sprouting from his back, his right hand encased in ice from wrist to elbow. 3 enormous flower-like ice crystals floated behind him, and frosty mist streamed from his mouth as he stared coldly at Gilgamesh and Ishigo. "I won't let you leave," Hitsugaya declared icily. Though Ishigo knew Hitsugaya didn't remember him, he was starting to get annoyed. He had tried repeatedly to help them, yet Hitsugaya kept getting in his way. Without hesitation, Ishigo decided to end the fight quickly. He reached up with his right hand and pulled it down across his face. A white hollow mask appeared on Ishigo's face. Seeing the mask, Hitsugaya's expression changed drastically. "That's a hollow mask. Who are you, really?" "Getsuga Tensho." Ishigo's response was a distorted, echoing voice and a massive black and red Getsuga charged with terrifying racial. Whoosh! Sensing the immense power behind the black and red Getsuga, Hitsugaya prepared to flap his ice dragon wings to evade the attack. But just then, Gilgamesh's voice rang out, "Higher Maru, this king command you to cancel your Bankai immediately." Hitsugaya's first reaction was one of incredulity. Higher Maru was the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto in the Soul Society. Hitsugaya himself would never dare issue such an order to Higher Maru, let alone a stranger. And did this man just refer to himself as the king? Come on, who still plays at kingship these days? Before Hitsugaya could process it further, an ancient voice echoed in his ear, "I'm sorry, Hitsugaya, but I must cancel the Bankai." In the next moment, Hitsugaya's ice dragon wings shattered, and the ice around his wrist crumbled away. Just like that, Hitsugaya's Bankai was undone. And right then, Ishigo's black-red Getsuga Tensho struck, slashing across Hitsugaya's body. Splurt! A massive spurt of blood shot out as Hitsugaya's body was sent flying, crashing hard into the ground. Despite the severity of his injuries, Hitsugaya wasn't concerned about his body. His mind was filled with one burning question: why? Higher Maru's resigned voice answered him, "The king's command cannot be defied." As Ranjiku rushed over, having just arrived and seeing her captain injured, her face turned pale with worry. She hurriedly used Shinpa to reach Hitsugaya. "Captain, are you all right?" Ishigo sighed. Hitsugaya being taken out was probably the best outcome. Without hesitation, Ishigo turned back to Gilgamesh and said, "Lord Gilgamesh, we should leave now." Gilgamesh's crimson eyes gazed off in a particular direction, and he said calmly, "It's too late." Confused, Ishigo followed Gilgamesh's line of sight and saw several black dots rapidly approaching in the distance. Before Ishigo could react, he felt an overwhelming and intense spiritual pressure, hot and fierce, like a tsunami crashing toward them. Ishigo's pupils contracted, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Sweat poured down his face in an instant. He knew exactly who this spiritual pressure belonged to, none other than the captain commander of the Gotei 13, Janryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. At that moment, Gilgamesh gently patted the cat form of Yoruichi of the past, saying, "You and Ishigo should leave. The coming battle is beyond your capabilities." Yoruichi knew he was right. Without hesitation, she leaped from Gilgamesh's arms and said to Ishigo, "Let's go. Don't slow him down." Ishigo gritted his teeth. He didn't understand how things had escalated to this point. But he knew Gilgamesh was right, this was no longer a fight they could participate in. As they prepared to retreat, Komamura, glaring at them in fury, bellowed, "Damn intruders! You won't escape! Bankai, Kokujo Tengen Myoo! Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hidden fanfics. Chapter 108, Chapter 108. 1011 words. Chapter 108, Bankai, Daigiren Higher Maru. In the original Bleach storyline, Komamura's performance was less than stellar, and his track record wasn't great. But his strength was by no means weak, otherwise, he wouldn't have become a captain of the Gotei 13. Komamura's Tengen is a direct attack-type Zanpakuto with immense destructive power. His Bankai takes that power to its extreme. At this moment, a towering black-armored warrior, as tall as a skyscraper, appeared behind Komamura, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread, as if evoking a fear of giants. This was Komamura's Bankai, Kokujo Tengen Myoo. As soon as it appeared, the massive figure swung its sword, large enough to be the size of a house, directly at Ishigo. The air was sliced apart, creating a terrifying storm that roared toward them even before the blade itself arrived. Seeing this, Gilgamesh prepared to intervene, but Ishigo acted first, using Shuimpa to leap forward, slashing with his sword to block Kokujo Tengen Myoo's attack. However, the power of Kokujo Tengen Myoo was immense, and Ishigo, gritting his teeth, was being pushed back. Getsuga Tensho! With a cold, black and red Getsuga blast, Ishigo managed to deflect the attack from Kokujo Tengen Myoo. Without hesitation, Ishigo charged directly toward Komamura, shouting, "Lord Gilgamesh, leave him to me." Through the light of his omniscient star, Gilgamesh understood Ishigo's thoughts. He wanted to handle the fight himself, fearing that Gilgamesh would simply take control of Kokujo Tengen Myoo. Gilgamesh didn't object to Ichigo's good intentions. Whether Komamura stayed in the fight or not wouldn't affect Gilgamesh in any way. Besides, Gilgamesh wasn't interested in Komamura right now. The real focus was on Yamamoto and the other captains, who had just arrived. Yamamoto, Suafon, Kairaku, Yukitake, and Unohana. Gilgamesh's eyes swept over their faces, calm and unflinching, showing no sign of fear or panic. The captains, in turn, were studying Gilgamesh. It was undeniable that at first glance, they were struck by his regal aura and his extraordinary looks. But following that initial reaction came confusion. They noticed that Gilgamesh was wearing the uniform of the Shino Academy. Suafon stepped forward and asked sharply, "Are you a student of the Shino Academy? Why are you here?" As she spoke, her eyes shifted toward Ichigo, who was battling Komamura nearby. Frowning, she continued questioning, "What is your relationship with that intruder?" Before Gilgamesh could respond, Yoruichi of the past, who was nestled in his arms, spoke up. "I see the future Suafon is still as rash as ever. But she's offended the king and must be punished. King, allow me to handle her." Gilgamesh gave a slight nod. "Very well." Upon receiving permission, a cloud of smoke erupted from Yoruichi's body. The captains were initially startled by the sight of a talking black cat, but before they could react, Yoruichi emerged from the smoke in her human form. When Suafon saw her, her pupils shrank in shock. Her voice trembled with a mixture of excitement and resentment as she cried, "Yoruichi, you traitor! You've finally shown yourself!" Yoruichi gave no response, immediately using Shuumpa to appear in front of Suafon. In the blink of an eye, she grabbed Suafon by the collar and whisked her away, leaving the others stunned. Yoruichi's presence and the way she addressed Gilgamesh as king left no doubt that Gilgamesh's identity was far from ordinary. Without further communication, Kairaku, Yukitake, and Unohana silently moved to block off any escape routes surrounding Gilgamesh. Byakuya and Hitsugaya had also rejoined Yamamoto by this time. Byakuya stepped forward and warned, "Captain Commander, you must be cautious. He has the power to seal our Bankai." At these words, everyone's expressions changed dramatically, filled with disbelief and shock. Seal Bankai? Could that really be possible? The injured Hitsugaya also spoke up. "I had already activated my Bankai, but with just a single word from him, it was cancelled, and I couldn't activate it again. I asked Higher in Maru why, and it responded with only 4 words, 'The king's command is absolute.'" If there had been any doubt in their minds before, Hitsugaya's testimony made it clear that Gilgamesh could indeed seal their Bankai. But what did the king's command is absolute mean? And was it related to how Yoruichi addressed him as king? Kairaku and Yukitake exchanged a confused glance, both trying to make sense of the situation. Yamamoto, though equally shaken, didn't show it. Silently, he removed his captain's hari and drew his Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, from his wooden staff. "If we can't use our Bankai, we'll take him down with our Shikai." Yamamoto's voice, though old, carried a weight that steadied everyone's resolve. But Gilgamesh then spoke. "I'm afraid you've overlooked something. If I can seal your Bankai, why wouldn't I be able to seal your Shikai as well?" At those words, the captains, who had just been bolstered by Yamamoto's command, were once again thrown into shock. A Shinigami's strength largely depends on their Zanpakuto. If both their Shikai and Bankai were sealed, they'd lose the majority of their power. Before they could even process what was happening, Gilgamesh raised Keno and declared with authority, "All Zanpakuto present, except for Ryujin Jaka, are forbidden from using Shikai or Bankai without my permission." Upon hearing this, Kairaku was the first to test it. He recited his release command, "Blossom and scatter, Kaiten Kayakotsu." A gentle breeze passed, but nothing happened. Kairaku's face fell, his Shikai had truly been sealed. The other captains' expressions darkened as well, realizing that Gilgamesh had indeed sealed their Shikai. Only Yamamoto's eyes remained steady as he asked, "Why leave out Ryujin Jaka? Could it be because you can't seal it?" Gilgamesh shook his head with a light smile. "No. I simply want to see which is stronger, the most powerful ice-type Zanpakuto or the strongest fire-type Zanpakuto in the Soul Society." With that, Gilgamesh raised Keno and recited, "Bankai, Keno Oken Tenka." As Keno transformed into a golden staff, Gilgamesh continued, "Bankai, Daiguren Higher in Maru." underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hidden fanfics. Chapter 109, Chapter 109. 997 words. Chapter 109, The Complete Bankai of Hyarin Maru. The strongest Ice-type Zanpakuto versus the strongest Fire-type Zanpakuto in the Soul Society. Which one is stronger? That statement carried a lot of weight. Everyone knew that the strongest Fire-type Zanpakuto in the Soul Society was Ryujin Jaka, wielded by Yamamoto. Meanwhile, Hitsugaya's Hyarin Maru was hailed as the strongest Ice-type Zanpakuto. Even in its Shikai form, it had some control over the weather and was said to rule over the sky itself. However, in the Bleach storyline, Hyarin Maru didn't quite live up to its title of the strongest Ice-type Zanpakuto. From Gilgamesh's perspective, Hyarin Maru's performance was even less impressive than Rukia's Soden Shirayuki. But Gilgamesh knew that this was only because Hitsugaya had yet to unlock Hyarin Maru's full potential. In the world of the Shinigami, Hitsugaya was still too young, without enough time to truly grow. If given enough time to fully develop, Hitsugaya might one day become another Yamamoto. Gilgamesh understood this. So did Yamamoto and the other captains. They couldn't figure out what Gilgamesh was trying to achieve. Even if Gilgamesh could control Hyarin Maru, the current state of the Zanpakuto couldn't possibly match Ryujin Jaka. Hitsugaya, being Hyarin Maru's master, knew this better than anyone. Furthermore, Hyarin Maru had a major weakness when faced with Ryujin Jaka. Ryujin Jaka's overwhelming spiritual pressure evaporated moisture in the atmosphere, making it impossible for Hyarin Maru to activate its Bankai. Of course, Gilgamesh was well aware of this limitation. He remembered how, in the 1000-year Blood War arc, Hyarin Maru's Bankai was stolen by Stern Ritter Kangdu. Later, Yamamoto activated Ryujin Jaka's Bankai, Zanka no Tachi, which evaporated all the moisture in the atmosphere, preventing Kangdu from using Daigyuren Hyarin Maru. But Gilgamesh was not Toshiro Hitsugaya. Kenno Okantenka, as the king of Zanpakuto, could unlock the full potential of Hyarin Maru in its Bankai state, regardless of external factors. As Yamamoto and the other captains watched, Gilgamesh activated his Bankai. The fact that Gilgamesh could use Bankai didn't surprise them. But when Gilgamesh unleashed Hyarin Maru's Bankai, their faces showed nothing but shock and disbelief. They had considered the possibility of Gilgamesh wielding Hyarin Maru's power, but never imagined that he could activate Hyarin Maru's Bankai directly through his own Kenno Okantenka. As Gilgamesh activated Hyarin Maru's Bankai, massive storm clouds gathered in the sky, and the moisture in the air condensed into a thick icy fog, obscuring visibility. Not only that, the ground around Gilgamesh froze instantly, and a bone-chilling cold settled over the area. Even captains, with their immense strength, couldn't help but shiver in the face of such intense cold. But at that moment, no one cared about the cold. All eyes were on Gilgamesh, their expressions filled with growing astonishment. Among them, Hitsugaya's reaction was the strongest. His voice trembled as he said, "This is Hyarin Maru's Bankai." The uncertainty in Hitsugaya's voice was clear. Even he couldn't believe that what he was witnessing was the true form of his own Bankai. The once childlike Gilgamesh had transformed into a towering, fully-grown figure. His body was partially covered in ice armor, radiating a cold aura. In Hitsugaya's own Bankai, large ice wings sprouted from his back, and his right hand, holding his Zanpakuto, was encased in ice, while 3 12-petal lotus-like ice crystals floated behind him. Those ice petals acted as a countdown. When they all disappeared, Hyarin Maru's Bankai would deactivate, a sign that Hitsugaya had not yet fully mastered his Zanpakuto. The captains had seen Hitsugaya's Bankai before, and what they saw now in Gilgamesh bore no resemblance to it. But they all knew that the cold radiating from Gilgamesh's version of Hyarin Maru, and the oppressive aura it exuded, far surpassed Hitsugaya's Bankai. The key question remained, how could Gilgamesh activate Hyarin Maru's Bankai when the Zanpakuto was still in Hitsugaya's hands? Gilgamesh flexed his body slightly, as if adjusting to it, and murmured, "It's been a long time since I felt this power." As he spoke, an even more intense chill erupted from Gilgamesh, amplifying the already extreme cold. The temperature plummeted so drastically that even moving became difficult for the captains. Not only that, their thoughts began to slow down, so much so that they didn't realize their bodies were being encased in ice. Of course, Yamamoto noticed. Without hesitation, he recited, "All things of this world, turn to ashes, Ryujin Jaka." In an instant, a blazing inferno erupted, dispersing the extreme cold and filling the air with steam, snapping everyone back to their senses. As they looked at the melting ice covering their bodies, they couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. If Yamamoto hadn't acted, they might have turned to ice without even realizing it. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Everyone's gaze turned to Gilgamesh, now filled with dread. Especially Hitsugaya, who could clearly feel that the ice power Gilgamesh was displaying was beyond anything he had ever achieved. But the most frustrating part was that Hitsugaya was supposed to be Heirin Maru's master. Feelings of frustration, shame, and powerlessness surged within Hitsugaya, causing him to clench his teeth until blood seeped from his gums. At that moment, Gilgamesh took a step forward, speaking as he walked. "What you see now is the fully unlocked Bankai of Heirin Maru. In just 4 steps, it can freeze the entire environment, including air, water, fire, and wind. Yamamoto Janryusai Shigakuni, come. Show me the power of your Ryujin Jaka. Let's see if the fully unleashed Heirin Maru can freeze your flames completely." As he spoke, Gilgamesh took another step forward. With just that single step, an overwhelming freezing force spread outward from his foot. The heat that Ryujin Jaka had generated quickly dissipated, and the bitter cold returned. The captains realized something was wrong and tried to escape, but it was too late. Gilgamesh took 2 more steps. For realms, frozen. In the next moment, a frozen world descended, encasing everyone, including Yamamoto, in ice. Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hiddenfanfics. Chapter 110, Chapter 110. 1767 words. Chapter 110, A Song of Ice and Fire. The true power? Hisagi and his squad members, having retreated from the battlefield early on, were spared from being trapped in the frozen world of the 4 realms, frozen. At this moment, they stared in stunned silence at the distant world where the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind had been completely frozen, along with the frozen figures of several people within. Their eyes widened, and their minds went blank as if they were living in a nightmare. Getsuga Tensho! Ishigo Kurosaki's voice, tinged with an electric distortion, echoed through the air. But rather than waking them from their trance, it only pushed them deeper into disbelief. Boom! A black and red crescent of energy struck hard against Kokujo Tengen Myoo, forcing the giant to stumble back a step. That single step caused buildings to collapse and the ground to crack open. Ishigo wanted to continue his assault, but the piercing cold slowed his movements. He instinctively looked around and saw an awe-inspiring yet tragic sight. There, in the frozen world, were the captains, Byakuya, Hitsugaya, Kairaku, Yukitake, and Unohana, transformed into statues of ice. Even the captain commander of the Gotei 13, Yamamoto, had become an ice statue. Ishigo's pupils contracted sharply, and his face filled with disbelief. Although Ishigo had already witnessed Gilgamesh's immense power, he still believed that Gilgamesh would face a difficult battle, possibly even defeat. After all, Gilgamesh was up against the captain commander and multiple captains of the Gotei 13. What Ishigo had never expected was that there would be no prolonged struggle, no intense battle. Instead, Gilgamesh had ended the fight in such a short time and in such a heart-stopping manner. It wasn't just Ishigo who was shocked. Komamura, who had been controlling Kokujo Tengen Myoo, also felt the bone-chilling cold. He looked up and his eyes widened in disbelief. "That damn brat! I'll cut you down myself!" Komamura roared in fury. With that, Komamura directed Kokujo Tengen Myoo to stride toward the frozen world of the 4 realms, frozen, completely disregarding Ishigo Kurosaki. Seeing this, Ishigo gritted his teeth and flash-stepped in front of Kokujo Tengen Myoo, shouting, "Stop! You can't defeat him!" But Komamura, driven by rage, ignored Ishigo's warning and pressed on. Realizing there was no reasoning with him, Ishigo flash-stepped in front of Komamura, swinging his blade to stop him. In their earlier battle, Ishigo had been careful not to harm Komamura. But now, Ishigo had no choice but to injure Komamura, even rendering him incapable of fighting, in order to protect him. Unfortunately, it was too late. Because of Kokujo Tengen Myoo's massive size, each step covered a vast distance. By the time Ishigo moved, Kokujo Tengen Myoo had already reached the edge of the frozen world. Without hesitation, Komamura raised his Zanpakuto high, and Kokujo Tengen Myoo mirrored the action, preparing to strike Gilgamesh. Much like Byakuya Senbon's Akira, Kokujo Tengen Myoo's power grew when synchronized with Komamura's body. Whoosh! Komamura and Kokujo Tengen Myoo's Zanpakuto came crashing down like a meteor, aimed directly at Gilgamesh. A howling wind preceded the strike, carrying into the frozen world of the Four Realms, frozen. Then both Ishigo's and Komamura's pupils contracted in shock. The invisible wind, stirred by the blade's descent, began to take visible form in the frozen world. The wind had frozen. Not only that, but Kokujo Tengen Myoo's Zanpakuto, as it made contact, froze almost instantly. And the terrifying freezing force spread rapidly up the Zanpakuto, reaching Kokujo Tengen Myoo's enormous body. Before Komamura could react, both Kokujo Tengen Myoo and its massive blade were encased in ice. Komamura tried to control his Bankai, but the once obedient Kokujo Tengen Myoo refused to respond. How is this possible? Komamura stammered, unable to accept the reality. Ishigo was equally shaken, unable to comprehend how Gilgamesh had done it, only aware that the hero's power seemed boundless. Truly, this was the might of humanity's oldest hero king. But wait! Ishigo's eyes suddenly widened as he noticed something. Gilgamesh, he's grown up. Yes, standing before him was not the childlike Gilgamesh, but the fully grown, tyrannical form of the hero king. Taking a deep breath, Ishigo realized he couldn't make sense of it. After a brief hesitation, he decided to return to Gilgamesh's side. However, as soon as Ishigo reached the edge of the frozen world, his expression changed drastically. His body was beginning to freeze. Ishigo had no doubt that if he entered the frozen world, he would end up like the captains, an ice statue. Crack! Gilgamesh's crimson eyes focused on the ice statue of Yamamoto, which was beginning to crack. Leave, Ishigo! This battle is not over yet, Gilgamesh's calm voice echoed, though now carrying an icy chill that sent shivers down Ishigo's spine. Clenching his teeth, Ishigo turned and left. Before he had gone far, an explosive sound rang out. Instinctively, Ishigo looked back and saw flames erupting within the frozen world of the Four Realms, frozen. The flames were trapped in a bizarre cycle of freezing and thawing. Ishigo had never seen flames being frozen before, and the sight left him speechless. Having broken free from the ice, Yamamoto stood, gazing gravely at the eerie cycle of frozen flames. Among all those present, only Yamamoto understood the full terror of the freezing power in the Four Realms, frozen. He knew that his Shikai, Ryujin Jakka, was not enough to combat Gilgamesh's Bankai, Kenno Oken Tenka. Though Yamamoto knew that Gilgamesh had the ability to seal Bankai, he had no other choice. If he did not act now, the Gotei 13 would fall at Gilgamesh's hands, something he could not allow. Without hesitation, Yamamoto gripped his Ryujin Jakka, and the immense spiritual pressure within him surged forth like a raging sea. Then, Yamamoto roared, Bankai! In an instant, Yamamoto's attire changed. His white undergarments became visible, and black flames flickered along the edges of his uniform. The sword in his hand appeared charred, with molten embers running along its surface, and smoke rose from its blade. Zanka no Tachi! As Yamamoto spoke, cracks appeared in the frozen world of the Four Realms, frozen. The captains, still trapped in the ice, were subjected to the intense heat of Zanka no Tachi, as the ice that encased them began to rapidly melt and refreeze in a vicious cycle. In the past, whenever Yamamoto unleashed his Bankai, the entirety of Soul Society would be consumed by his intense heat, evaporating all moisture in the atmosphere. But now, the temperature in Soul Society remained unchanged. It was as if the scorching heat of Zanka no Tachi was confined to the frozen world of the Four Realms, frozen. Yamamoto let out a sigh of relief, puzzled as to why his Bankai had not been sealed, but knowing that now was not the time for questions. Raising his Zanka no Tachi, Yamamoto shouted, Zanka no Tachi, West, Zanjitsu Gokui. Instantly, Yamamoto became enveloped in a fiery aura, as if draped in the sun itself. The 15 million degrees of heat melted the ice that had trapped the captains. Before they could react, Yamamoto's voice rang out again. Zanka no Tachi, North, Tenkai Kaijin. The power of Gilgamesh's Bankai was terrifying. Yamamoto sensed that Gilgamesh hadn't even unleashed its full potential yet. He knew that he couldn't afford to let Gilgamesh release the full power of Kenno Oken Tenka, or the entirety of Soul Society, with the exception of himself, would be annihilated. Not only that, if Gilgamesh did unleash the full power of his Bankai, Soul Society might crumble under the clash between their immense forces. Determined to finish the battle before it escalated, Yamamoto activated his most powerful attack, Zanka no Tachi, North, Tenkai Kaijin. This strike, delivered with incredible speed, would turn anything in its path to ash. Confident in his attack, Yamamoto had faith in his ultimate technique, one that no one in the present Soul Society had ever witnessed. He believed he could catch Gilgamesh off guard. But what Yamamoto didn't know was that Gilgamesh had seen this technique before, and had already countered it with EA. This time, Gilgamesh intended to counter it using the full power of Higher Maru. The fully unleashed power of Kenno Oken Tenka was indeed terrifying, and Gilgamesh had been holding back. The reason? The immense spiritual pressure required to maintain it. In his current state, Gilgamesh's spiritual pressure, though at a captain's level, wouldn't last long. Still, raising his transparent, crystalline Higher Maru, Gilgamesh absorbed the primal freezing energy from the four realms, frozen. As he did, the blade of Higher Maru turned into pure, glistening ice, a manifestation of the freezing power. Without hesitation, Gilgamesh swung Higher Maru, unleashing a blade of pure ice energy toward Yamamoto's Tenkai Kaijin. The ultimate freezing force clashed with the ultimate heat. The captains, fleeing from the scene, instinctively turned to look back and saw the sky itself torn in two, half encased in ice, the other half consumed by flames. There was no sound, as if time and space had frozen. The world seemed to lose its color, reduced to a black and white panorama of ice and fire. Yamamoto's usually composed face twisted in shock, unable to believe the sight before him. Boom! The delayed sound of the clash finally arrived. The shockwaves from the collision tore through buildings, and even the captains, despite fleeing, were swept up in the destruction. Komamura, who hadn't escaped in time, was thrown back, his body critically injured. He coughed up blood, his bankai shattering. Ishigo, having narrowly escaped, watched in awe, silently thanking his luck for leaving in time. Meanwhile, the citizens of Rukongai felt the tremors and witnessed the dual onslaught of ice and fire from a distance. When the dust finally settled, Seireite's landscape had completely transformed. Much of the Reiatsu Crystal Sea had been destroyed. Silence fell over the battlefield. Everyone was still processing the incredible clash of ice and fire. Yamamoto's sharp, weather gaze locked onto Gilgamesh, who had reverted to his childlike form. Not only that, but the Kenno Oken Tenka in his hand had returned to its original state. Yes, Gilgamesh had exhausted his spiritual pressure. He could no longer maintain Higher Maru's full bankai or his own. Yamamoto, now certain of this, declared, "Boy, your strength is admirable, but it's over now." As he raised his Zanka no Tachi to end the battle, Gilgamesh's voice cut through the air. Over? No, it's not over yet. Now. I will show you my true power. Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hiddenfanfics. Chapter 111, Chapter 111. 1996 words. Chapter 111, The Dawn Horizon That Burns Away All Seas. Hitsugaya lay collapsed on the ground, his body covered in blood, looking utterly devastated. But he paid no attention to his injuries. His pupils were unfocused as he stared at the sky, his thoughts drifting. "Captain, are you okay?" Ranjiku's voice, filled with anxiety, suddenly called out. Moments later, Ranjiku appeared by Hitsugaya's side, gently lifting his upper body and resting him on her lap, her expression full of concern. Hitsugaya, snapped back to reality by Ranjiku's worried look, shook his head lightly. "I'm fine, but I won't be able to fight for a while." Hearing this, Ranjiku breathed a sigh of relief. The battle they had just witnessed had been terrifying. Knowing she wasn't strong enough to make a difference, Ranjiku had retreated early and avoided getting caught in the chaos. And so, from a safe distance, she had watched the entire battle between ice and fire. Now, surveying the ruined landscape around them, buildings and ground shattered by the clash of elements, her face was filled with fear. "Captain, was that really Higher Maru's bankai?" Hitsugaya's expression froze for a moment, and with a bitter sigh, he replied, "It was indeed Higher Maru's bankai." Ranjiku was stunned and instinctively asked, "But can Higher Maru's bankai really be that powerful?" Hitsugaya didn't answer. He had asked himself the same question, and in his heart, he was asking Higher Maru as well. But this time, Hyrin Maru remained silent. Hitsugaya had always known he hadn't yet unlocked the full potential of Hyrin Maru. But he hadn't realized that in Gilgamesh's hands, Hyrin Maru could unleash such terrifying power, enough to rival Ryujin Jaka, the strongest flame-based Zanpakuto. The breathtaking sight of the sky split between fire and ice replayed in his mind, unshakable. At the same time, feelings of shame, frustration, and powerlessness surged within him. Resolved, Hitsugaya made a silent vow. Once he recovered, he would devote himself entirely to training. Hyrin Maru was his Zanpakuto, and he couldn't allow an outsider to wield it better than he could. With that, Hitsugaya turned his gaze back to the battlefield, to Gilgamesh. Like Yamamoto, Hitsugaya could see that Gilgamesh's spiritual pressure had weakened significantly, so much so that he couldn't even maintain his Bankai. In contrast, Yamamoto still stood tall in the form of Zanka no Tachi. Anyone looking at this scene would think the outcome had been decided. But no one expected Gilgamesh to respond to Yamamoto's declaration in such a way. Hitsugaya was frozen in place. Not just him, Unohana and the others watching the battle were also stunned. Even Yamamoto himself was momentarily taken aback. They couldn't understand why Gilgamesh was still able to speak so confidently. Did he truly have something up his sleeve, or was he simply being stubborn? It was a known fact that a Soul Reaper's power came from their spiritual pressure. Without it, no matter how great their strength, they couldn't perform any techniques. Could it be that Gilgamesh wasn't actually weakened? That he had hidden reserves of spiritual pressure? These questions swirled in everyone's minds, and they couldn't help but overthink it. Normally, they wouldn't give this much thought to an opponent. But after witnessing Gilgamesh's terrifying power firsthand, they couldn't stop themselves from second-guessing. Without further words, Yamamoto abruptly stabbed his Zanka no Tachi into the ground, his voice booming, "Zanka no Tachi, south, Kakaju Manakushi Daisujin." The immense heat seeped into the earth, awakening the ashes of all those Yamamoto had slain over the years. An endless army of charred skeletons began crawling out from beneath the ground, swarming toward Gilgamesh like a tide. All eyes were on Gilgamesh now. They wanted to see how he would deal with this endless onslaught. Would he be overwhelmed, his bravado shattered, or did he truly have a trump card? As they watched, a golden ripple appeared in front of Gilgamesh. The appearance of this ripple made the captains watching hold their breath. They didn't know what it was. But they were certain of one thing: Gilgamesh hadn't used this technique in the previous battle. This suggested that Gilgamesh might have been telling the truth after all. Before they could think any further, a massive sword, grotesque and demonic like the wing of a devil, emerged from the golden ripple and swung down toward the approaching skeletons. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, every skeleton that came near was crushed to dust under the weight of the enormous blade. Yamamoto's expression remained stoic as he observed the scene, his ancient eyes reflecting the image of the strange, massive sword. In Yamamoto's eyes, the sword seemed to be composed of chunks of molten lava, with wings of flame burning along its length. From a distance, it resembled the wing of a fire demon from ancient mythology, gruesome and majestic. The sword was so massive that Yamamoto couldn't comprehend how Gilgamesh's small frame could wield it. No, it wasn't Gilgamesh himself wielding the sword, it was the golden ripple that controlled it. What is that golden ripple? And what about this sword? Is it his Zanpakuto? Could this be the true power he was talking about? Even Yamamoto couldn't help but question this in his mind. Unbeknownst to everyone, the charred skeleton army was being reduced to heaps of broken bones under the relentless onslaught of the gigantic sword. Throughout this, Yamamoto remained motionless, silently observing. He wanted to see the full extent of the power Gilgamesh's summoned sword held, what could possibly surpass Hyrin Maru's complete Bankai. But so far, Yamamoto felt only disappointment, as though he were being mocked. The sword Gilgamesh had summoned was undoubtedly powerful, but it seemed more a result of its sheer size than anything else, certainly not a match for Hyrin Maru's full power. The other captains watching could also see this. Yamamoto finally spoke, "Is this your true power, boy? If so, I must admit, it's rather underwhelming." As he spoke, the shattered skeletons began to reassemble themselves, once again marching toward Gilgamesh. The undead army resurrected again, even after being torn apart. These skeletons were created from the ashes of those Yamamoto had slain, and as long as their ashes remained, and as long as Yamamoto's spiritual pressure held out, they could resurrect indefinitely. To stop them, one would need to defeat Yamamoto himself. As for making the ashes disappear, that was something no one would even consider. After all, these ashes were the remnants left by Ryujin Jaka, the ultimate flame, and even Ryujin Jaka itself couldn't completely destroy them. Without paying any attention to the resurrected skeletons, Yamamoto slowly withdrew his Zanka no Tachi from the ground, taking steady steps toward Gilgamesh. Or rather, toward the gigantic sword. Yamamoto's intention was clear, to destroy Gilgamesh's weapon, to strip him of his last hope, and to let him be swallowed by the charred skeletons, trapped in despair, paying the price for invading Serete. Of course, Gilgamesh's ultimate fate would be to join the army of the dead, one more skeleton in Yamamoto's legion. Zanka no Tachi, East, Kyoku Jitsujin. Yamamoto lightly swung his Zanka no Tachi toward the massive sword. Kyoku Jitsujin focuses all the heat of Ryujin Jaka into the tip of the blade, erasing whatever it touches from existence with a single strike. Boom! The moment Zanka no Tachi connected with the sword, a deafening explosion rocked the battlefield. An invisible shockwave rippled outward, crushing everything in its path and causing the ground to crack and collapse. Yamamoto's pupils contracted. For the first time, he couldn't maintain his composure, his face revealing an expression of disbelief. Gilgamesh's summoned sword remained unscathed beneath the overwhelming power of Kyoku Jitsujin, which could level mountains. At that moment, even without his omniscient star to guide him, Gilgamesh could guess Yamamoto's thoughts. A satisfied smile spread across his face. This sword is called Sulsagana, an EX-ranked noble phantasm, Gilgamesh said. Not even Ryujin Jaka, let alone Zanka no Tachi, could destroy it. Though the others understood Gilgamesh's words, they couldn't grasp the weight behind them. Does Soul Society even have a Zanpakuto called Sulsagana? What does EX rank mean? Are Zanpakutos ranked? And what is a noble phantasm? Because he was in a good mood, Gilgamesh explained further. Sulsagana is one of the two weapons wielded by Zaba-Ba, the war goddess and eldest child of the main god of Lagash in Sumerian mythology. It is also known as the blade that burns the seas, a divine weapon capable of purging even the mightiest oceans. Although Gilgamesh's explanation was clear, the captains remained baffled. They were soul reapers, after all. They had little concern for human myths, so they didn't know anything about Sumerian gods or war goddesses. However, they could tell from Gilgamesh's explanation that Sulsagana had an extraordinary origin. Yamamoto's expression darkened. Though Sulsagana had a prestigious origin, judging by the flames on its blade, it was clearly a fire-type weapon. And if it was fire-based, that meant his Ryujin Jaka was invincible against it. Understanding this, Yamamoto gave Gilgamesh no more time to speak, launching another strike with Kyoku Jitsujin. If one strike couldn't shatter Sulsagana, then two would. If two weren't enough, then 3 strikes. And while he kept the sword occupied, the endless skeleton army would drag Gilgamesh into a pit of despair. Thanks to his omniscient star, Gilgamesh could see through Yamamoto's plan. Looking around at the countless charred skeletons surrounding him, Gilgamesh smiled faintly. Yamamoto, your overconfidence will be your downfall. With that, another golden ripple appeared. From it, Gilgamesh drew the key of the king's law. Before anyone could react, Gilgamesh inserted the key into the air and slowly turned it. In the next moment, the gate of Babylon opened. One golden ripple after another spread across the sky, and from them, countless noble phantasms emerged, raining down on the skeletal army. Everyone watching was left in shock. They could sense the power behind the barrage of noble phantasms, each one carrying the destructive force of a mid-level Hado spell. Most Soul Reapers couldn't even match that power with their Shakai. Yet now, there were countless of them filling the sky. Boom! 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 One explosion after another rang out, and in the billowing dust, the skeleton army was once again shattered into pieces. Yamamoto stepped back, dodging the barrage from the gate of Babylon. He watched this display and said calmly, "It's useless. The dead are immortal. No matter how many times they're shattered, they will always revive." As he finished speaking, the skeleton army began to reform once again. This time, Gilgamesh didn't respond. Amidst the dust and destruction, the gate of Babylon remained open but silent. And then, Gilgamesh's voice rose, reciting a chant. "This is the end of sky and sea, the direction of dawn, the furnace that melts all things. Good and evil, heaven and earth, all dissolve in the flames of dawn. Burn away, with the purging fire that consumes all. The dawn horizon that burns all seas, Sulsagana." In the next moment, crimson flames erupted, consuming the dust in an instant, before surging toward the skeletal army. Yamamoto's brow furrowed as he felt the strange fire approaching. Though it wasn't as hot as Ryujin Jaka, something about it triggered a deep sense of unease. In the blink of an eye, the skeletal army was swallowed by the crimson sea of flames. As Yamamoto watched, his eyes widened in disbelief. Not only him, the captains witnessing the scene were equally stunned. Before their eyes, the unkillable skeletal army was melting away in the crimson fire. Even the ashes left behind were vanishing without a trace. Soul Society was made of Raisha, spiritual particles, and so were the ashes. But as the captains focused, they realized that the ashes weren't turning back into Raisha. They weren't returning to Soul Society at all. They were simply gone. But how could that be? How could spiritual particles disappear like that? Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hiddenfanfics. Chapter 112, Chapter 112. 2,787 words. Chapter 112, The Rules, the Terrifying Raisha Monster. All of Soul Society is made up of Raisha, spiritual particles, including souls themselves. When a soul dies in Soul Society, it gradually dissolves into Raisha, returning to the Raisha cycle, which is fundamental to maintaining the balance of Soul Society. Of course, this doesn't apply to captains and high-level soul reapers. Their spiritual pressure is too powerful, preventing them from returning to the Raisha cycle upon death. According to Soul Society tradition, when a captain-class soul reaper dies, a special ritual, Konso Reisai, is performed, sending their soul to hell. But now, the Raisha that made up Yamamoto's army of charred skeletons was completely gone, with no trace of returning to the Raisha cycle. This realization sent shockwaves through the captains, leaving them in disbelief. Yamamoto watched as the charred skeleton army gradually dissolved in the sea of crimson flames, his expression growing ever more grim. Without hesitation, Yamamoto dispelled his Kakuju Manakushi Daisujin, hoping to return the skeletons to their original ashes. But to his disappointment, even when the army was reduced to ashes, they continued to melt away in the crimson flames. Some of the ashes even returned to the earth, but it was too late, the flames clung to them, unyielding, even as they settled into the soil. In the end, the entire skeleton army was consumed by the sea of flames. Curiously, the sea of crimson fire seemed to have a life of its own, burning only the skeleton army while leaving everything else untouched. When the last of the skeletons burned away, the flames themselves slowly began to die out. Still, Yamamoto couldn't believe that Raisha had truly disappeared. He once again stabbed his Zankan no Tachi into the ground, calling out, "Zankan no Tachi, south, Kakuju Manakushi Daisujin." But this time, no ashes responded. The skeletal army, once summoned by his fiery blade, did not rise again. Yamamoto's expression darkened considerably. It wasn't the loss of the army itself that concerned him, but the undeniable truth that Raisha had vanished without returning to the cycle. At that moment, Yamamoto's desire to eliminate Gilgamesh reached its peak. The Raisha cycle was the foundation of Soul Society's stability, and Gilgamesh, along with his weapon, Salsagana, had the terrifying ability to disrupt that cycle. He had to be eradicated. Boom! In an instant, Yamamoto's body was once again engulfed in the flames of his Zankan no Tachi. He swung his sword with deadly precision toward Gilgamesh. Zankan no Tachi, north, Tenkai Kaijin. As the scalding wave of fire raced toward him, Gilgamesh simply smiled and swung Salsagana in response. A compressed wave of crimson flame shot forward to meet Yamamoto's fiery attack. The temperature in Soul Society, which had already risen due to Yamamoto's Bankai, skyrocketed even further. Back in Serete, weaker Soul Reapers were already suffering from dehydration and heat stroke under the oppressive heat. Over in Rukongai, ordinary citizens began collapsing in waves from the extreme temperatures. In West Rukongai, Kukaku and her brother Ganju were tirelessly helping those who had fainted from the heat. Wiping the sweat from his brow, which evaporated almost instantly, Ganju licked his parched lips and croaked, "Sis, what the hell is going on? Why is it getting so hot in Soul Society? Is this the end of the world?" Kukaku, who was faring better than her brother, furrowed her brow as she looked in the direction of Serete. As long as the Spirit King exists, the world won't end. This heat is likely caused by a battle between extremely powerful beings. It's probably related to that clash of ice and fire we saw earlier. Ganju followed his sister's gaze towards Serete, just in time to see flames erupting into the sky, radiating scorching waves. Even from the distance of Rukongai, Ganju could feel the terrifying heat within the flames. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, causing Ganju to jump and yell, "Oh!" That wind is scorching hot. Feeling the searing wind, Kukaku murmured, could it be, is Yamamoto involved in this battle? Ganju froze in shock upon hearing his sister's words. Yamamoto, the strongest Soul Reaper in over 1,000 years. Ganju couldn't imagine what kind of enemy could force someone like Yamamoto to personally engage in battle. What was even more troubling was that the battle had dragged on for far too long. Could it be that Yamamoto is struggling? Ganju wondered, the thought sending a chill through him. Kukaku wasn't concerned about who Yamamoto was fighting. All she cared about was that if this battle continued, many more citizens in Rukongai would die. At this point, she was simply hoping for the battle to end soon. She wasn't the only one who realized this. Among the captains watching the fight, several others had come to the same conclusion. Yukitake, despite his illness, used Shuumpa to reach Kairaku's side. Reflected in the towering flames, Yukitake's pale face appeared even more frail. Coughing heavily, Yukitake spoke with concern, Shunsui, this battle can't go on much longer. The temperature in Soul Society is getting dangerously high. If it continues, many will die from the heat. Do you have any way to stop it? Kairaku gently pushed away his Lieutenant Nanao-I's supportive hand, his usual carefree demeanor replaced by a somber expression. That boy's abilities are too strange. His Zanpakuto can seal our Shikai and Bankai, effectively sealing away the majority of our power. All we can do now is provide support from a distance with Kido. Yukitake nodded in agreement, about to say more when he noticed Kairaku's face suddenly shift to one of shock. Before Yukitake could react, Kairaku's voice trembled, the flames, they're burning the fire itself. Yukitake was momentarily confused. Burning the fire? Isn't fire always burning? Wait. Finally realizing what Kairaku meant, Yukitake spun around to look at the battlefield. What he saw left him equally stunned. Indeed, the flames were burning. More specifically, Tenkai Kaijin, Yamamoto's attack, was dissolving in the crimson flames unleashed by Gilgamesh's sword, Soul Sagana, much like the charred skeleton army before. Isane's pupils dilated as she muttered, what is happening? Inohana, who had been quietly observing with her eyes half closed, now fully opened them, her face grave as though the original Kenpachi had returned. The notion of fire being burned was utterly nonsensical. If it defied logic, it meant that what they were witnessing had gone beyond the bounds of normality. Rules. The word silently surfaced in Unohana's mind. There existed a rare type of Zanpakuto, one based on rules. Such Zanpakuto couldn't be understood through conventional reasoning. Once a condition was met, the rule was triggered without exception. Kairaku's Kaiten Kaikotsu was a prime example. Unohana's own Zanpakuto could also be considered a rule type. That was why Unohana now suspected that Gilgamesh's Soul Sagana was likely another rule-based Zanpakuto. That would explain how it could burn Reisha, and even incinerate fire itself. But rule-type Zanpakuto always had specific conditions for triggering their abilities. What was the condition for Soul Sagana? Images of the previous battle played through Unohana's mind as she tried to piece together the rule that governed Soul Sagana. But no matter how much she analyzed, she couldn't identify the exact condition. Clang! The sudden clash of metal echoed through the air. Yamamoto had closed the distance, striking down at Gilgamesh with his Zanka no Tachi. This was a full-powered strike imbued with Kyoku Jitsujin, capable of tearing through the earth and leaving a massive fissure hundreds of meters long. But the strike was blocked by Gilgamesh, wielding his flame-wreathed Soul Sagana. Crack! The ground beneath them shattered. Gilgamesh, feeling the immense weight of Yamamoto's attack through his sword, couldn't help but marvel at Yamamoto's strength. Had it not been for Soul Sagana's flames dissolving much of the energy from Kyoku Jitsujin, this blow would have severely wounded, possibly even killed, him. Yes, this was the true power of Soul Sagana. Once the noble phantasm had been fully unleashed, anything Gilgamesh deemed an enemy could be dissolved by its crimson flames. Whether Reisha, fire, the energy of Kyoku Jitsujin, or even abstract concepts like good and evil, none were immune. As Unohana had suspected, Soul Sagana's power was a rule-based ability. However, controlling such a power consumed an enormous amount of magical energy. By now, Gilgamesh had exhausted almost all of his reserves, including the mana stored within his personal gems. Under normal circumstances, Soul Sagana would revert to its sealed state. But Gilgamesh was far from ordinary. A golden ripple appeared, revealing several jewels brimming with Divinera mana. These mana stones circled around Gilgamesh, continuously feeding him power. Pure mana flowed into Soul Sagana, restoring its strength. This sudden display left the captains momentarily stunned. To them, Gilgamesh was an enigma, an unfathomable mystery. Inohana could only wonder if this sudden resurgence was tied to Sulsagana's rule-based power. Without giving the others time to react, Gilgamesh launched a counter-offensive, pressing Yamamoto on the defensive. Though Gilgamesh wasn't fond of close-quarters combat, he had, after all, studied swordsmanship for a month at the Shino Academy. What better way to test his skills than against Yamamoto's Zanryusai? Of course, this confidence came from wielding Sulsagana. If it had been any other weapon, even his EA, Gilgamesh wouldn't have dared to engage Yamamoto in melee combat. After all, while noble phantasms couldn't be destroyed in battle, the force of an attack could still transfer through them. And though Gilgamesh had immense confidence, he wasn't foolish enough to believe his physical strength could match Yamamoto's, especially when the latter wielded Zanka no Tachi. Clang! Another clash of swords rang out as the flaming Sulsagana met Yamamoto's blade once more. And this was only the beginning. Meanwhile, watching from afar, Ishigo heard a familiar voice next to him. "Yo, if it isn't Kurosoki-san. What are you doing here?" Ishigo turned to see Urahara and Yoruichi from the future, standing by his side. Before Ishigo could respond, both Kisuke and future Yoruichi focused on the battle ahead, between Gilgamesh and Yamamoto. To their shock, it was Gilgamesh on the offensive, while Yamamoto defended. The realization left them dumbfounded. They never expected to see Gilgamesh overpowering Yamamoto, especially while the latter was in Bankai. And Gilgamesh's sword, Sulsagana, what was it? It certainly didn't seem like his Keno Oken Tenka. Could it be a replica created through Keno? But no Zanpakuto they knew of matched what they were seeing. Feeling the scorching heat around them, Urahara's thoughts snapped back to the situation at hand. As surreal as this all seemed, it made sense when considering Gilgamesh's identity. Urahara quickly assessed the situation and said, "We'll leave this battle to the King of Heroes. Kurosoki-san, you need to help us stop the Reisha disaster." Ishigo nodded without hesitation. "Got it. What do you need me to do?" He understood that the battle between Gilgamesh and Yamamoto was far beyond his ability to intervene. Urahara explained, "We need to find Rukia Kuchiki and the one behind this. And only you, Kurosoki-san, can track her down." Ishigo froze, momentarily confused. He had no idea where to even begin looking for Rukia. What did Urahara mean? Seeing Ishigo's confusion, Urahara asked, "You're familiar with Reiraku, right?" Ishigo nodded. Reiraku were the visible trails of spiritual energy that flowed from every being. For Soul Reapers, they appeared as red threads, while for humans, they were white. Ishigo didn't understand why Urahara was suddenly bringing this up. Was he suggesting Ishigo find Rukia through Reiraku? But Seirete was filled with Soul Reapers, all of whom had red threads of Reiraku. How would he identify Rukias among them? Reading Ishigo's thoughts, Urahara explained, "Your Soul Reaper powers came from Rukia, which means you're the only one who can sense her Reiraku. It'll be difficult, but I believe you can do it." Taking a deep breath, Ishigo closed his eyes and began to focus. Even with his eyes closed, he could sense the multitude of red spiritual threads crisscrossing around him. Not this one. Not this one either. "Where are you, Rukia?" Ishigo mentally called out to her as he searched. Time seemed to drag on, but then, Ishigo's eyes snapped open, and he looked in a specific direction. "I found her. She's over there." Without another word, Ishigo used Shimpa to dash toward the location, with Urahara and future Yoruichi close behind. Everyone else's attention was focused on the ongoing battle between Gilgamesh and Yamamoto, allowing the trio to move unnoticed. Ishigo moved quickly, but as he sped along, he suddenly felt a surge of intense spiritual pressure. A cold voice echoed in the air, "Yoruichi, I don't know how you also mastered Shunko, but your time has passed. Surrender quietly. Mugaruma Shunko." Whoosh! A violent gust of wind forced Ishigo to stop in his tracks, stunned as he looked ahead at the fierce battle unfolding. Yoruichi from the past appeared battered, but she smiled with satisfaction. "You compressed and wrapped a large amount of spiritual pressure around yourself like a whirlwind. Mugaruma Shunko is truly impressive, Soir Fon. You've really grown in the future." Boom! Soir Fon's punch landed with explosive force, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Scowling, Soir Fon launched another attack, saying, "Stop pretending to know me, Yoruichi. I don't care about your cryptic words. Talk about the future, it's all nonsense. The only thing that matters is that you accept the gap in power between us now." Past Yoruichi smiled bitterly. If it were purely a contest of Shunpa, she could still defeat Soir Fon. But with Soir Fon using Mugaruma Shunko, Yoruichi was clearly outmatched. As Suafon's whirlwind-wrapped fist closed in, Yoruichi sighed, resigning herself to her fate. Bam! Suddenly, a figure appeared between them, blocking Suafon's attack with a burst of lightning. Shunko, Raijin Senkei. Suafon's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the person who had blocked her attack. Yoruichi. That's right, the person who appeared was none other than the future Yoruichi. Suafon stood frozen, unable to comprehend the sight of two Yoruichis standing before her. Future Yoruichi ignored Suafon, turning to her past self. Leave this to me. You go with Kisuke and Ishigo to find Rukia. Past Yoruichi nodded. All right, she's all yours. With that, she used Shiampa to catch up with Urahara and Ishigo, leaving Suafon speechless in shock. Suafon stared at the two Yoruichis, her worldview and understanding shattered. What is going on? Why are there two of you? Future Yoruichi smirked. If you want answers, come defeat me. Then, I'll tell you everything. Without another word, Suafon charged at her once again, launching a fierce assault. But this time, the battle was no longer one-sided. Under the relentless attacks from future Yoruichi, Suafon quickly lost her upper hand. Meanwhile, Ishigo finally found Rukia Kuchiki. She was unconscious, slung over the shoulder of a tall, gaunt man wielding an S-shaped scythe. Beside him stood a woman. They weren't dressed in Soul Reaper uniforms, nor were they wearing anything fancy. Instead, they were clad in simple, impoverished white clothing. Thanks to Gilgamesh's earlier insight, Ishigo knew that these two were a brother and sister who had once lived with Rukia in South Rukongai's 78th district. Their names had been given by Rukia herself, the sister was named Homura, and the brother was named Shizuku. Rukia! Ishigo called out, but Rukia showed no signs of waking. Frowning, Ishigo addressed Homura and Shizuku. I understand that you want to live with Rukia, but you can't just erase her memories. His words startled the siblings, their faces betraying shock. Clearly, they hadn't expected Ishigo to know anything about their connection to Rukia. Before they could respond, past Yoruichi appeared silently behind them, ready to retrieve Rukia. But just as Yoruichi's hand was about to reach Rukia, both Homura and Shizuku suddenly vanished, leaving behind a cryptic message. Soul Reapers, consider this a reward for finding us. We've prepared a special gift for you. Hope you enjoy it. Stunned by their sudden disappearance, Yoruichi was left speechless, clearly unable to comprehend how they had escaped right under her nose. Ishigo was equally dumbfounded. Only Urahara seemed to have an inkling of what had happened. Spatial abilities. He murmured. Rumble. Before Urahara could think further, a tremendous noise filled the air. Glancing up, he saw that the once solid sea of Raisha crystals had come alive again, transforming into a roaring torrent of spiritual energy that rushed toward a single point. Within moments, the energy had coalesced into a massive creature, towering hundreds of meters tall, a terrifying monster, born entirely of Raisha. Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hiddenfanfics. Chapter 113, Chapter 113. 1906 words. Chapter 113, Immortal? Or a nemesis? Clang! Clang! The metallic clangs echoed through the air, and everyone present wore tense expressions. Kairaku and Yukitake had already abandoned their thoughts of assisting Yamamoto with Kido spells. The battle between Gilgamesh and Yamamoto was far too intense for them to find any opening to intervene. A drop of sweat slid down Yukitake's temple as he murmured, Master's spiritual pressure is weakening. This can't continue like this. Kairaku, frowning deeply, responded, it's strange. That traveler boy's swordsmanship is clearly far inferior to the old man's, so how is he managing to fight at this level? And how did he block Zanka no Tachi? That kind of power is terrifying. I know I wouldn't be able to take a hit from it. Yukitake shared Kairaku's confusion. He too had seen the same issues, but he couldn't make sense of them either. Among all the onlookers, only Retsu seemed to have picked up on something peculiar, though she wasn't entirely certain of her conclusion. They say those watching from the sidelines see more clearly than those in the thick of battle, but in this case, only Yamamoto himself truly understood the situation. As he withdrew momentarily after another clash, he glanced at his Zankan no Tachi and noticed a small crack forming along its blade, his expression growing increasingly grim. Yamamoto realized that the crack wasn't caused by the impact with Gilgamesh's sword, Soul Sagana, but rather because the burning red flames on Soul Sagana were dissolving his blade. Not only that, but during the fight, Yamamoto had felt something unsettling. Gilgamesh's personal strength wasn't enough to withstand an attack from Zankan no Tachi. He was sure of it. The reason Gilgamesh could parry his attacks was likely due to the mysterious power of Soul Sagana's flames. More disturbingly, Yamamoto had now confirmed that Gilgamesh could predict his movements and sword strikes. This realization was why Gilgamesh, despite his rudimentary swordsmanship, could hold his own in this fierce battle. Yamamoto understood that if Gilgamesh could continue wielding Soul Sagana at this level, he himself would eventually be defeated. His gaze instinctively drifted to the magical stones floating around Gilgamesh, and Yamamoto knew he still had a chance to turn the tide. All he had to do was outlast Gilgamesh until the latter's power ran dry. In the back of his mind, Yamamoto also pondered a question that stemmed from deep within his soul. If he doesn't wield the power of a Soul Reaper, Quincy, or Hollow, then what exactly is it? When one's power reaches a certain level, one can defy or even break the rules of the world. Yamamoto was a prime example of this. Zankan no Tachi's strength was supposed to melt through anything, yet Soul Sagana's flames had only left a small crack. Even Gilgamesh was impressed by Yamamoto's resilience. Rumble! Just then, the sea of Reisha crystals, which had been stagnant, suddenly roared to life, interrupting the battle between Gilgamesh and Yamamoto. The observers were startled by the unexpected turn of events, and they quickly scanned their surroundings. They soon witnessed the birth of a terrifying Reisha monster. The creature, towering hundreds of meters tall, had no mouth. Its body was covered in eyes and tendrils, and it had countless holes that spewed out monstrous spawn. Staring at the massive beast and its airborne minions, Shunsui and Yukite could only sweat in disbelief. The largest creature they'd ever seen was Komamura's Bankai, Kokujo Tengen Myoo, but compared to this Reisha monster, Kokujo Tengen looked like a kitten before a giant. This Reisha monster was too immense, and faced with such a gigantic opponent, their Zanpakuto and Kido would likely have little effect. They had no time to dwell on it, though, as the flying creatures spawned from the Reisha beast began their assault on Seirete. These minions, resembling snakes, were the size of full-grown humans and spewed blasts of Reisha from their mouths. Any Soul Reaper unfortunate enough to be hit by their breath quickly crystallized, trapped inside a prison of Reisha. The captains wasted no time and joined the fray. Hitsugaya instinctively activated his Bankai, chanting, Bankai! Daiguren Hyarin Maru! As he successfully unleashed his Bankai, Hitsugaya froze for a moment, his gaze drifting toward Gilgamesh. Originally, Hitsugaya believed the Reisha disaster in Seirete was connected to Gilgamesh, but if that were true, how was he able to use his Bankai? Moreover, how could he activate it while under the influence of Zankan no Tachi? Though confused, Hitsugaya pushed aside his thoughts and threw himself into battle with the flying creatures. The other captains noticed Hitsugaya's successful Bankai but didn't pause to question it. They quickly followed suit, activating their own Shikai and Bankai. Bankai! Senbonza Kura Kageoshi! Kaiten Kayakotsu! Shuangyu Li! Elsewhere, the future Yoruichi and Suafon were forced to halt their fight, their frowns deepening as they watched the flying creatures swarm toward them. With a smirk, the future Yoruichi said, "How about we settle our score by counting who kills more of these creatures?" Suafon's brows furrowed, but she agreed without hesitation. Fine. With that, Suafon used her Shunko technique, rapidly dispatching one creature after another. The future Yoruichi, not one to be outdone, transformed into a bolt of lightning under the guise of her Shunko, Raijin Senkei, her attacks leaving scorched monsters in her wake. Meanwhile, Urahara, the past Yoruichi, and Ishigo fought their way through the horde, moving closer to the massive Reisha monster. As they advanced, the sheer size of the creature made them feel increasingly insignificant. After cutting down another flying minion, Ishigo remarked, "Didn't Gilgamesh say that the Reisha monster was only supposed to be a few dozen meters tall? This thing's hundreds of meters." Urahara and the past Yoruichi exchanged glances but didn't have an answer. Boom! Suddenly, the Reisha monster was engulfed in a consuming blaze, and its anguished screams filled the air as its body began to turn to ash. Everyone knew instantly that Yamamoto had made his move. The morale of the Soul Reapers soared as they saw the monster being consumed by the flames. Fighting side by side, Shunsui and Yukitake exchanged relieved glances. After cutting down a flying minion, Shunsui adjusted his straw hat and said, "Looks like we might have misjudged that traveler boy." If he were behind this Reisha disaster, he wouldn't have given the old man a chance to attack. Yukitake nodded in agreement. As expected of our teacher. To destroy such a creature with just one blow. Yamamoto, having unleashed Zankan no Tachi, North, Tenkai Kaijin, sheathed his sword without sparing the monster a second glance. Although the creature was enormous, Yamamoto trusted the power of his Bankai. He then turned his attention back to Gilgamesh, his expression solemn, preparing to speak. But before he could say anything, Gilgamesh's voice cut through the air first. Yamamoto, I told you, overconfidence is not a good thing. Yamamoto was momentarily taken aback but quickly realized what Gilgamesh was looking at. He followed Gilgamesh's gaze and saw it, the Reisha monster that should have been reduced to ashes was regenerating, just like a hollow's high-speed regeneration. The monster's rapid healing was outpacing the flames of Zankan no Tachi. Yamamoto's pupils contracted as he finally grasped the meaning behind Gilgamesh's words. Without hesitation, Yamamoto unleashed Zankan no Tachi, North again, this time, repeatedly, striking blow after blow in an attempt to overwhelm the creature's regeneration. Gilgamesh said nothing, watching silently. Through his omniscient ability and Sulsagana's insight, Gilgamesh analyzes the true nature of the Reisha monster. Its size was far greater than in the original timeline, and Gilgamesh wasn't sure if this was a result of his interference or some other factor. Regardless, the monster's power had scaled accordingly. Moreover, Gilgamesh realized the creature possessed a form of immortality. Being a conglomeration of Reisha, even if it were completely destroyed, it would simply reform again from the surrounding Reisha particles. And in a place like Soul Society, where everything was made of Reisha, the monster could endlessly regenerate and grow stronger. This creature was virtually unkillable in the environment of Soul Society. If left unchecked, it would devour the entire realm. These abilities, nearly broken in nature, hadn't existed in the original story. Gilgamesh didn't know what had changed, but he understood that with these abilities, the Reisha monster was beyond Yamamoto's power to defeat. In fact, aside from a fully powered Spirit King, perhaps no one in Soul Society could slay this creature. Or, maybe Yawok could. As the progenitor of the Quinces, Yawok might be able to absorb and drain the Reisha from the creature. If he could exhaust the Reisha that made up the monster, then it could be destroyed. But Yawok hadn't yet regained his full strength, and so he was powerless to intervene. With that in mind, Gilgamesh glanced at his Sulsagana. Undoubtedly, his Sulsagana was the perfect counter to this monster. However, if he used it to dissolve the Reisha creature, Soul Society would lose a massive amount of Reisha, potentially disrupting the entire Reisha cycle. Furrowing his brow, Gilgamesh pondered his next move. Boom! 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 Yamamoto continued to strike with Zankan no Tachi, North, his attacks lighting up the sky above Serete with a fiery blaze. The oppressive heat forced Urahara, the past Yoruichi, and Ishigo to retreat from their approach toward the creature. Wiping away sweat that evaporated as soon as it formed, Ishigo muttered, with those kinds of attacks, that thing's gotta be dead, right? Urahara, his voice lacking certainty, replied, it should be. Urahara had already noticed the creature's rapid regeneration and understood its true nature, and a sense of dread filled his heart. The past Yoruichi sensed Urahara's unease and offered words of comfort, don't worry. Even if Captain Yamamoto can't kill that monster, the king certainly will. When Urahara considered Gilgamesh's power and identity and remembered the strength he had already witnessed, he let out a small sigh of relief. If even Yamamoto couldn't defeat the creature, then their last hope would lie with Gilgamesh. After unleashing his final strike of Zankan no Tachi, North, Tenkai Kaijin and confirming that the creature had turned to ash, Yamamoto finally deactivated his Bankai. It wasn't that Yamamoto's spiritual pressure had run out, nor that he had forgotten about Gilgamesh. He simply knew that Soul Society couldn't handle any more of his Bankai's heat. If he kept his Bankai active, Soul Society might very well collapse under its weight. As soon as Yamamoto deactivated his Bankai, the oppressive heat that had been stifling Soul Society vanished, and dark clouds began to roll across the sky. Moments later, the heavens opened up, unleashing a torrential downpour. Just as everyone thought the crisis was over and began to breathe a sigh of relief, panicked voices rang out from all corners of Serete. What is that? Damn it, the monster's not dead. Oh no. Is that thing immortal? Does this mean even Captain Yamamoto can't kill it? Are we about to see the fall of Serete? As these fearful voices echoed, the Reisha monster, which had been reduced to ashes by Zankan no Tachi, began to reform in the pouring rain. Just as despair settled over the Soul Reapers, a youthful but commanding voice rang out. Looks like it's finally time for my intervention. underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hiddenfanfics. Chapter 114, Chapter 114. 2019 words. Chapter 114, The King's Arrival to Save. The Soul Society was now shrouded in dark clouds and torrential rain as if the apocalypse itself had descended. What made the scene even more terrifying was the massive, unspeakable creature standing ominously in the downpour. At that moment, even the captains couldn't help but feel the grip of despair. They all knew this heavy rain was a result of Yamamoto deactivating his Bankai. Whether it was because Yamamoto had reached his limit or for another reason, they couldn't tell. But what they knew for certain was that even Yamamoto's Bankai had failed to kill this Reisha monster. This was the same Yamamoto who was hailed as the strongest Soul Reaper in the past 1,000 years, a being whose power surpassed all others in Seirete. And yet, if even Yamamoto couldn't defeat this creature, how could they possibly succeed? Even more troubling was the creature's terrifying regenerative ability. Despite being turned to ash by Zanka no Tachi, North, Tenkai Kaijin, the monster had managed to reform itself. Such an ability was akin to immortality. How were they supposed to kill a creature like that? The captains despaired, and so did the ordinary Soul Reapers. Hopelessness spread throughout Seirete like a dark cloud, silently suffocating the hearts of all. In Rukongai, just beyond Seirete, the civilians who had barely survived the earlier scorching heat now trembled uncontrollably at the sight of the monster. Fear consumed them, freezing their hearts. Even the strong-hearted Kukaku felt her heart skip a beat, her body overtaken by a cold that spread from head to toe, as if she had been plunged into an icy abyss. Yamamoto, hearing Gilgamesh's words, turned his gaze to Keno, his mouth parting as if he were about to say something, but in the end, he remained silent. Whoosh! Gilgamesh's figure appeared high in the sky. The captains, drowning in despair, immediately noticed his presence. As if realizing something, their eyes instinctively shifted to Keno, the Zanpakuto still brimming with purifying flames. Hope flickered in their eyes once more. If Keno could dissolve and erase Reisha, then it should be able to obliterate this Reisha monster, which was composed entirely of Reisha. If they could dissolve the monster's Reisha, then perhaps they could finally destroy it. As for the potential collapse of the Reisha cycle, that was a problem for another time, they could only deal with the consequences later. Urahara, Ishigo, and the past Yoruichi also spotted Gilgamesh. The past Yoruichi, having expected this, couldn't help but smirk with pride. See? The king has come to save us. Ishigo remained silent, but his tense expression noticeably softened. Urahara observed the change in the captain's and Ishigo's demeanor, marveling at the effect. So this is the charm of humanity's most ancient hero king? It's quite reassuring, isn't it? Even the endless wave of flying minions sensed Gilgamesh's overwhelming threat and began converging on him, launching an all-out assault. In an instant, a flurry of pink cherry blossoms soared through the air, intercepting the oncoming horde. But the mindless minions, incapable of feeling pain, charged headlong into the swirling sea of petals. Even as the blossoms tore through them, they continued to pursue Gilgamesh relentlessly, like puppets blindly following orders. Heido number 63, Raikoho. Yukate's voice rang out, followed by a flash of lightning that obliterated a few minions who had broken through the cherry blossom storm. But it was far from enough. More and more minions kept escaping the petal's grasp, surging toward Gilgamesh. Shunsui, Unohana, and Hitsugaya appeared at Gilgamesh's side, forming a protective triangle around him, ensuring he remained guarded. As Unohana cut down the oncoming minions, she spoke gently, "My deepest apologies for our earlier misjudgment. I hope you can forgive us. Though I don't deserve to say this, I must ask, the fate of Soul Society now lies in your hands." Shunsui followed her lead. "Captain Unohana has already said what I wanted to, but I'll say it anyway. Young man, we're truly sorry. Though we've no right to ask, we must rely on you to deal with that giant over there. As for these small fry, rest assured, we won't let them get close to you." With those words, Shunsui swung Kaiten Kayakotsu, slaying several of the flying minions. Hitsugaya, saying nothing, simply swung Hairinmaru to demonstrate his resolve. Vacuum Ice Blade! A flurry of ice blades shot through the air, slicing through a dozen or so minions. This scene was witnessed by the remaining Soul Reapers across Seirete. They stared in confusion at Gilgamesh, who was being protected by the captains. They didn't know who Gilgamesh was, but they recognized the uniform of the Shino Academy student he wore. Whispers of confusion spread throughout Seireite. Who is he? Why are so many captains protecting him? Could he be the heir of one of the 4 noble clans? Didn't you see Captain Kuchiki is protecting him too? Would a noble heir warrant the personal protection of the head of the Kuchiki clan? Am I seeing things? It seems like the captains are putting their hopes in that boy. That's impossible. If even Captain Yamamoto couldn't handle it, what could a kid like him do? Why not? Look at his Zanpakuto. It's strange, maybe it has some special ability. Amid the curious stares, a small smile tugged at Gilgamesh's lips. He suddenly released his grip on Keno, letting it drop. As it fell, the sword dissolved into specks of golden light, disappearing into the void. Seeing this, some onlookers were confused, others shocked, while a few felt despair, believing that Gilgamesh hadn't forgiven them and wasn't planning to save Soul Society after all. Only the past Yoruichi remained unwavering in her faith in Gilgamesh. Buzz! Suddenly, a golden ripple appeared behind Gilgamesh. And this was only the beginning, more and more golden ripples materialized behind him. Under the stunned gazes of those watching, golden chains emerged from the ripples. These were the chains of heaven. Keno was indeed the nemesis of the Reisha monster, and Gilgamesh was certain his Zanpakuto could destroy the creature. However, using it would likely cause the collapse of Soul Society's Reisha cycle. Gilgamesh didn't care about the safety of Seireite or the lives of its noble families. But the tragedy of the Soul Society was that the commoners of Rukongai would ultimately bear any collapse of the Reisha cycle. Gilgamesh could already foresee that after the battle, the Soul Reapers and nobles of Seireite would justify the slaughter of many innocents under the guise of maintaining balance in the Reisha cycle. As a king, Gilgamesh wouldn't allow his victory to be tarnished by the blood of the innocent, especially when some of those innocents shared the same existence as his own subjects. Thus, he chose not to use Keno. Aside from Keno, only the EA sword in his Gate of Babylon could guarantee the destruction of the Reisha monster. While the Reisha monster had an immortal property, the Gate of Babylon housed many treasures that could override immortality, such as the sword of Hegni or Harpal. However, Gilgamesh had no intention of using EA. In his eyes, using EA to deal with the Reisha monster would be an insult to the sword. The Reisha monster wasn't particularly strong, it was far weaker than Yamamoto Chanryusai. What made it terrifying was its broken, game-like abilities. Thus, all Gilgamesh had to do was nullify those abilities, and the monster would be easy to defeat. As he pondered how to break the monster's powers, a terrifying burst of yellow spiritual pressure shot into the sky. The sudden surge of power was so intense that it tore a hole through the thick clouds overhead. Before anyone could react, a crazed voice laughed out, "Ha ha ha! What a surprise right after I wake up! A monster this big will be so satisfying to slice." Hearing the voice, everyone knew immediately it was Kenpachi Zaraki, freed from his crystal prison. As they turned to the source of the voice, they saw a small black speck, like an ant before the giant Reisha monster, hurtling through the air. The speck exploded with immense spiritual pressure as it unleashed a powerful slash at the creature. Slash! The captains clearly saw the Reisha monster's massive body get cleaved with a giant wound, several dozen meters long. But the creature's regeneration ability quickly healed the wound. Rather than backing down, Zaraki was even more thrilled. His laughter grew louder and more maniacal. "This is awesome. So much fun. Let's keep going." With each of Zaraki's crazed slashes, massive wounds opened on the monster's body, only to be rapidly healed. Watching from the sidelines, Gilgamesh held back, waiting for the right moment to act. The other captains, too, had finally come to their senses after Zaraki's sudden arrival. At first, they had thought Gilgamesh had abandoned his Zanpakuto out of anger, but now, seeing the dozens of golden ripples and the chains of heaven, they realized they had been wrong. Gilgamesh wasn't refusing to help. He simply wasn't going to use Keno to deal with the Reisha monster. They didn't know why he had chosen to abandon his Zanpakuto in favor of these mysterious chains, but they trusted that Gilgamesh had his reasons. Their job wasn't to question, it was to believe. As Gilgamesh halted his actions for the moment, they assumed it was because of Zaraki's interference. Yukatek raised his hand toward the sky and began to chant. Black and white net, 22 bridges, 66 crowns, footprints, far thunder, sharp peaks, earth return, night lying down, cloud sea, as your order, fill the great circle, race toward the heavens. Bakudo number 77, Tente Kura. With his chant complete, blue-white lines of spiritual energy extended from his hand. Tentekura was a communication spell that allowed Yukitake to send messages to multiple targets through spiritual pressure. Now, he intended to send a message to Kenpachi Zaraki, a message that would reach him with absolute precision. As Zaraki reveled in the battle's thrill, Yukitake's voice echoed in his ear. Captain Zaraki, this monster possesses an immortal ability. Even after being reduced to ash by Captain Commander Yamamoto's Zanka no Tachi, it was able to regenerate. Zaraki froze, an incredulous expression on his face. He hadn't imagined that even Yamamoto had failed to kill the creature. The information was so shocking that it snapped Zaraki out of his battle frenzy. It was only then that he realized none of his attacks had caused any lasting damage to the monster. Yukitake's voice rang out once more. Captain Zaraki, you need to retreat. Someone else will handle the monster, but they can't act if you're too close. Zaraki frowned. If Yamamoto had failed, he couldn't imagine anyone in Soul Society capable of defeating this immortal Reisha monster. Clenching his teeth in frustration, Zaraki didn't let his desires cloud his judgment. Although it angered him, he reluctantly withdrew from the battle. The Soul Reapers who had placed their hopes in Zaraki's arrival were left bewildered as they watched him retreat. Gilgamesh knew that the time had come. The reason Gilgamesh had summoned the Chains of Heaven was because they were anti-evil treasures. In the Type Moon world, anti-evil treasures were supported by the counter force, designed to counter disasters that could threaten the world. Gilgamesh wanted to see if the Chains of Heaven would retain their efficacy in the world of Bleach. As Golden Ripples released one mana crystal after another, Gilgamesh began his chant for the release of the Chains of Heaven. Behold the concept of circulating life, the spark woven to overcome primal fears. From the past, it returns to the future, and from the future, it is tied to eternity. The earth and sea shall be linked to the heavens, as the consequence of life engraves its terror. And so, mankind creates paradise, devouring even the origin of the abyss. Even as we march to hell with our comrades, paradise shall still be sung. Humankind, bind the gods with wings of chains. Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hiddenfanfics. Chapter 115, Chapter 115. 2,828 words. Chapter 115, the 13 restraints released, round table conference begins. In the world of Bleach, when wielding a powerful artifact capable of purging the chaos threatening the world, its power is magnified by the severity of the disaster or threat against humanity or the planet. Earlier, when Zaraki attacked, Gilgamesh wasn't worried about Zaraki getting hurt. Instead, he was concerned about how Zaraki's arrival reignited the hope of the confused Soul Reapers in Serete. Though it's a grim thought, human despair in the face of catastrophe enhances the power of a purging artifact. Thus, Gilgamesh paused, waiting for the right moment. That moment came when Zaraki realized he could not kill the Reisha monster, dashing the hope that had momentarily arisen in the hearts of everyone, plunging them back into despair. Under the gaze of the captains, as Gilgamesh chanted aloud, a massive torrent of spiritual energy surged from the mana stone surrounding him, rapidly flooding into his body. At the same time, dozens of glowing chains of heaven emerged from the golden ripples behind him, shining with brilliant radiance and growing larger in size. The radiant glow of the chains of heaven became a physical manifestation of hope, immediately dispersing the despair in people's hearts, drawing their gazes toward Gilgamesh. Then, they saw massive golden chains, glowing like rivers of gold, shooting out from the golden ripples behind him. These enormous golden chains stretched across the sky like a dazzling, majestic river, making everyone feel incredibly small in comparison. Under everyone's astonished eyes, they watched as the flying minions of the Reisha monster dissolved in the radiant light of the chains of heaven. With the omniscient star, Gilgamesh realized that these flying minions were, in fact, part of the Reisha monster itself. Even if the monster's main body were destroyed, as long as its minions existed, it could regenerate. This was why the monster had continuously spawned flying creatures since its birth. Therefore, before dealing with the Reisha monster, it was essential to first eliminate its minions. And it turned out Gilgamesh's guess was correct. The chains of heaven were indeed effective against the Reisha monster. The golden light radiating from the chains dissolved the flying minions like snow melting under the sun. At the same time, Gilgamesh realized through the omniscient star that the anomaly of the Reisha monster was directly connected to him. To be precise, not only had he, along with Yoruichi, Rinji, and Rukia, traveled to this parallel future, but the sealed artifact that had caused their journey had also crossed over, undergoing unknown changes and ultimately merging with the Raisha monster. That artifact, in essence, was a fragment of the Soul King's body. Of course, no one knew this secret, except for Gilgamesh. Even the Soul King of this world had no way of knowing. For the Soul King here could not perceive the future where Gilgamesh existed. Zaraki, having been sealed within the Raisha crystal, had no knowledge of Gilgamesh, nor did he know that Gilgamesh had recently fought Yamamoto. Had the Raisha monster not appeared, Yamamoto would have likely lost, with his Zanka no Tachi being dissolved by Gilgamesh's Keno. At that moment, Zaraki, now free of the eye patch that sealed his spiritual energy, stared wide-eyed at the radiant chains in the sky, muttering, "What kind of Zanpakuto is this? Why can't I sense any spiritual pressure?" As he spoke, Zaraki glanced at Gilgamesh, then muttered to himself, "Is he the one Yukitake mentioned? Who is he, and why is he wearing the uniform of the Shino Academy?" Zaraki, who had never liked overthinking things, found his mind flooded with questions, one after another, making him uncomfortable. To shake off this discomfort, he swung his sword at the nearest chain of heaven. He wanted to test the strength of these chains, which seemed capable of dealing with the immortal giant. The terrifying slash, infused with Zaraki's spirit pressure, cut toward the chain with fierce intensity. Everyone watching was stunned, unable to comprehend why Zaraki had suddenly lashed out. Shunsui and Yukitake immediately moved to stop him. But what happened next left them frozen. The radiant chain of heaven suddenly split into several luminous tendrils of light, which flew towards Zaraki. The powerful slash, capable of cleaving mountains, was torn apart like paper as the radiant tendrils shredded it and dissipated it into the void. Seeing this, Zaraki's eyes lit up with wild excitement. Laughing heartily, he rushed headlong toward the radiant chains, not bothering to dodge. This scene caught the attention of all the captains present, as well as Urahara, the past Yoruichi, Ishigo, and all the other Soul Reapers nearby. They all knew Zaraki's strength and his reckless nature, so many expected a fierce battle to break out. But what happened next left everyone speechless. Zaraki swung his Zanpakuto at the radiant chain, but his blade passed right through it. Moreover, the moment the chain touched him, it bound him tightly without giving him any chance to resist. The moment the chain made contact, Zaraki felt all his power drain from his body, spiritual pressure, energy, and even the strength in his muscles vanished instantly. Zaraki, unable to understand what was happening, tried to shout, but he didn't even have the strength to speak. Gilgamesh watched the entire scene unfold. He knew that this wasn't the true power of the chains of heaven, it was the will of Soul Society intervening. In the Bleach world, there is a force of will at play, just like how in the original Hell arc, the will of Hell lent power to Ishigo. Of course, Soul Society was only one of the three worlds and couldn't compare to Hell. Thus, Soul Society's will couldn't act as directly as Hell's. However, when an artifact like the Chains of Heaven was in play, it could tap into and channel the power of Soul Society's will. Zaraki's reckless attack on the chains was deemed a hindrance to salvation by Soul Society's will. Thus, Soul Society's will, through the Chains of Heaven, subdued Zaraki. While Zaraki was undeniably powerful, among the strongest captains, he stood no chance against the will of Soul Society, which sealed all his strength as punishment. The others had no way of knowing this. In their eyes, it seemed that Gilgamesh's power was so overwhelming that even Zaraki was powerless against him. Those who had witnessed Gilgamesh's battle with Yamamoto even felt relieved. To them, it made sense, someone who could suppress Yamamoto should have no trouble dealing with Zaraki. Even Yamamoto himself thought the same. And so, under the watchful eyes of all, they saw Zaraki bound by the radiant chains, dangling like an ornament as the chains of heaven soared through the void. As Gilgamesh's chant concluded, the last of the flying minions dissolved in the light of the chains of heaven. Then, all the chains converged into one enormous chain, stretching across the heavens. The Raisha monster, standing hundreds of meters tall, was already massive enough to invoke a fear of giants in anyone who saw it. Yet even it seemed small before the colossal chain of heaven. At that moment, throughout Serete, Soul Reapers stood frozen, mouths agape, eyes wide, utterly dumbstruck. They couldn't describe what they were feeling, nor could they express their thoughts. Their minds, bodies, and souls were all shaken to the core. In their eyes, the unified chain of heaven resembled a golden dragon from myth, soaring majestically through the sky. Yamamoto, too, was filled with awe at that moment. Though he couldn't sense any spiritual pressure from the chain, his very soul trembled with fear. In all his long life, Yamamoto had never felt so small. Before the unified chain of heaven, it was as if he were facing the world itself. The stronger a person was, the deeper this feeling resonated within them. Every captain present, as well as the future Yoruichi, Urahara, and Ishigo, shared this sensation. Even the past Yoruichi, who had seen the chains of heaven before, was left with a sense of confusion. She had witnessed Gilgamesh use the chains of heaven before, during his battle with Isshin, and had even seen them released in full. Yoruichi had seen this massive, unified chain before. But this time, she felt far smaller in comparison. She didn't know why, but she realized that there was something different about the chains of heaven this time. Once the unified chain had formed, it shot toward the Raisha monster. A gust of wind swept across the area, tearing through buildings. Ordinary Soul Reapers couldn't even keep their eyes open or stand firm. Before they could react, a deafening roar echoed through the air, followed by the sensation of the ground shaking beneath their feet and the building swaying violently. A powerful storm swept over them, flinging them into the air. Only the captains were able to maintain their footing and vision. They stared intently at the Raisha monster, now pinned in place by the unified chains of heaven, waiting to see if it had been defeated. Seconds passed, one by one. The ordinary Soul Reapers slowly regained their balance. When they looked up, they were met with a sight that shook them to their core. A massive golden chain spanned the heavens, piercing through the body of the Raisha monster, with smaller golden chains tightly binding it. Soon, all they could see was a towering mountain of golden chains, completely obscuring the Raisha monster from view. They had no way of knowing whether Gilgamesh had succeeded. But they did know one thing: no new flying minions were being born. Could it be? That thought crossed everyone's minds, but they couldn't be sure. After staring at the golden chain mountain for what felt like forever with no clear answer, they turned their gaze toward Gilgamesh. Unohana, standing closest to him, couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, has the creature been slain?" Gilgamesh shook his head gently and replied, "The chains of heaven are meant for binding, not attacking. So right now, it's merely bound, not slain." Upon hearing this, Unohana's expression shifted slightly. Not just Unohana, Shunsui, Yukitake, Byakuya, and Hitsugaya all showed signs of unease. They knew how terrifying the Raisha monster was, and if it couldn't be slain, the future of Soul Society would be bleak. Shunsui then spoke, "Boy, what about your Zanpakuto, Keno? If you use it, you could surely kill that creature, right?" Gilgamesh turned his deep, ruby-red eyes toward Shunsui, a faint smile playing on his lips. With the omniscient star's insight, Gilgamesh knew that Shunsui was the most perceptive among the captains present. He understood the consequences of using Keno better than anyone else. It was no wonder that Shunsui would later succeed Yamamoto as the next captain commander of the Gotei 13 in the original Bleach storyline. Shunsui, sensing Gilgamesh's gaze, couldn't help but offer a sheepish grin. For some reason, Shunsui felt as though Gilgamesh could see right through him, and the pressure from Gilgamesh's gaze even surpassed that of Yamamoto. Slowly, Gilgamesh spoke, "Indeed, Keno could kill that creature, but I will not use it." "Why not?" Hitsugaya couldn't help but ask. As he spoke, Hitsugaya seemed to realize something, his brow furrowing slightly. "If you're worried about the consequences of killing the creature on Soul Society, don't worry. We, the Gotei 13, will handle any aftermath." That was the only explanation Hitsugaya could think of. The others, too, seemed to understand, their faces showing signs of realization. But Gilgamesh remained silent, opening his attribute panel instead. Name, Gilgamesh. Template, Young Gilgamesh. Class, Archer. Strength, C. Endurance, C. Agility, C. Magic, C. Luck, A. Noble Phantasm, EX. Class Skills, Magic Resistance, E. Independent Action, A. Divinity, B. Unique Skills, Charisma, A+, Beautiful Boy, C. Golden Rule, A. Collector, EX. Spiritual Pressure, 1,010,000. King's Points, 102,302. In this particular system, Gilgamesh had the ability to allocate his points to upgrade various attributes. Up until now, he had primarily focused on increasing his spiritual pressure. However, upon experimenting with upgrading other attributes, Gilgamesh discovered something intriguing. When he attempted to enhance his unique skill, Collector, EX, it yielded unexpected results. In the world of Type Moon, Collector, EX, allows the possessor to acquire higher quality items, no matter how rare they are. Gilgamesh's ability to gather all treasures of the world was directly linked to this skill. It could be said that Gilgamesh's skill as a Collector, EX, was honed during his lifetime, where he amassed the treasures of mankind. After his death, when he became a heroic spirit, this talent ascended to a unique skill. In the context of the Type Moon universe, an EX ranking indicates a skill that surpasses standard classification, representing the highest tier. In this King system, however, even skills like Collector, EX, could be further upgraded by consuming King's points. Interestingly, the enhancement didn't boost the rank of the skill itself but instead allowed Gilgamesh to collect treasures that did not originally exist in his Gate of Babylon. Because young Gilgamesh was tied to the Type Moon universe, the treasures he could collect were limited to that realm. While his Gate of Babylon contained the prototype of every noble weapon, it did not house the treasures created by gods, spirits, or other non-human entities from different universes. Additionally, artifacts formed from personal legends, without a historical basis, were absent from his treasury. For example, the magical weapon Rule Breaker, used by the legendary sorceress Medea, was an item born from the legend of her treachery and thus did not exist in his vault. Without hesitation, Gilgamesh allocated points to his Collector, EX, skill. There were two types of treasures available through this system: temporary, one-time use, and permanent. Temporary treasures required far fewer King's points than permanent ones, by a significant margin. Previously, Gilgamesh refrained from enhancing his treasury via Collector, EX, because he only desired permanent additions. The permanent treasures that piqued his interest, such as Karna's Vasavi Shakti, Ramses II's Divine Throne, or the treasures of the Lost Belt Kings, were far too expensive, requiring millions, sometimes billions, of points. Given his current pool of just over 100,000 King's points, he could only afford to acquire temporary treasures. Initially, Gilgamesh had considered acquiring Karna's Vasavi Shakti, but even a one-time use version of it cost a staggering 1 million points. Thus, Gilgamesh shifted his attention toward the Sword of Promised Victory, Excalibur. While his Gate of Babylon contained the original prototype of the sword in the stone, he did not possess the Fey-forged Excalibur itself, which was given to King Arthur by the Lady of the Lake. In the Type Moon universe, King Arthur is depicted in two forms: male, Arthur Pendragon, and female, Artoria Pendragon. Both versions of Arthur wield Excalibur, but their legends differ. At this moment, Gilgamesh chose to exchange his points for the Excalibur wielded by the male Arthur Pendragon, known as the Star of Salvation. Arthur Pendragon, often called the wielder of the Holy Sword, carried Excalibur, the radiant blade of the stars, crafted to fend off evil forces seeking to destroy the world. It was a golden sword forged to cut through the vilest of enemies. Gilgamesh selected Arthur's Excalibur not only because of its might but because it also served as a weapon of purification, capable of banishing evil. Knowing that Excalibur could function effectively in Soul Society, Gilgamesh used his points to obtain a temporary version of the sword. After consuming 100,000 King's points, a resplendent golden sword materialized in Gilgamesh's hand. Hitsugaya, who had been about to speak, immediately fell silent upon witnessing the sword appear in Gilgamesh's grasp. Although Hitsugaya didn't know how the golden blade had materialized, he, along with the other captains present, was well aware that Gilgamesh's power was not to be questioned. Gilgamesh, ignoring the gazes of those around him, examined the golden sword in his hand, his expression filled with a mix of nostalgia and irony. In the lore of the Type Moon universe, Arthur Pendragon had once wielded Excalibur to shatter the sword Enki, the weapon used by an alternate version of Gilgamesh, thereby saving the world. This old Gilgamesh was considered to be somewhere between the childlike version of Gilgamesh and his tyrannical counterpart. While this earlier incarnation lacked some of the kingly charisma of the later versions, he was far more perceptive and ruthless, yet not inherently evil, and far less prone to referring to others as mongrels. The irony, Gilgamesh thought, lay in the fact that a weapon once used to end a world destroyer was now wielded by the same destroyer to save a world. Without hesitation, Gilgamesh raised the Sword of Promised Victory high and, under the awestruck gazes of all those around him, chanted, "Release the 13 restraints, the round table conference begins." Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hiddenfanfics. Chapter 116, Chapter 116. 1948 words. Chapter 116, This battle, the fight to save the world. Gilgamesh's chant wasn't loud, but it echoed clearly in the ears of everyone present. Even the ordinary soul reapers in Serete could hear his voice. While most didn't understand the meaning of Gilgamesh's chant, a few seemed to recognize something, their expressions trembling with realization. Among them was Ishigo from the world of the living. Upon hearing the chant, his body jolted, and he instinctively muttered, "The round table." Could it be King Arthur's round table? Past Yoruichi, confused, asked, "Who is King Arthur? And what is the round table?" Urahara, now fanning his face with a paper fan to hide the lower half, gazed thoughtfully at Gilgamesh and said, "King Arthur is a legendary king in human mythology, much like the hero king himself. He is a near-mythical figure. His true name is Arthur Pendragon, the Red Dragon of Britain and Night King." Past Yoruichi was stunned, not expecting King Arthur's background to be so grand. Before she could process it further, Urahara continued, "There are countless legends about King Arthur, but the most famous is his group of 12 round table knights and his two swords, Calibur, the sword in the stone, and Excalibur, the holy sword." Urahara's gaze turned to the radiant golden sword in Gilgamesh's hand as he said, "Judging by the situation, it's very likely that the golden sword in the hero king's hand is the legendary Excalibur, also known as the Sword of Promised Victory." Still confused about King Arthur's legend, Yoruichi asked, "Is the Sword of Promised Victory really that powerful?" This time, it wasn't Urahara who responded, but Ishigo, his voice trembling slightly. "There are many legends about Excalibur, and its power varies depending on the story. In the most well-known version, the Sword of Promised Victory was forged by fairies in Avalon. Its blade is said to cut through iron as though it were nothing, which is why the Lady of the Lake named it Excalibur, meaning cutting steel in ancient Celtic." Cutting steel. Yoruichi furrowed her brow. She knew that for Gilgamesh to wield it, Excalibur's power must far exceed merely cutting through steel. Ishigo seemed ready to continue, but by then, numerous golden lights began to appear around Gilgamesh, glowing one after another. As the golden light faded, 13 golden silhouettes stood tall. These silhouettes were peculiar, they had no distinct features, only human-like forms. Yet, to everyone present, these golden figures appeared sacred and noble, as if they were legendary knights from an epic, their very presence evoking respect. Once the 13 golden silhouettes appeared, Gilgamesh continued his chant. "This battle is not against fairies." As these words fell, one of the golden silhouettes suddenly shone with a bright light. And then, across time and space, a resolute and firm female voice echoed, "Acknowledged, Lancelot." Immediately, a golden light flickered atop the radiant sword Gilgamesh held aloft, like a golden star. Ishigo, finally confirming his suspicions, exclaimed, "The 13 restraints, the round table, there's no mistaking it. This is the Star of Salvation, the Star Sword." Yoruichi was baffled. Even Urahara, who knew much about King Arthur's lore, was equally perplexed. Clearly, neither of them knew about this so-called Star Sword. Noticing their confusion, Ishigo explained, "The Star Sword is said to be the ultimate form of the Sword of Promised Victory, a shining holy sword capable of saving the planet. It's the strongest sword, meant only to be wielded in a battle to save the world. Because the Star Sword is so powerful, King Arthur and his 12 knights created strict regulations for its use, called the 13 restraints. The sword can only be released in situations where multiple glories and missions align. The full release of the sword requires 7 acknowledgements. It's said that even though King Arthur and his knights are long gone, the 13 restraints will remain forever, and when a wielder of the Star Sword requests its release, the round table will automatically convene." Yoruichi was visibly shocked by this revelation, unable to fathom the true strength of Excalibur. Saving the planet, saving the world, just hearing such descriptions left her in awe. Urahara, however, frowned in thought. Unable to contain his skepticism, he asked, "Ishigo, while what you're saying is plausible, isn't this all just a setting from a novel?" Without hesitation, Ishigo replied, "Because this is from a light novel that recently became popular among students. My friend loves it and talks about it constantly. That's how I know so much." Both Urahara and Yoruichi were left speechless, black lines forming on their foreheads. Urahara, still trying to process this, cautiously responded, "Ishigo, that's all well and good for a story, but applying it to reality seems a bit." Before Urahara could finish his sentence, Ishigo interrupted, his voice filled with anticipation, "This battle is against a foe stronger than oneself." "Acknowledged, Bediva." And just as Ishigo spoke, Gilgamesh's voice rang out once more. "This battle is against a foe stronger than oneself." As those words fell, another golden silhouette flared to life. And the same resolute, time-transcending voice echoed again, "Acknowledged, Bediva." Another radiant light, like a star, ignited on the golden sword Gilgamesh held. Urahara and Yoruichi stood there, dumbfounded, faces full of disbelief, their minds blank. They couldn't fathom that a story from a novel had suddenly become real. Gilgamesh's chant continued. And each time, the firm, time-transcending female voice responded. "This battle is for survival. Acknowledged, K. This battle is not one of inhumanity. Acknowledged, Gaheris. This battle is for the pursuit of truth. Acknowledged, Agravain. This battle is for fairness. Acknowledged, Palamedes. This battle is to vanquish evil. Acknowledged, Mordred. This battle is not fought for selfish desires. Acknowledged, Galahad. This battle is for noble honor. Acknowledged, Gawain. This battle is one of comradeship. Acknowledged, Tristan. This battle does not raise a sword against the good. Acknowledged, Gareth. And finally, this battle is to save the world. Acknowledged, Arthur. As Gilgamesh's chant continued, each of the remaining golden silhouettes flared to life one after another. And with each acknowledgement, another star lit up on Gilgamesh's golden sword. When all 13 stars were alight, it meant that all 13 restraints had been lifted. Excalibur, with 7 restraints released, was already a purging artifact of immense power. But though this was a one-time Excalibur, Gilgamesh chose to do everything with perfection. Thus, he opted to release all 13 restraints. Unsurprisingly, the Round Table unanimously approved Gilgamesh's request to lift the 13 restraints. And the moment all 13 restraints were lifted, Gilgamesh swung down the sword of promised victory, his voice ringing out, Excalibur. In the next instant, a torrent of salvation's light burst forth from the sword, crashing toward the towering mountain of golden chains. Heaven and earth seemed to fade at that moment. All that anyone could see was the immense torrent of light that spanned the sky, leaving them in stunned, trembling awe. And just as the torrent of light was about to collide with the mountain of golden chains, the chains disintegrated into countless golden particles, vanishing from sight. At the same moment, Zaraki regained his strength. Staring at the approaching torrent of light, Zaraki, for the first time, felt the cold hand of death looming over him. At that moment, his body's potential seemed to awaken, and the power he had unconsciously sealed within was unleashed, allowing him to dodge the torrent of salvation by the narrowest margin. As he turned to look, Zaraki saw the enormous Raisha monster, hundreds of meters tall, roaring and struggling in the torrent of salvation's light, but to no avail. In the end, it dissolved and vanished into nothingness. Along with it, the sealed artifact that had traveled across worlds also disappeared, as did the storm clouds that had blanketed Serete. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, sunlight bathed the land, warming the rain-soaked people below. They stood there, dazed, as if everything that had just happened was a dream. The sword of promised victory in Gilgamesh's hand slowly faded away. Feeling the warmth of the sunlight on his face, Yucatec, his vision blurring from exhaustion, murmured softly, "Is it over?" With those words, Yucatec collapsed from the sky, but Unohana was quick to act, summoning her Shikai Minazuki to catch him before he hit the ground. Nearby, Shunsui sensed the dissolution of the Raisha monster and carefully examined the Raisha particles it was composed of, confirming that they hadn't vanished but had been restored to their most basic form. This discovery left Shunsui even more astonished. He couldn't fathom how Gilgamesh had accomplished such a feat, nor how Gilgamesh could continuously summon so many divine weapons. First Sulsagana, then the Chains of Heaven, and now Excalibur. What perplexed him the most was that none of these weapons emitted any spiritual pressure. In Soul Society, nearly all weapons required spiritual pressure to function. At that moment, Yamamoto appeared before Gilgamesh, his aged face serious and respectful as he spoke solemnly, "Your Majesty, I must apologize for my earlier actions, and I thank you for saving Soul Society." Gilgamesh waved it off dismissively, "I didn't save Soul Society for your sake." Pausing briefly, his tone playful, Gilgamesh added, "Besides, it's not over yet. As long as you haven't caught the mastermind behind this, there's always a chance another Raisha monster could be born." Gilgamesh's words caused the expressions of everyone present to shift dramatically, Yamamoto included. They had all experienced firsthand the terror of the Raisha monster, and the thought of facing another one was something they could hardly bear. Yamamoto, ever the seasoned warrior, quickly regained his composure, honing in on the key point in Gilgamesh's words. "Your Majesty, do you know something we don't?" At this, the others all turned their gazes toward Gilgamesh. With a faint smile, Gilgamesh replied, "Ask Urahara. He knows more than I do. I have more pressing matters to attend to." Everyone was taken aback, unable to comprehend what could be more important than the survival of Soul Society. But they had no right to stop Gilgamesh. After all, given that they had collectively misunderstood and even attacked him, the fact that Gilgamesh had still chosen to save them was already more than they could have asked for. Gilgamesh had no intention of explaining further. He knew that any future Raisha monsters wouldn't be as powerful as the one they had just faced. With no further interest in lingering, he vanished in a flash step, appearing before past Yoruichi. Without a word, Yoruichi, as if understanding his intentions, transformed into her black cat form and leaped into Gilgamesh's arms. With Yoruichi in tow, Gilgamesh disappeared once more in a series of flash steps, heading toward the 1st Division Captain's office. Through the omniscient star, Gilgamesh had already learned of Renji and Rukia's situation. Both were currently sealed within Reisha crystals located in the 1st Division's office. Urahara and Ishigo had considered following him, but the sudden appearance of several figures stopped them in their tracks. Yamamoto's gaze was now fixed on Urahara, his expression complicated. Since Rukia's memories had been erased, Yamamoto still remembered Urahara as the criminal who had been exiled from Soul Society. As Captain Commander of the Gotei 13, Yamamoto had his pride, and he never thought he would one day be forced to ask for help from a so-called criminal. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Yamamoto spoke. Urahara Kisuke, the boy just said that you know something. Can you tell me what it is? Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hidden fanfics. Chapter 117, Chapter 117. 1193 words. Chapter 117, Bankai, Koko Gonryo Rikugo. Urahara wasn't surprised when Gilgamesh left the task to him. He knew that Gilgamesh had more important matters to attend to, and the upcoming tasks didn't require Gilgamesh's intervention. After organizing his thoughts, Urahara explained everything he knew, capturing the unique hollow, the situation with Rukia Kuchiki, and the background of the siblings Homura and Shizuku. Upon hearing Urahara's explanation, the captains present became visibly more serious, their expressions filled with contemplation. While Homura and Shizuku's abilities were troublesome, knowing about them in advance would allow them to prepare countermeasures. Yamamoto immediately gave the order. Suafon, head to the Technology Development Bureau and destroy the Reisha Collection device. The Reisha Collection device was the incubator responsible for the birth of the Reisha monsters. To prevent their resurrection, it had to be destroyed. Urahara turned to the future Yoruichi. Yoruichi, you should accompany her. Suafon, visibly irritated, frowned and replied sharply. I don't need her assistance. I can complete this mission on my own. The captains, led by Yamamoto, turned their attention to Urahara, waiting for an explanation. Suafon was a capable captain of the 2nd Division, and destroying a simple device should have been as easy as breathing for her. So why was Urahara insisting Yoruichi accompany her? Was it a matter of trust or something else? Without hesitation, Urahara explained. Mayui has a peculiar habit of backing up his memories. Yoruichi is going to retrieve those memory backups. He paused before continuing. My current situation is complicated, and those who are trapped within the Reisha crystal can only be saved by Mayui. After hearing Urahara's reasoning, Suafon stopped protesting and swiftly disappeared using Shuunpa. Yoruichi followed without hesitation. Yamamoto then issued another command. Shunsui, Byakuya, Hitsugaya, Zaraki, you are to lead your squads to the 78th district of South Rukongai. Ensure you bring back Homura, Shizuku, and Rukia Kuchiki. Shunsui, Byakuya, Hitsugaya, and Zaraki did not hesitate and quickly accepted their orders. Ishigo, concerned about Rukia's well-being, shouted. I'm going too. Without waiting for Yamamoto's response, Ishigo sprinted off to join the others. Yamamoto didn't stop Ishigo, his lion-like gaze remained fixed on Urahara. The old captain was eager to learn more about Gilgamesh but hesitated, wary of angering someone so powerful. He knew that investigating Gilgamesh's origins might provoke his wrath, and no one in the current Soul Society was strong enough to withstand it. Yamamoto trusted Urahara's intelligence and knew he would understand his unspoken questions. As expected, Urahara quickly caught on to Yamamoto's concerns. With no burden, Urahara spoke candidly. The golden-haired, red-eyed young man you saw earlier is named Gilgamesh. His true identity is that of the ancient king of Uruk, the oldest hero known to humanity, from approximately 6,000 years ago. Yamamoto was visibly shaken by this revelation. Not only him but also Unohana and Yukitake, who had not yet departed, were stunned. They all knew that no one in the Soul Society, apart from those in the royal palace, had lived for 6,000 years. Even Yamamoto himself, who had lived for over 2 millennia, was well into his twilight years. The idea that someone could live for 6,000 years, while still appearing as a youth, was utterly incomprehensible to them. And yet, they found themselves not questioning the claim, as certain inexplicable events suddenly made sense. For instance, why Gilgamesh possessed such overwhelming power. And the nature of his mystical weapons, which seemed to require no spiritual pressure. It dawned on them that, 6,000 years ago, the creator of Zanpakuto, Urtsu might not have even been born yet. In such an ancient time, it was possible for divine weapons to be forged, weapons of unimaginable power. Or perhaps, compared to the mystery of those divine weapons, the fact that Gilgamesh had lived for 6,000 years was even more staggering. Having absorbed the shocking truth, Yamamoto asked another question, unable to help himself. Urahara, how do you know so much about this situation? It's as if you were involved from the very beginning. Urahara had anticipated this question and responded without hesitation. Everything has been witnessed by the hero king, Gilgamesh himself. He was the one who informed me. Yamamoto, Unohana, and Yukitake were stunned into silence, struggling to comprehend Urahara's words. Seeing their confusion, Urahara elaborated. The hero king has the ability to witness everything. Urahara then explained Gilgamesh's legend and his connection to a parallel world, recounting the events that had unfolded across time and space. Yamamoto, Unohana, and Yukitake were left in a state of disbelief, their worldviews crumbling. The notion that Gilgamesh could see all things was astonishing enough, but the revelation of parallel worlds shattered their very understanding of existence. Though they had previously encountered Renji from the past, they hadn't fully grasped the significance of it until now. In the midst of this revelation, Yamamoto's face suddenly changed as he recalled something. Without a word, he disappeared with Shiimpa, heading straight for the 1st Division Captain's office. In the office, Nanao and Renji were overseeing the unconscious Mayui, who had lost his memory. He had been studying the past versions of Renji and Rukia, who were trapped inside a Reisha crystal. Yamamoto had initially been unsure of Gilgamesh's intentions, but now he realized that the hero king was seeking to retrieve his comrades. He fervently hoped that Mayui's research had not harmed the past versions of Renji and Rukia. More than that, he prayed that none of the lieutenants, unfamiliar with Gilgamesh's true identity, had provoked him. Back at the office, Mayui was busy analyzing the Reisha crystal with an unsettling excitement. Meanwhile, the future Renji grew increasingly anxious, his nerves frayed by the aftermath of Gilgamesh's battle with Yamamoto and the chaos caused by the birth of the Reisha monsters. Even within the confines of the office, they could feel the tremors caused by the battle. Unable to contain his frustration, Renji finally spoke. Captain Mayui, have you made any progress? Immersed in his research, Mayui initially ignored Renji but then, with a chilling smile, responded. I've got some leads. However, for further research, I'll need a piece of your body. Renji blinked, confused by Mayui's request. What exactly do you need? Mayui's smile widened. Just your hand. Can you give it to me? Stunned, Renji barely processed the request. Mayui, mistaking Renji's silence for confusion, clarified. Just one hand. And don't worry, I'll create a perfect replacement for you. Finally comprehending what Mayui meant, Renji's anger surged. You want my hand? Absolutely not. Mayui, undeterred, turned to Nanao eyes for approval. The hand is where the temporal distortion is most severe. I need it for further study. Before Renji could argue further, a voice suddenly echoed throughout the room. Bankai, Koko Gonryo Rikugo. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. Gilgamesh had appeared, his imposing presence filling the room. His golden eyes burned with a righteous fury as he coldly declared. Those who dare to harm my friend shall be punished. Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hidden fanfics. Chapter 118, Chapter 118. 1750 words. Chapter 118, The Return of the Spear of the Meteor, Gungnir. The Shinigami of the Seirete all knew about Hitsugaya's Zanpakuto, Hyarin Maru, which could control the sky. However, few were aware that Chojiro's Zanpakuto, Gonryo Maru, also had the power to manipulate the elements, specifically the weather. Unlike higher in Maru, which could affect the skies even in its Shikai state, Gonryomaru required Bankai to harness this control over the sky. Now, under the decree of Gilgamesh, Gonryomaru was forced into Bankai. The overwhelming spiritual pressure surged over Chojiro's head, creating a darkened sky swirling with clouds. Within the stormy mass, golden arcs of electricity gathered, forming 11 distinct bolts that descended like a regal canopy, magnificent but treacherous. Staring in disbelief at his own Bankai, Chojiro muttered, "Gonryomaru, why have you activated your Bankai without my command?" A voice only Chojiro could hear resonated, "Forgive me, but the king's command cannot be defied." Chojiro didn't understand what his Zanpakuto meant by the king's command, but he forced himself to remain calm. Although he couldn't comprehend the circumstances, Koko Gonryo Rakugo was still his Bankai. If it was his Bankai, then he believed he could control it. Without hesitation, Chojiro raised Gonryomaru, intending to channel the power of the 11 golden bolts into his Zanpakuto. It was the same attack he once used to leave a scar on Yamamoto's face. Now, he aimed to unleash it on Gilgamesh, the invader. Yet, no matter how hard Chojiro tried, the 11 bolts of lightning refused to obey his command. They remained suspended in the air, unmoving. A look of confusion crossed Chojiro's face. At that moment, Gilgamesh's authoritative voice echoed. "Unleash the judgment of the heavens." Before Chojiro could react, the lightning bolts descended from the sky, striking both him and Mayui, whom he had been protecting. The searing pain of the lightning coursed through their bodies. Mayui screamed in agony while Chojiro gritted his teeth, struggling to endure the unbearable heat and pain as smoke rose from his charred skin. With sheer willpower, Chojiro grabbed Mayui and attempted to escape the lightning prison, using Shurimpa to flee. If the Koko Gonryo Rakugo had been his own, it would have been an impenetrable fortress of lightning. However, now under Gilgamesh's control, it had turned into a deadly trap. Chojiro knew that if he didn't escape quickly, both he and Mayui would be lost. Despite pushing through the relentless barrage, Chojiro's body suffered severe injuries. Although he shielded Mayui as best he could, the relentless lightning had infiltrated every defense, leaving Mayui worse off than Chojiro. He had fallen unconscious. The only person left standing was the future Renji, sweat trickling down his face as he looked at Gilgamesh in pure terror. Renji had already communicated with his Zanpakuto, Zabumaru, realizing that a portion of his memory had been erased. In that lost time, he had evidently mastered Bankai, though he couldn't recall when. But that wasn't what scared him the most. The most terrifying thing was that Gilgamesh could control his Zanpakuto, preventing him from reclaiming it. Watching Chojiro, now gravely injured, Renji could only imagine what his fate might be. However, Gilgamesh ignored Renji entirely. As Gilgamesh walked forward, his spiritual pressure had begun to recover. He raised his golden staff, Kenno Oken Tenka, and began chanting. Bankai? Kenno Oken Tenka. The moment he invoked Bankai, the golden staff transformed into an even more radiant form, resembling a king's scepter. With a simple flick of the scepter toward the Reisha crystals imprisoning the past versions of Renji and Rukia, Gilgamesh declared, "Reisha, return to your source." Before the eyes of a stunned Renji, the Reisha crystals that had baffled the captains began to dissolve, reverting back to their original state and dissipating into the air. Slowly, the past versions of Renji and Rukia regained consciousness. Upon seeing Gilgamesh, both Renji and Rukia's faces lit up with joy. "My king, you're unharmed." "Thank goodness." Gilgamesh smiled faintly. "Let's go. There's a place I need to take you." Without hesitation, the two nodded. They trusted Gilgamesh completely. "Of course, your majesty." A massive golden ripple appeared behind Gilgamesh, from which the Vimana, his golden flying vessel, emerged. The future Renji was utterly speechless, his mouth agape as he whispered. What is that?" Though Renji's voice was quiet, in the dead silence of the office, it was loud enough for his past self and Rukia to hear. They turned and looked at the future Renji in confusion. Rukia stared at him and then blurted out. "Renji, do you have a twin brother?" The past Renji, equally bewildered, replied. "I don't know. I've lived alone in District 78 for as long as I can remember." Gilgamesh, sitting on his throne aboard the Vimana, interrupted. "He is you, but from the future." Stepping aboard his throne, Gilgamesh added. "Come now, I'll explain everything on the way." With curiosity and confusion swirling in their minds, the past Renji and Rukia boarded the Vimana. The future Renji, now understanding that the man before him was indeed his past self, called out, "Wait! But before he could finish, the Vimana took off, transforming into a golden streak of light that vanished into the horizon, leaving behind a perplexed Renji. As he stared into the sky, his mind raced with questions. Who is that golden-haired, red-eyed boy? Why is my past self here? Why does my past self call him king? Why don't I have any memories of this person? Elsewhere, the intense spiritual pressure of Yamamoto filled the air, drawing the future Renji back to the present. Upon his arrival, Yamamoto immediately noticed the injured Chojiro and Mayui. After confirming they were both alive, he turned to Renji and asked, "What happened here?" Even though Yamamoto hadn't intentionally exerted his spiritual pressure, his mere presence was enough to overwhelm Renji. Cold sweat dripped from Renji's forehead as he stammered and explained what had transpired. Unohana, Yukitake, and Urahara soon arrived at the scene as well. Unohana immediately began treating the severely wounded Chojiro and Mayui. After listening to Renji's account, Yamamoto casually replied, "I understand." Renji stood frozen, astonished by Yamamoto's calm response. He had expected outrage, especially given the severity of the situation. Gilgamesh had critically injured both Chojiro and Mayui, yet Yamamoto showed no sign of anger. Not only Yamamoto but also Unohana, Yukitake, and Urahara seemed untroubled, their expression serene. Wait. Urahara? Isn't he supposed to be in exile? Renji thought to himself. Why is he here? None of this makes sense. Renji's thoughts raced. Meanwhile, aboard the Vimana, Gilgamesh briefly explained the situation to the past Renji and Rukia. As they processed the fact that they had been transported to a parallel future, both were left in stunned disbelief. King, where are we going now? Rukia finally asked. Gilgamesh looked ahead at a distant floating structure, the royal palace, and replied. We're going to the Spirit King's palace. Hearing this, Renji and Rukia's hearts raced. Though Gilgamesh had told them about the royal palace before, they had never set foot there. Now, the prospect of entering such a sacred place made them nervous. Within moments, the Vimana had pierced through the Serate's 72 barriers, reaching the Spirit King's palace. The Zero Division, already assembled, awaited their arrival. As they gazed upon the golden ship breaking through the clouds, its brilliance gleaming in the sunlight, the Zero Division members were momentarily mesmerized. Even they, elite as they were, couldn't help but lose focus for an instant as they stared at the regal figure of Gilgamesh seated upon his throne. Suddenly, Senjomaru's eyes widened in surprise. That craftsmanship, is it my handiwork? Her fellow members looked at her in confusion. That golden ship has been coated with my own technique, using materials crafted from our blood and hair. It carries the power of the Okan, which allowed him to break through the 72 barriers, Senjomaru explained. But I've never coated that golden vessel before. How is this possible? The other members turned their eyes to Gilgamesh, realizing only he could provide the answer. Even without releasing their spiritual pressure, the mere gaze of the Zero Division weighed heavily on past Renji and Rukia, causing them to collapse to the ground in fear. Such was the power of the Zero Division, a group whose strength surpassed that of the entire Gotei 13. Yamamoto was the strongest of the Gotei 13, yet his spiritual pressure had only reached the limits of a Shinigami. The spiritual pressure of the Zero Division, however, had transcended that limit. Even Gilgamesh, for all his strength, felt the weight of their combined presence. But he was no stranger to this kind of power. He had faced it countless times in his own world. Ichibei Hyosube, the leader of the Zero Division, narrowed his eyes and smiled warmly. Young man, would you care to explain? Though his words were polite, his tone left no room for refusal. Gilgamesh smirked and replied. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I'll explain everything. Ichibei was caught off guard by the response, his smile widening even more. If that's what you wish, then so be it. The other members of the Zero Division exchanged glances. They could tell Ichibei was enraged beneath his calm demeanor. They couldn't help but feel pity for Gilgamesh. Of all people, he had chosen to challenge the leader of the Zero Division, Ichibei Hyosube. If he had picked any of the others, they might have shown restraint. But Ichibei? He would show no mercy. Gilgamesh stood from his throne, as a golden ripple formed beside him. From within it emerged a magnificent spear of platinum and gold, radiating divine energy. Sitting on Gilgamesh's shoulder, Yoruichi, who had transformed into her black cat form, couldn't help but gasp, Gungnir. She was reminded of the time Gilgamesh had fired it as a show of power in Hueco Mundo. Both Renji and Rukia turned to look at the spear in awe, sensing the overwhelming energy emanating from it. Though they didn't know its significance, they could feel the oppressive spiritual pressure that had weighed them down lift as the spear appeared. Gilgamesh grasped the spear of Gungnir, turning toward Ichibei with a faint smile. Let's see if the leader of the Zero Division can withstand the might of the spear of the meteor. Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hiddenfanfics. Chapter 119, Chapter 119. 1869 words. Chapter 119, The Spear That Ends an Era. Gungnir? Ichibei's narrowed eyes slightly widened in surprise. As the original name of all things in the Soul Society, a title bestowed upon him by the Soul King, Ichibei was known as the monk who calls the real name. Because of this, he knew the true names of every Zanpakuto in existence and every divine weapon in the Soul Society. Naturally, he knew that Gilgamesh's Zanpakuto was called Kenno, not Gungnir. And therein lay the strangeness. Ichibei realized that he didn't know the name of the majestic, platinum, and gold spear that exuded an aura of divinity and authority. If it weren't for Yoruichi's accidental outburst, he wouldn't have known the spear's name was Gungnir. This led to one possible conclusion: Gungnir was neither a Zanpakuto nor a divine weapon of the Soul Society but rather an ordinary weapon, one that, curiously, was beyond his recognition. But how could that be? Ichibei glanced at the fading golden ripple from which the spear had emerged, then at the spear itself. This doesn't look like an ordinary weapon, he thought. Despite his curiosity, Ichibei remained still. He had great confidence in his strength. In all three realms, aside from the Soul King in his prime, Ichibei believed there was no one who could match him, not even Yamamoto. This confidence didn't just stem from his Zanpakuto's unique abilities but also from his spiritual pressure, which was overwhelming enough to crush anyone in existence. Even the other members of the Zero Division had to bow before his power. So while Ichibei acknowledged that Gungnir seemed formidable, he was sure he could handle its full force. Ichibei's pride wouldn't allow him to back down. He had given his word to Gilgamesh that he would take the strike, and he intended to follow through. However, once he withstood the blow, he planned to show Gilgamesh the consequences of challenging him. Gilgamesh is young and arrogant, Ichibei mused, thinking that his power makes him invincible. But he's just a frog in a well, unaware of the vast sky above. The other members of the Zero Division shared Ichibei's thoughts. But Gilgamesh, with his all-seeing ability, could sense their inner monologues. A mischievous smile crept across his face. Who is the real frog in the well? He wondered. Without further delay, Gilgamesh slowly raised Gungnir, preparing to throw it. Around him, glowing magical stones began to circle, radiating a rainbow-colored stream of energy. These magical streams flowed into him, enveloping his form in a brilliant display of power. To the Zero Division members, the sight of Gilgamesh, standing on his regal vessel with the prismatic energy swirling around him, was like witnessing the descent of a god. He appeared regal, majestic, and terrifyingly divine. The era of the gods is about to end. Gilgamesh's voice echoed across the skies, like a divine proclamation. At that moment, Ichibei realized that Gilgamesh wasn't invoking a Bankai, nor was Gungnir a Zanpakuto. But the other Zero Division members were less sure. They had assumed Gilgamesh was preparing a Bankai release, wondering what kind of power he wielded that gave him the confidence to storm the Spirit King's palace. Ichibei, too, was curious. What kind of power did Gungnir possess that emboldened Gilgamesh to challenge him? The lost spear of the heavens, the spear of the meteor, Gungnir. Gilgamesh's incantation continued, as Gungnir began to glow with intense lightning and a deep, blood-red aura symbolizing destruction. It wasn't just Ichibei who noticed something was wrong. The other Zero Division members also sensed an unsettling shift. There was no trace of spiritual pressure emanating from Gungnir. Normally, after a Shinigami used Bankai, their power would increase by 5 to 10 times, making it impossible to conceal their spiritual pressure. The absence of such pressure meant that Gungnir wasn't a Zanpakuto, and what Gilgamesh was performing wasn't a Bankai. But if it wasn't a Zanpakuto, then what was it? And why did the lightning and crimson glow of Gungnir fill them with such dread? With each passing second of Gilgamesh's incantation, that sense of dread only grew stronger. It was as if they were witnessing a colossal figure standing at the threshold of time, poised to pierce through the very fabric of history with his divine spear. Thump! 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 The pounding of their hearts grew louder, to the point that they could hear their own heartbeat reverberating in their ears. In the name of Odin, I command you, go forth! shatter the future of the gods, and usher in Ragnarok. Gilgamesh declared. Gungnir! With those words, Gilgamesh hurled Gungnir forward. In the blink of an eye, the spear, wrapped in crimson lightning, shot forth like a blazing meteor from the Vimana, aiming directly at Ichibei. The other members of the Zero Division, standing near Ichibei, found themselves facing the terrifying spear as well. For a moment, they felt their reformed bodies, empowered by the Soul King's strength, trembling. Every cell in their body seemed to be screaming in alarm. Instinctively, they leaped back, retreating at lightning speed. Ichibei watched the blood-red lightning spear approaching, feeling a rare sense of fear. His instincts screamed at him to dodge, but he forcibly suppressed the urge. His pride would not allow him to flee. And he had faith in his own strength. Yes, Gungnir was powerful, but so what? With a calm resolve, Ichibei drew his Zanpakuto, Ikimunji, and in the air before him, he wrote the large character, Defense. Ikimunji was the first Zanpakuto ever created, predating even the crafting methods of Urtsu Nemaya, the creator of Zanpakuto. It was also the first Zanpakuto capable of achieving Bankai, the progenitor of the very concept. In its unreleased form, Ikimunji took the shape of a giant calligraphy brush with two main abilities. First, it could write words that manifested powerful effects, like hiding the Soul King's palace with the word, hide, or creating an impenetrable barrier with, seal. Ichibei had now written, defense, generating a barrier that even captain-level Shinigami would struggle to break. Ikimunji's second ability, to cut names and not flesh, reduced an opponent's power by half when struck. Now, Ichibei slashed Ikimunji through the air, reducing Gungnir's power by half. Admittedly, Gungnir's power was fearsome, enough to make Ichibei's heart race. He knew that even his barrier couldn't completely block Gungnir's might, but surely, after cutting its power in half, his defense would hold. Even if it didn't, Ichibei was confident he could handle the weakened Gungnir without releasing his full power. Ichibei was prepared to teach Gilgamesh what real power looked like. But in that moment, Ichibei's expression froze. Gungnir pierced through the barrier as though it didn't exist at all. That's right, Gungnir didn't just break through the barrier, it ignored it entirely as if the barrier wasn't there. Ichibei tried to release his Zanpakuto, but it was too late. In the stunned eyes of the Zero Division, the crimson lightning spear pierced through Ichibei's chest, and with a thunderous explosion, blood-red lightning erupted, enveloping the entire area in a cataclysmic storm. From a distance, it looked as though the area had become a blood-red hellscape, a thunderstorm signaling the end of an era. Ichibei's body, rebuilt by the Soul King's power, crumbled under the force of the lightning, breaking apart piece by piece. Thud! Ichibei's charred body collapsed to the ground, motionless and unresponsive. The other members of the Zero Division stared in shock, their expressions changing rapidly. Hikifune flashed forward in a single Shienpa, kneeling beside Ichibei and checking his condition. Under the gazes of Senjumaru, Nemaya, and Kirinji, she shook her head gravely. The monk is dead. Their hearts collectively shook with disbelief. As fellow members of the Zero Division, they were well aware of Ichibei's immense power. And he had already activated Ikimunji's ability, reducing Gungnir's strength by half. But even with that, Ichibei had fallen to Gungnir's might. They could hardly fathom how powerful Gungnir truly was. Suddenly, Kirinji's eyes widened in realization. Wait! Gungnir is gone. The others followed his gaze, looking back at Ichibei's body. Just moments ago, they had all seen Gungnir pierce through him. By all accounts, it should still be lodged in his body. But now, there was no trace of the divine spear. How could this be? Confused, they turned their attention back to Gilgamesh, who offered no explanation. Instead, Gilgamesh surveyed his surroundings. Thanks to his omniscient vision, he could tell immediately that this version of the Spirit King's palace was fake. It was a giant cage, created by Hikifune's ability, Rikushokukan no Jutsu. This technique allowed her to use parts of her body to grow seeds into an enormous tree prison, trapping opponents inside. The trees could absorb spiritual attacks for nourishment, extend their branches at will, and rapidly regrow when damaged. It was, as Hikifune called it, a true prison of life. The skies, buildings, and everything else that appeared real were mere illusions, crafted by Senjumaru's weaving abilities. Gilgamesh had come to the Spirit King's palace seeking the power of the Soul King to locate the sealed artifact that had caused his arrival in this world. If he wanted to return to his own timeline, he needed the artifact's power again. Since this world's timeline differed from his own, Gilgamesh couldn't find the artifact on his own. To reach the real Spirit King's palace, he had to break through the tree prison. Gilgamesh knew that the only way to break free was to destroy the tree cage in one decisive strike. If he didn't, the trees would quickly regenerate. Noticing Gilgamesh's unusual actions, the remaining Zero Division members grew wary. They didn't know what he was planning, but after witnessing Ichibe's defeat, they were hesitant to make a move. After all, Ichibe's fate was a grim reminder. And since this version of the Spirit King's palace was merely an illusion, they didn't care if Gilgamesh destroyed it. They watched him carefully, waiting to see what he would do next. Kirinji opened his mouth, intending to speak. But before he could say a word, Gilgamesh spoke with mild frustration. What should I use to break this fake prison? Past Yoruichi, Rinji, and Rukia stared at him in confusion, unsure of what he meant by a fake prison. Everything around them seemed real, down to the warmth of the sunlight on their skin. But the expressions of Kirinji, Senjomaru, Nimaya, and Hikifune changed drastically. They were shocked and incredulous. They couldn't believe it. Gilgamesh had seen through the illusion. Their minds raced with thoughts. Who is this person? How did he figure out this was a false prison? Should we revive the monk using his true name? We might not be able to handle him. This is troublesome. Should I kill myself to break the blood pact seal? While Senjomaru and the others were lost in thought, Gilgamesh's voice echoed once more. Yes, I recall there's an ancient nuclear warhead aboard the Vimana. I'll just use that. Whoosh! An ancient nuclear warhead descended upon the Spirit King's palace. Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hiddenfanfics. Chapter 120, Chapter 120. 2,165 words. Chapter 120, The Second Sun. An ancient nuclear warhead? Kirinji, Senjomaru, Nimaya, and Hikifune were left bewildered when they heard Gilgamesh's words. Back when they were promoted to the Zero Division, nuclear weapons hadn't yet been developed in the world of the living. Since they had been stationed in the royal palace for centuries, they were unaware of the advancements in the human world, including the creation of nuclear warheads. Now, they watched in astonishment as an ancient nuclear warhead launched from Gilgamesh's Vimana. The sight of the iron-like device hurtling towards them caused the members of the Zero Division to brace themselves for combat. Though they didn't know what an ancient nuclear warhead was, they had already witnessed Gilgamesh's immense power. With Ishibe's body lying not far from them as a reminder, they couldn't afford to take this lightly. In fact, they were ready to retreat at a moment's notice. However, since the warhead emitted no spiritual pressure or detectable energy, and they sensed no immediate threat, they chose to observe and wait for the right moment to act. Meanwhile, aboard the Vimana, Yoruichi from the past watched the ancient warhead and couldn't help but recall the aftermath of Aizen's downfall. She mused silently, can this ancient warhead work against the Zero Division, who are much stronger than Aizen? At that time, Yoruichi had been under the influence of Koka Suigetsu's hypnosis, so she hadn't experienced the full power of the warhead. She only saw the devastated state Aizen was left in afterward. In her mind, if the warhead couldn't kill Aizen, then surely the Zero Division, as the Soul King's elite, would be able to handle it. Meanwhile, Renji from the past and Rukia, unfamiliar with the concept of a nuclear warhead, watched with curiosity as the device sped toward the Zero Division. The warhead landed right in front of Kirinji, Senjomaru, Nimaya, and Hikifune. The moment it touched the ground, a brilliant flash of light engulfed their entire field of vision. Before their minds could even process the event, their bodies instinctively reacted, trembling violently as their survival instincts kicked in. They wanted to flee, but it was too late. For the first time, they truly felt how close they were to death. No, it wasn't just close. They had already fallen into the abyss of death, desperately struggling to escape, but it felt as though an invisible hand was dragging them deeper into the abyss. At that moment, they realized how gravely they had miscalculated. They should never have just stood by and watched. They should have fled from the beginning. Maybe then, they would have had a chance to survive. As the explosion erupted, Yoruichi from the past, Renji from the past, and Rukia also had their vision completely overtaken by the searing light. Hikifune's jail of life, which he had crafted to be a living barrier, was utterly obliterated in the blast. It felt like an eternity had passed before the deafening roar of the explosion reached their ears. When their vision finally began to return to normal, they turned toward the source of the explosion only to see a sight they would never forget. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and waves of invisible energy rippled outward, causing the very fabric of space to warp and tear, creating gaping black voids. They realized with chilling clarity that if Gilgamesh hadn't immediately moved the Vimana away from the blast zone, their fate would have been far more tragic. Meanwhile, in the Soul Society, whether it was Byakuya, Hitsugaya, and the others who were in the 78th district of South Rukongai, trying to capture the siblings Homura and Shizuku, or Yamamoto, Unohana, and others managing the aftermath in Seirete, everyone heard the explosive sound echoing through the air. Even ordinary Shinigami and the citizens of Rukongai paused and looked toward the sky. There, in the heavens, they saw the rise of a second sun. The second sun didn't last long, but it was enough to fill everyone with awe and confusion. The ordinary Shinigami and the residents of Rukongai had no idea what had happened. However, the captain-level Shinigami and individuals like Kukaku knew that the second sun's location aligned with that of the royal palace. But why would a sun appear in the royal palace? Was it caused by the chaos of the spiritual energy disturbance? Or could it be something else? In the minds of Yamamoto and the captain-level Shinigami, Gilgamesh's image surfaced involuntarily. Though there was no evidence, instinct told them that the strange occurrence in the royal palace might be connected to Gilgamesh. Yamamoto even muttered to himself, could it be his attacking the 72 layers of barriers between the royal palace and Seirete? What Yamamoto couldn't possibly imagine was that Gilgamesh had not only passed through the 72 barriers but had also wiped out the entire Zero Division. That's right, thanks to the insight of his omniscient star, Gilgamesh knew that Kirinji, Senjomaru, Nimaya, and Hikifune had all perished in the blast of the ancient nuclear warhead. His gaze shifted toward the true royal palace, where 5 floating chambers still hovered besides the Soul King's inner sanctum. There, on the central floating palace, Gilgamesh spotted someone who should have been dead, Ishib. Gilgamesh realized that Kirinji had called out Ishib's true name before his death, reviving him. The members of the Zero Division were unique. After being selected, the power of the Soul King reconstructed their flesh, bones, and blood, transforming their bodies into keys, royal keys, granting them access to the royal palace. Because their bodies were remade into royal keys, their actual hearts resided in their respective floating palaces. As long as these palaces remained intact, the members of the Zero Division could be revived by calling out their true names, effectively granting them immortality. Ishib, unaware of Gilgamesh's gaze, was still regaining his bearings after his revival. His attention was drawn to the massive mushroom cloud rising below, his expression darkening. Though he didn't know the exact details, Ishib realized that the rest of the Zero Division had been killed. Senjomaru Shutara. Ishib called her true name, reviving her as well. Afterwards, Ishib didn't rush to revive the others. That's because the Zero Division's blood pact seal could only be broken if 3 members had died. Only then could they unleash their Bankai, Ishib being the exception. Ishib had specifically chosen to revive Senjomaru because of her Bankai. Senjomaru's Bankai was a spatial manipulation ability. Even if it couldn't kill Gilgamesh, it could trap him. Once Gilgamesh was contained, Ishib would personally deal with him. Even after his death, Ishib still held confidence. This confidence came from his Zanpakuto, Ikimunji, and its Shikai and Bankai abilities. In truth, Ishib believed he could have neutralized Gungnir's attack. Ikimunji's Shikai ability, cutting the name, not the flesh, allowed him to remove the name of anything his ink touched, rendering that object powerless. When he struck Gungnir earlier, Ikimunji's ink had already stained the spear black. Had Ishib activated his Shikai ability in time, Gungnir would have lost its name and its power. Moreover, Ikimunji's Bankai was even more terrifying. It allowed Ishib to rewrite the names of anything stripped of their original names. For example, if he carved the name ant onto an opponent, they would become as weak and fragile as an ant. Without a doubt, Ikimunji's power was a rule-based ability, one that was nearly unbeatable. Gilgamesh was well aware of Ishib's plan, but at that moment, he wasn't interested in fighting Ishib. Without acknowledging Ishib, Gilgamesh directed the Vimana to fly straight toward the Soul King's inner sanctum. The Vimana moved swiftly, but as it neared the inner sanctum, Ishib became aware of it. The true royal palace had been hidden by a concealment spell cast by Ishib using Ikimunji's Kida-like powers, and the area was surrounded by a protective enchantment that would alert him to any intrusions. As soon as he sensed the disturbance, Ishib looked up to see a streak of golden light cutting through the sky. His eyes followed the light, and he realized with shock that it was headed straight for the Soul King's inner sanctum. In a fit of rage, Ishib immediately used Shoempa, trying to catch up with the golden streak. But no matter how fast he moved, it was clear that he couldn't catch the light. He could only watch in helpless fury as the golden streak entered the Soul King's inner sanctum. This realization made Ishibe's face contort with fury as he dashed toward the sanctum, his anger unbridled. Inside the Soul King's inner sanctum, the Vimana had already arrived before the crystalline-case Soul King. Past Yoruichi seemed to grasp something from seeing the Soul King. Her expression shifted dramatically as she gasped in shock, "That's the Soul King." She looked stunned, as though she couldn't believe what she was seeing. "No, it can't be. There's no way the Soul King would be in such a miserable state." Renji and Rukia from the past, too, were left speechless by the sight. They had heard about the Soul King from Gilgamesh but had never expected the godlike figure of the Soul King to be in such a pitiful condition. Ignoring their shock, Gilgamesh addressed the Soul King directly, explaining his purpose. His tone was respectful and humble as he apologized for barging into the Soul King's palace uninvited. In Gilgamesh's original world, the royal palace was like a second home to him, and he could come and go as he pleased. But in this parallel future world, Gilgamesh knew that if he hadn't forced his way in, he would never have been able to reach the royal palace or meet the Soul King. To return to his world, he had no choice but to break in. Gilgamesh was confident the Soul King wouldn't mind and would even be willing to help him return. In fact, the Soul King likely wanted him to leave as soon as possible. That's because this world's future had already been sealed with the birth of its destined savior, and the Soul King wouldn't want a wild card like Gilgamesh disrupting the fate that had already been set in motion. Hearing Gilgamesh's explanation, the Soul King was visibly shaken, a rare display of emotion after eons of detachment. For the first time in a long while, the Soul King felt something stir within him. As the true god of the three realms, the Soul King could perceive the many branching paths of fate and parallel worlds. But he had never once observed a world line that contained someone like Gilgamesh. This meant that Gilgamesh was not from any of the alternate timelines or parallel worlds that the Soul King could see. Instead, he came from a completely different main world line, one that the Soul King couldn't observe. If the countless parallel worlds were like tributaries branching off from a single river, then Gilgamesh's world was another main river altogether. This was the first time the Soul King became aware of another main timeline. Once his initial shock subsided, the Soul King decided to help Gilgamesh return to his world. Just as Gilgamesh had predicted, the Soul King would not allow a disruptor like Gilgamesh to remain with this world's future already set. If the destined savior hadn't been born yet, or if the future hadn't been written in stone, the Soul King might have wanted to keep Gilgamesh as a variable, to see if a new fate or future could emerge. After receiving the information he sought, Gilgamesh prepared to leave, offering his farewell to the Soul King. Just as he was about to depart, the Soul King spoke again. "Senjumaru's Bankai is ready. The moment you leave the inner sanctum, you'll be caught in her web. Even if you break free of her Bankai, Ishibes will be waiting for you. Since I am sealed within this sacred crystal, my only communication with the Zero Division is through the artifacts in the floating palaces. I cannot directly speak with them in real time. Be careful." Gilgamesh caught the underlying meaning in the Soul King's words. While it sounded like a warning, it was also the Soul King's subtle way of advising Gilgamesh not to kill the members of the Zero Division. With a smile, Gilgamesh boarded the Vimana and left the inner sanctum. The moment the Vimana exited the sanctum, the scenery around them shifted. Suddenly, they found themselves in a vast space draped with elegant, patterned silk ribbons, each several meters wide and stretching tens of meters long. At the end of the space stood a massive loom. Even though there was no wind, the ribbon swayed like flowing water, and Senjumaru's reflection could be seen on each of them. At that moment, a cold female voice echoed through the air. "Bankai, Shatakarara Kaizen Rasen Roku. ________________________ To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hiddenfanfics. Chapter 121, Chapter 121. 2050 words. Chapter 121, Heaven and Earth, Split Apart. Enumerelish. Even as a former noble of the Shihoin family, Yoruichi from the past only knew a little about the Zero Division. She had heard that the combined strength of the 5 members of the Zero Division surpassed that of all 13 divisions of the Gotei 13. However, she had never known about the Bankai abilities of the Zero Division. But now, as she felt the overwhelming presence of Senjumaru's Bankai, Yoruichi's heart trembled. Not long ago, she had witnessed the terrifying power of Yamamoto's Bankai, Zanka no Tachi, and experienced its power, which was strong enough to shake the very foundation of the Soul Society and threaten its existence. Yet in the face of Senjumaru's Bankai, Yoruichi found herself thinking that Yamamoto's Bankai was weak. That's right, weak. Yoruichi had never imagined herself describing Yamamoto's Bankai this way. But this was her true feeling at the moment. The difference in power was as if the two Bankai existed in entirely different dimensions. Through his omniscient star, Gilgamesh sensed Yoruichi's thoughts. He reached out and gently stroked her fur, comforting her. You're not wrong. Yamamoto's Bankai is powerful, but it can only affect one world. The Bankai of the Zero Division, on the other hand, hold such immense power that they are said to shake the very fabric of the three worlds. Due to the danger of their Bankai, they are usually sealed with a blood pact, which can only be broken if 3 members of the Zero Division sacrifice themselves. Meanwhile, in the Soul Society, the moment Senjumaru released her Bankai, ordinary Shinigami and the residents of Rukongai felt a strange, unsettling sensation in their hearts. It was a clear feeling of dread, yet they couldn't comprehend what was happening. As for the captain-level Shinigami, they suddenly felt an immense, all-encompassing spiritual pressure fill the sky, like a sun casting its light across the entire Soul Society. In the face of this spiritual pressure, they felt as insignificant as ants trying to shake a tree, so small and powerless. This realization was hard to believe. Their spiritual power had long reached the peak of what a Shinigami could achieve, yet now, under this overwhelming pressure, they felt minuscule. It was unimaginable what kind of being could possess such spiritual power. Even Yamamoto, in that moment, felt his own insignificance. But he knew what was happening and muttered to himself, a spiritual pressure that shakes the 3 worlds. Gilgamesh, the ancient hero king of mankind, what is your purpose in going to the royal palace? To have forced the Zero Division to release their Bankai. Elsewhere, in Hueco Mundo, within last notches. Sitting on his throne, Aizen suddenly froze, his expression stiffening as he pressed his hand against his suddenly racing heart. The Espada, along with Tozen and Jin, all reacted in shock as well. The Sexta Espada, Grimjo Jagajaques, couldn't help but speak out in panic, this spiritual pressure, there's no way this is real. How could anyone in this world possess such terrifying power? The Quarter Espada, Ulquiorra Cipher, closed his eyes slightly, his expression unchanged as he spoke in a calm, cold tone, this spiritual pressure is strange. I tried to track its source but couldn't find any trace of its owner, as if the source isn't even in Hueco Mundo. The Quinta Espada, Neutra Gilga, snorted in disbelief. Not in Hueco Mundo? Ulquiorra, since when do you crack jokes? Jin's ever-squinted eyes opened slightly. Though his face still wore its usual smile, his voice was unusually serious as he said, this spiritual pressure is unfamiliar, but it definitely belongs to a Shinigami. I tried to locate the owner of this pressure, but I couldn't find them either. Aizen's face broke into a calm smile once again, his expression returning to one of composed indifference as if he were still in control of everything. This spiritual pressure has clearly surpassed the limits of a Shinigami. Only they could possess such power. They? The Espada were confused, unsure of who Aizen was referring to, but they didn't dare question him. However, Tozen and Jin understood who Aizen meant. It was precisely because they understood that they were even more perplexed. Weren't the members of the Zero Division supposed to stay out of matters unless the Soul Society was on the brink of destruction? Could it be that the Soul Society was facing some existential crisis? Jin, his thoughts turning to Ranjiku, couldn't help but worry about her safety. Still, he kept his usual expression and asked, Captain Aizen, should we infiltrate the Soul Society and find out why they've been forced to act? Aizen glanced at Jin. His deep, emotionless eyes betrayed no hint of feeling but radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Just as a bead of cold sweat threatened to form on Jin's forehead, Aizen looked away and spoke slowly, very well. I leave this matter in your hands. Jin bowed and quickly took his leave, feeling a sense of relief as he walked away. I was too impulsive just now. Thankfully, I didn't raise his suspicions. It was important to remember that Aizen, Jin, and Tozen were now fugitives from the Soul Society, and their spiritual pressure was closely monitored. If they entered the Soul Society, they would be immediately detected. Their only way of gathering intelligence from the Soul Society was through the Hollows. However, entering the Soul Society required opening a Garganta, and since their defection, the Soul Society has strictly monitored all Garganta openings. In such a situation, obtaining information from the Soul Society was extremely difficult, and one wrong move could alert their enemies. Under normal circumstances, Jin wouldn't have suggested such a plan, as it wasn't in his nature to take such risks. Fortunately, his slight carelessness was understandable since this involved the Zero Division. Meanwhile, Aizen was deep in thought. When he had defected from the Soul Society, Aizen had slaughtered the Central 46 and delved into the Dareisho Cairo, Great Spirit Book Gallery, for information. Based on what he had learned, Aizen suspected that the overwhelming spiritual pressure he was sensing now resulted from a Zero Division member releasing their Bankai. But why would a member of the Zero Division release their Bankai? Who in the three worlds could force them to do so? Aizen suddenly felt as if the future was slipping out of his control, and his desire for greater power intensified. In an instant, Aizen vanished from his throne, reappearing in the chamber where the Hogyoku was stored. Gazing at the deep, ethereal blue glow of the Hogyoku, Aizen whispered, "Soon, I too will wield such power." Inside the space created by Senjumaru's Bankai, Shatakarara Kaizen Rasenroku, her cold voice began to chant. Boom, boom, crack, crack. As Senjumaru's chant continued, Gilgamesh, Yoruichi, Rinji, Rukia, and even the Vimana were transported into separate dimensions. Gilgamesh knew the power of Senjumaru's Bankai well. If he allowed her to continue chanting and fully unleash its power, it wouldn't just be Yoruichi, Rinji, and Rukia who would be trapped, he himself might fall victim to her Bankai. Gilgamesh couldn't let Senjumaru release her Bankai's full potential. Against a captain-level Shinigami, Gilgamesh could use Keno to take control of their Bankai. But Senjumaru was a member of the Zero Division, far beyond the limits of an ordinary Shinigami, and her spiritual pressure was too vast for Keno to affect. To avoid any mistakes, Gilgamesh decided to use his strongest power. A golden ripple appeared, and Gilgamesh reached into it, retrieving the Key of Kings. He aimed it at the air and slowly turned it. The key transformed into a red and gold sphere of light. In the next moment, the sphere shattered, revealing Gilgamesh's ultimate weapon, Ea, the Sword of Rupture. The golden ripple remained, and from it emerged numerous mana crystals, swirling around Gilgamesh in a dazzling dance. Without hesitation, Gilgamesh raised Ea high and began to chant. Let the primordial be recited. The heavens and earth separated, and the beginning was carved. The sword that splits the world is my Ea. As he chanted, the mana crystals around Gilgamesh shone brilliantly, pouring vast amounts of energy into him. This power surged into Ea, and the three stone slabs that made up the sword, representing heaven, earth, and the underworld, began to rotate in different directions, creating three enormous red and white spiraling energy fields around the blade. The power was terrifying, resembling the birth of a world or the explosion of a universe. All this power converged at the tip of Ea, forming a glowing red and gold orb of energy. At the same time, a magnificent vision appeared around Gilgamesh, as if he had become a god splitting heaven and earth, his head crowned by the stars, his feet planted firmly on solid ground. In Senjumaru's eyes, a bright red star ignited within the space of her Bankai. That star was horrifying, as if it symbolized both creation and destruction. Just gazing at it made Senjumaru's heart quiver in fear, as though she had glimpsed something far too terrible to comprehend. Outside, Ishibe's expression changed drastically. The power of Ea had pierced through Senjumaru's Bankai, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Not only that, but Ishibe could also sense an ancient aura emanating from Ea. This aura was so ancient that even Ishibe, with all his knowledge, couldn't trace its origin. In fact, Ishibe felt that this aura was older than the Soul King himself. But how could that be possible? Instinctively, Ishibe wanted to deny this, but his Zanpakuto, Ikimunji, was shaking in fear. This realization filled Ishibe with shock and disbelief. Ikimunji is afraid. Gilgamesh's chant continued, his mighty voice resonating through the Soul King's palace like a divine proclamation. The millstone of the stars shall grind, and the hell of the heavens shall be the end of creation's dawn. Let it all perish. As Gilgamesh's chant reached its climax, Ea's power reached its peak. The red and gold orb of energy at the sword's tip shone brighter than ever. Heaven and earth, split apart. Innumerelish. With the final words of his chant, Gilgamesh swung Ea toward Senjumaru's Bankai space. In an instant, a red and gold pillar of energy, embodying the forces of creation and destruction, erupted from the sword's tip. Senjumaru's Bankai, which could shake the three worlds, was shattered in an instant under the power of Innumerelish. In Senjumaru's stunned eyes, she saw the beam of light representing the beginning and end of all things shooting toward her. Her mind went blank. Her survival instinct screamed at her to flee, but her body felt as though it had been shackled by invisible chains, too heavy to move. Boom! The beam of creation and destruction engulfed Senjumaru, erasing her from existence. In Ishibe's terrified gaze, he watched as the beam tore through space itself, revealing gaping black holes where the fabric of reality had been ripped apart. Senjumaru didn't even have time to resist. Her body was torn to shreds, reduced to nothingness by the overwhelming force of the beam. But the beam didn't stop there. After obliterating Senjumaru, it continued forward, crashing into the 72 barriers that separated the Soul King's palace from the Seireitei. Crack! 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 The barriers shattered like paper before the might of Inuma Elish. Before Ishib could react, a golden streak flashed past his vision. Aboard the Vimana, Gilgamesh, along with the still-shocked Yoruichi, Rinji, and Rukia, caught up to the energy beam of EA. Through his omniscient star, Gilgamesh knew that the energy beam would eventually strike Rukongai, causing unimaginable destruction. So, Gilgamesh opened a Garganta, redirecting the energy beam into Hueco Mundo. Where it would land in Hueco Mundo was of no concern to Gilgamesh. Meanwhile, in Last Notches, with Aizen having left, the Espada and Tozen were also preparing to depart. But at that moment, their hearts suddenly began to race uncontrollably, and they could feel every cell in their bodies screaming in terror. Before they could react, an overwhelming force swept through, crossing dimensions. In the next instant, their consciousness was consumed by darkness. Boom! Once again, a brilliant explosion lit up Hueco Mundo, like fireworks in the night sky. Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hidden fanfics. Chapter 122, Chapter 122. 2095 words. Chapter 122, 2 million spiritual pressure. In Hueco Mundo. At this moment, Aizen, his clothing torn and dust covering his face, stood in the air, staring grimly at the massive, bottomless crater below him. Within the crater, rips in space known as Garganta could be seen. The crater was located where Last Notches once stood. At this time, Jin Ichimaru appeared beside Aizen, his normally squinted eyes wide open in shock as he looked at the enormous crater with disbelief. Just moments ago, as Jin was leaving Last Notches, pondering how to infiltrate the Soul Society for information, he felt the ground of Hueco Mundo quake violently and heard a deafening explosion. What he saw next left him speechless, a pillar of energy, the result of Inuma Elish, obliterating Last Notches entirely. Jin's mind couldn't help but tremble in fear. He had no idea what had happened. All he knew was that Last Notches had vanished, and along with it, the Espada, the Arrancar, and even Tozen's spiritual pressure had all disappeared. Jin knew exactly what the disappearance of their spiritual pressures meant, but he couldn't accept it. It wasn't that he particularly cared about the lives of the Espada, the Arrancar, or Tozen. In fact, Jin was indifferent to their fates. What truly unsettled Jin was that a single strike from that energy pillar had wiped out all the fighting power of Last Notches. No, that wasn't entirely true. Aizen, the current ruler of Last Notches, was still alive. Standing in the air beside Aizen, Jin's voice trembled as he asked, "Lord Aizen, what just happened?" Aizen, who no longer maintained his usual calm demeanor, looked unnerved as he replied, "It must have been the owner of that spiritual pressure who attacked." This was the only logical explanation Aizen could come up with. Even though the energy from Inuma Elish didn't emit any spiritual pressure, the scale of the attack was something only the Zero Division could have achieved. But why would the owner of that spiritual pressure, or more accurately, a member of the Zero Division, suddenly attack him? Wasn't the Zero Division supposed to intervene only when the Soul Society was on the verge of destruction? Could his existence have already become a threat to the Soul Society? One question after another swirled in Aizen's mind, leaving him deeply puzzled. Jin, equally shocked by the power of the Zero Division, couldn't help but ask aloud, "Why would they attack us?" Aizen didn't have an answer. He had no idea why the Zero Division had chosen to make their move. Silence fell between them. After some time, Jin collected his emotions and asked, "Captain Aizen, now that the Espada and all those Arrancar are dead, what will happen to our plan?" A cold glint flashed in Aizen's eyes as he replied, "The plan will continue, of course. As long as we have the Hogyoku, we can create as many Arrancar as we need." With that, Aizen cast a brief, emotionless glance at Jin and continued, "While this was a heavy loss, it also confirms one important thing. The Zero Division is wary of me, more accurately, they are wary of what I will become in the future." Saying this, Aizen pulled out the Hogyoku from his robes, his eyes burning with ambition. When the energy from Enuma Elish was about to strike, Aizen had experienced a sudden flash of insight, prompting him to retreat quickly, barely avoiding death. If not for that moment of intuition, Aizen too might have perished under the might of Gilgamesh's sword. Aizen attributed this sudden intuition to the Hogyoku. He was certain that with the Hogyoku in his possession, his future would see him ascend to the throne of the heavens, with the Zero Division crushed beneath his feet, a vengeance for today's humiliation. The royal palace, Soul King's inner chamber. The Soul King, whose eyes watched over all of fate, observed the events unfolding in Hueco Mundo and thought to himself, the power of that sword is truly terrifying. If fate hadn't intervened and warned Aizen Susuk, the child of destiny might have been lost, and the course of destiny irreparably changed. Soul Society, Seirete. When Gilgamesh returned, he realized that everyone's memories of Rukia had been restored. Clearly, this marked the end of the events of Bleach, Call My Name. Not that Gilgamesh cared much, his focus now was solely on returning to his own world. Thanks to the information provided by the Soul King and the assistance of the Gotei 13, Gilgamesh was able to locate the artifact needed for his return, the Yatta Mirror. A month passed quickly. During that time, Gilgamesh instructed Yoruichi, Rinji, and Rukia from the past to learn from their future selves. Of course, the future versions of Yoruichi, Rinji, and Rukia held nothing back, wholeheartedly teaching their past selves. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh worked with Urahara and Mayui to study the Yatta Mirror. Gilgamesh's original crossing into this world wasn't solely due to the Yatta Mirror. To return successfully, they needed to understand all the factors involved. Otherwise, even if he used the Yatta Mirror to travel again, Gilgamesh might end up in another parallel world rather than returning to his own. In the Development Bureau's secret lab, Gilgamesh unleashed Gram once more. Gram is a legendary sword from Norse mythology, also known as the Sword of Victory and Ruin. It is said to embody the glory and downfall of heroes, and it was once wielded by the hero Sigurd. Moreover, Gram was believed to be the inspiration for Excalibur, King Arthur's sword, capable of releasing torrents of light that reduce everything it touches to ashes. Urahara and Mayui were utterly fascinated by the data displayed on the instruments. The two were truly kindred spirits, both mad scientists at heart. Whether it was the form in which Gram existed or the light it unleashed, both aspects drove them to the brink of obsession. Especially the power Gram emitted, which was unlike any energy they had ever encountered. It held the mysteries of planetary creation and the workings of the cosmos, making them even more eager to continue their research. But Gilgamesh wasn't concerned with their enthusiasm, he just wanted to return to his own world as soon as possible. He had instructed Muramasa to stir up chaos in the Soul Society by turning Zanpakuto against their wielders. Although Gilgamesh had asked Muramasa to stall until his return, if too much time passed, even Muramasa would struggle to hold off for long. Most importantly, Gilgamesh had no idea how time flowed between the two worlds. With that in mind, Gilgamesh could only hope that Urahara and Mayui would produce results soon. After leaving the Development Bureau, Gilgamesh opened his status panel. Name, Gilgamesh. Template, Young Gilgamesh. Class, Archer. Strength, C. Endurance, C. Agility, C. Magic, C. Luck, A. Noble Phantasm, EX. Class Skills, Magic Resistance, E. Independent Action, A. Divinity, B. Personal Skills, Charisma, A+, Youthful Beauty, C. Golden Rule, A. Collector, EX. Spiritual Pressure, 2,050,000. King's Points, 52,302. Previously, Gilgamesh had used a significant amount of his collected King's Points to acquire the Excalibur, a one-time use version of the legendary Sword of Victory. After that, he was left with only a few thousand points. Now, after a month had passed, his King's Points had once again surged past 50,000. Of those points, 20,000 came directly from contributions by Urahara and Mayui from this world. However, for Gilgamesh, this rate of point accumulation was still far too slow. A month ago, his spiritual pressure had just barely reached 1 million. But now, it had risen to 2,050,000. This sudden growth in spiritual pressure wasn't due to training or upgrading his abilities. It was because he had visited Nemaya's palace in the royal realm, where Kirinji had prepared a special dish that greatly enhanced his spiritual pressure. In this world, the Kirinji Gilgamesh met was from several decades in the future, meaning his culinary techniques and power had greatly improved. As a result, the increase in Gilgamesh's spiritual pressure from the meal was much greater than the effect he had experienced in his original world. Another reason for the boost was due to Gilgamesh's unique nature. Kirinji had explained that everyone's spiritual pressure has a limit, and his meals typically only have a significant effect the first time they are consumed. any subsequent meals would offer diminishing returns. However, Gilgamesh, possessing the king's system, had no such upper limit for his spiritual pressure. This meant that under the right conditions, he could theoretically travel between various parallel worlds, continuously consuming Koringe's meals to endlessly boost his spiritual pressure. In fact, Gilgamesh had seriously considered doing just that. In pursuit of greater power, he had even attempted to use his skill collector, EX, to acquire the second magic from the Type Moon universe. In the Type Moon universe, there are two distinct concepts, magecraft and true magic. Magecraft refers to techniques that can be accomplished through either miracles or scientific technology, while true magic refers to feats that are impossible to achieve through conventional means. When humanity's civilization was still young, all magecraft was considered true magic. But with the advancement of science, many formerly miraculous abilities became attainable by humans, reducing the number of true magics to only 5. The second magic, which Gilgamesh sought to acquire, dealt with proof and manipulation of parallel worlds. In the Type Moon universe, the wielder of the second magic was Kishcha Zelrech Schweinorg, also known as the Wizard Marshal. Zelrech, a formidable figure among humans, had transcended mortality. What made the second magic truly special was Zelrech's ability to freely travel between parallel worlds. This meant that if Gilgamesh could obtain and master the second magic, he could also travel freely between parallel dimensions. However, when Gilgamesh checked the cost of acquiring the second magic, his hopes were dashed. Type Moon second magic, one-time use 1 million King's points. Type Moon second magic, permanent 1 billion King's points. He realized he couldn't afford it, not even the one-time use version. For the first time, Gilgamesh felt the sting of poverty. Reflecting on his poverty, Gilgamesh decided to give Urahara and Mayui 3 more days. If they couldn't come up with a solution by then, he would start taking action in this world to recruit subordinates and accumulate enough points to acquire the second magic. With the second magic, Gilgamesh would be able to return to his original world at will. Besides the second magic, Gilgamesh also tried to acquire the third magic. Unsurprisingly, he couldn't afford that either. Gilgamesh had wanted the third magic for its potential to provide an endless source of mana. The third magic, also known as the Heaven's Feel, is the materialization of the soul, which essentially grants immortality. Once the third magic is completed, the user achieves a perpetual source of mana by turning their soul into an eternal power generator. In the Type Moon universe, the third magic was passed down through the Ainsburn family, and the Holy Grail war system was constructed to realize it. Currently, Gilgamesh's mana reserves were insufficient to unleash his most powerful noble phantasms continuously. Every time he fought, he had to rely on mana crystals from his Gate of Babylon to replenish his reserves. Gilgamesh understood that his stockpile of mana crystals wouldn't last forever. If they were ever depleted, he wouldn't be able to release his strongest attacks. Furthermore, relying on mana crystals in every battle severely restricted his combat potential. Although he could increase his mana attribute through his system's skill points, Gilgamesh still preferred the idea of acquiring an infinite mana source once and for all. Time passed, and before he knew it, another day had gone by. On this day, Nemu brought good news. Urahara and Mayui had successfully utilized the power of the Yatamira, combined with Kototsu and Gram, to open a passage through the Dangai Precipice world. By the time Gilgamesh arrived at the Research and Development Bureau, he was already gazing at the portal that had formed, as shown on the monitor. Urahara, standing beside him, began explaining, "The portal is open, but it's unstable. We haven't yet determined what world lies on the other side. We still need to." Before Urahara could finish, a figure suddenly dropped through the portal, landing with a dull thud. Everyone froze in shock as they stared at the body that had appeared. It was Yamamoto's upper torso. The room went silent. Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hidden fanfics. Chapter 123, Chapter 123. 2009 words. Chapter 123, Yahweh's Almighty. What is that? Urahara's face was filled with disbelief, his body trembling uncontrollably. Not only Urahara but Mayui Kurosuchi also looked equally shocked, his eyes wide and reflecting the image of Yamamoto's half-body. Even the usually emotionless Nemu couldn't hide her surprise, her body trembling as she muttered, "Why Yamamoto, Captain Commander?" Even Gilgamesh's expression shifted slightly with surprise. His ruby-like eye studied the upper half of Yamamoto's body, and a thoughtful glint flashed as he internally noted, judging from Yamamoto's state and his attire, he must have been using his Bankai, Zanka no Tachi. To be killed in his Bankai form, and with such a gruesome death, the other side of that portal must be. Before Gilgamesh could finish his thought, a tall figure with long hair slowly emerged from the portal. The figure, without sparing a glance at Yamamoto's mutilated body, looked around the surroundings and spoke with a hint of surprise. "This is the Dangai." Then, as if realizing something, his expression stiffened, and he muttered in disbelief, "No. This is..." Before the figure could say anything further, dark shadows suddenly surrounded him, enveloping his entire body. As the shadows gradually dissipated, the figure began to vanish, leaving behind a cryptic remark, "Interesting, I've remembered this world. I'll be back soon." Urahara and Mayui immediately sprang into action, rushing to close the portal they had opened moments earlier. As the portal sealed shut, both scientists collapsed onto the ground, their faces covered in cold sweat, clearly shaken to their core. Despite only seeing the figure through the monitoring screen, both Urahara and Mayui felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if they had glimpsed something terrifying beyond comprehension. It was a suffocating fear that pressed heavily on their chests. Even Nemu was worse off, standing frozen like a malfunctioning machine, her eyes unfocused, sweat pouring down her face. Only Gilgamesh managed to maintain his composure, though even he showed a trace of concern. Because Gilgamesh recognized that the figure that had just appeared was none other than Yawok, the main antagonist of the 1000-year Blood War arc, and the Emperor of the Wandenreich. Gilgamesh hadn't expected such a massive surprise. The portal that Urahara and Mayui had opened was linked to the future of the 1000-year Blood War arc. Though he wasn't sure whether it was this world's future or another parallel world's future. One thing he was certain of, however, was that it wasn't the future of his original world. This was evident from the lack of significant growth in his king's points and the future vision provided by the Soul King. Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling the gravity of the situation. When it came to Yawok, Gilgamesh wasn't confident in his ability to counter him. Yawok had a particularly broken ability, the Almighty. In the Bleach universe, the Almighty was one of the most overpowered abilities, allowing Yawok to alter the future itself. Of course, Yawok's Almighty wasn't as potent as the Soul King at full power. This was understandable, given that Yawok was essentially the Soul King's son, or more accurately, a being derived from the most important part of the Soul King. Even though Yawok's Almighty wasn't on par with the Soul King's full potential, it was still nearly invincible. Gilgamesh remembered that in the original storyline, Yawok had said something to the effect of, "The Almighty is not just the power to see the future, it is the power to alter it." This meant that Yawok could erase any unfavorable futures for himself. In the original story, Yawok had rewritten the future in which he was killed by Ishigo Kurosaki. In other words, even if Gilgamesh possessed the power to kill Yawok, it wouldn't matter if he couldn't break the Almighty. To truly kill Yawok, he would need to find a way to disable Almighty. In the original storyline, Yawok was ultimately defeated through the combined efforts of Ishida and Ishigo. To counter the Almighty, Yuryu had gone undercover within Yawok's forces, and at the crucial moment, he used the silver arrowhead to disable Almighty, allowing Ishigo to defeat Yawok. But at this point in time, both Yuryu and Ishigo were far from reaching the power levels they had during the 1000-year Blood War arc. Given their current strength, it was almost impossible for them to replicate the events of that battle and defeat Yawok. Gilgamesh's eyes narrowed further as he thought, this is going to be tricky. Perhaps with the insight from my omniscient star, I can discover a flaw in Yawok's Almighty. As Gilgamesh pondered, Urahara and Mayui were already recovering from their shock and springing back into action. They divided tasks. Urahara went to recover Yamamoto's body and secure other important items like the Yatta mirror, while Mayui immediately informed Yamamoto and the other captains, ensuring that Nemu prepared the surveillance footage for review. In the 1st Division's office, 1 month had passed since the Reisha catastrophe, and the clean-up work was nearing completion. Yamamoto was listening to a report summarizing the work carried out by the various divisions. The individuals trapped in the Reisha crystals have mostly been rescued. Aside from a few with severe injuries, most have recovered after receiving treatment from the 4th Division. Unohana had just begun her report when all the captains present suddenly heard Mayui's voice through Bakudo number 77, Tenteikura. All captains, come to the 12th Division immediately. This is urgent. The urgency and seriousness in Mayui's voice sent a chill through the hearts of everyone present. Even Yamamoto's expression turned grave. In Yamamoto's mind, the only unpredictable factor in the Soul Society right now was Gilgamesh. Could this emergency be related to him? The thought made Yamamoto's head throb. He had no idea how to deal with Gilgamesh. Fighting him was clearly impossible, and there seemed to be no other solution either. Yamamoto could only hope that Gilgamesh would soon return to his own world and leave the burden of dealing with him to the Yamamoto of that world. With that thought, Yamamoto's face remained stoic as he said, "Let's go. We'll head to the 12th Division together." With that, Yamamoto stepped forward with Shorinpa. The other captains exchanged glances, all suspecting that the emergency was indeed related to Gilgamesh. Although none of them wanted to get involved in the affairs of the ancient hero king, they had no choice but to follow. Even Zaraki wasn't exempt. The memory of being bound by the chains of light conjured by the soul society's will, rendering him powerless, was still fresh in his mind. Though Zaraki loved battle, he wasn't foolish, and he certainly didn't enjoy the feeling of being utterly helpless, unable to move or even speak. And so, even the battle-hungry Zaraki kept his distance from Gilgamesh, respecting the king's terrifying power. Soon, under Yamamoto's lead, almost every captain and lieutenant from the Gotei 13 gathered at the 12th Division's Research and Development Institute. Even the captains from the past and future timelines, like Yoruichi, Rinji, and Rukia, were present. As for Ishigo, he had already returned to the human world and resumed his normal life. Upon arrival, Nemu led the group to the 12th Division's secret research base. There, they saw Urahara and Mayui, both wearing grave expressions, while Gilgamesh stood nearby, arms crossed, deep in thought. The most eye-catching object in the room was the table draped with a white cloth. Judging by the shape beneath the cloth, it was easy to discern that the object beneath it was a person's upper body. Whose body could it be? Why was there only an upper half? And why did Urahara and Mayui seem so tense? Questions swirled in the minds of the gathered captains. Yamamoto was the first to speak. What happened? Why did you summon us all so urgently? Urahara took a deep breath and responded with utmost seriousness. Before we begin, I want everyone to brace themselves. What you're about to witness will be more shocking than anything you've imagined. His words stunned everyone present. Urahara, known for his usual carefree and playful demeanor, had never spoken with such solemnity. The uncharacteristic seriousness of his tone set off alarm bells in the minds of the captains. Whatever had happened, it was bound to be extraordinary. As the captains pondered the implications of Urahara's words, Mayui pulled back the white cloth. Everyone's gaze instinctively focused on the revealed figure, and when they saw what lay on the table, expressions of shock, disbelief, and fear washed over them. Some even rubbed their eyes in disbelief, hoping to erase the horrifying sight before them. Others, overwhelmed by the shock, lost their balance and collapsed to the floor, gripped by an uncontrollable fear. Yamamoto's eyes, which were usually half-closed, widened completely as he stared at his own upper body lying on the table. A strange sense of detachment swept over him. He had never imagined that one day, he would look upon his own corpse. Yukitake, struggling to cope with the shock, coughed violently as he asked, "Captain Mayui, what is going on?" Still coughing, Yukitake added in disbelief, "Is that a clone you created as part of your experiments?" Yukitake's words offered a glimmer of hope to those who couldn't bear to accept the reality before them. They all looked expectantly toward Mayui and Urahara. But Mayui crushed that hope without hesitation. "I wish I had made this clone, but unfortunately, I didn't." Mayui gestured to Nemu and continued, "As you know, Urahara and I have been working on a way to send His Majesty, the Hero King, back to his world. Today, we succeeded in opening a portal within the Dangai. That's when this upper half of the Captain Commander came through. Please watch the surveillance footage." The room went silent as the captains turned their attention to the large screen displaying the recorded footage. The video showed Yamamoto's upper half falling through the portal, followed by a figure stepping out. As soon as the figure appeared on the screen, Yamamoto, Unohana, and future Yoruichi all narrowed their eyes and, in near unison, uttered the same name. Yawak. Zanjetsu. Some of the captains, who were privy to the ancient secrets of the past, were visibly shaken upon hearing the name Yawak. Meanwhile, Urahara, puzzled, turned to future Yoruichi and asked, "Zanjetsu? But isn't that the name of Ishigo's Zanpakuto? Why did you call him Zanjetsu?" His question drew the attention of everyone in the room. All of them now focused on future Yoruichi. Yamamoto and Unohana couldn't possibly have mistaken Yawaka's identity. So why had Yoruichi called him by that name? Future Yoruichi didn't hesitate to explain. "When I helped Ishigo train for his Bankai using the Tenshintai, the personified version of his Zanpakuto looked exactly like that man." Yamamoto's expression grew even grimmer, and after a moment of heavy silence, he gave a new order. "Byakuya, Rinji, Rukia, you are to bring Ishigo to the Soul Society immediately." Then, Yamamoto turned to Urahara. "Urahara, prepare the Tenshintai. I want to see Ishigo's Zanpakuto with my own eyes. Throughout the entire conversation, Yamamoto deliberately avoided looking at Gilgamesh. Though he suspected that Gilgamesh might have insights into what was happening, he didn't want to rely on someone from another world. In the original timeline, Yamamoto had similarly avoided involving Ishigo in the battle against Aizen, unwilling to draw a human into the conflict. In his fight against Aizen, Yamamoto had sacrificed an arm to perform Heido number 96, Ito Keiso. While Orihime had the power to restore his arm, Yamamoto had refused to ask for her help, choosing not to rely on a human for his recovery. That was Yamamoto's pride. Gilgamesh understood this perfectly, thanks to his omniscient star. And this suited him just fine. From the shadows, he could quietly analyze and observe Yawaka's abilities. At the same time, Gilgamesh was curious to see whether Yawak would still defeat a fully intact Yamamoto. Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hiddenfanfics. Chapter 124, Chapter 124. 1790 words. Chapter 124, The Unseen Invaders from the Wandenreich. In the human world, Karakura Town, at Karakura High School. Ishigo was in the middle of class when he suddenly sensed something strange, causing him to glance toward the window. His eyes widened in shock as he muttered under his breath, Byakuya, Rinji, Rukia. At that moment, Byakuya, Rinji, and Rukia were present in their spirit forms, invisible to ordinary humans. However, Ishida, Orihime, and Sado, who were also in the class, could see them. They knew that if Byakuya himself had come, something major must have happened. Could it be that something has occurred again, they wondered. The Soul Society just dealt with the Reisha disaster a month ago, and now this? Could it be that Aizen is making a move? As these thoughts whirled in their minds, Ishigo abruptly stood up and shouted, "Teacher, I have a stomachache. I need to go to the bathroom." Without waiting for a response, Ishigo dashed out of the classroom. Orihime, Sado, and Ishida followed suit, claiming they also had stomachaches, leaving behind their confused teacher and classmates. Tatsuki, noticing their abrupt exit, felt an uneasy premonition and muttered to herself, "Ishigo, Orihime, please be safe." On the rooftop of the school, Byakuya, Rinji, and Rukia were already waiting. They weren't surprised to see Ishigo and his friends arriving together. After catching his breath, Ishigo immediately asked, what happened in the Soul Society this time? Orihime, Sado, and Ishida, still panting from their sprint, turned their attention to the Soul Reapers, waiting for an explanation. Rukia didn't keep them in suspense. She quickly explained the situation, leaving Ishigo and his friends in shock and disbelief. When she finished, Rukia added, "This time, it's a direct order from Captain Commander Yamamoto. He wants to bring you back to the Soul Society." She tried to reassure Ishigo, saying, "Don't worry. Captain Commander Yamamoto won't harm you. He just wants to understand the connection between your Zanpakuto, Zangetsu, and Yawak." If the Central 46 were still in power, Rukia wouldn't have been so confident. However, since Aizen had wiped out the Central 46, it hadn't yet been reconstituted. This meant that Captain Commander Yamamoto was now the highest authority in the Soul Society. Given Ishigo's history of aiding and saving the Soul Society, Rukia was confident Yamamoto wouldn't harm him. At most, his investigation would focus on Zangetsu. Ishigo quickly composed himself, but instead of agreeing right away, he closed his eyes and entered a meditative state, trying to communicate with Zangetsu. Seeing Ishigo's focused state, everyone remained silent, understanding his intent to seek answers directly from his Zanpakuto. After a few minutes, Ishigo opened his eyes with a conflicted expression. He looked at Rukia and said, "I need to go to the Soul Society. I need to know the truth about Zangetsu and his connection to Yawak." It was clear to everyone that Ishigo had failed to communicate with Zangetsu. In Ishigo's inner world, Zangetsu stood on top of a tall building, gazing up at the sky with a complex expression as if watching Ishigo from a distance. Meanwhile, Orihime, Sado, and Ishida still had many unanswered questions. For example, they didn't know who this hero King Rukia had mentioned was. Ishigo hadn't told them about him. But despite their confusion, they suppressed their shock and quickly spoke up. "We want to come too. Under normal circumstances, Byakuya and the others wouldn't have objected to Orihime and the others joining them in the Soul Society. After all, they had helped the Soul Society in the past. But the situation was different now, and they didn't agree immediately. Rukia, looking grave, said, "The Soul Society is on the brink of disaster. A catastrophe might occur that even Captain Commander Yamamoto won't survive. Are you sure you still want to come?" Ishigo, upon hearing this, was about to speak and dissuade his friends. But before he could say anything, Orihime, Sado, and Ishida exchanged determined glances and nodded in agreement. Orihime spoke first, "We're sure. If a disaster does happen, my abilities can help heal the wounded." Byakuya, Rinji, and Rukia all knew firsthand how valuable Orihime's abilities could be in a crisis. In the end, Byakuya decided, "Fine, we'll all go together." Using a special gate in Urahara's shop, the group traveled to the Soul Society. Inside the dangai, Ishida couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. "Ishigo, who is this hero king that Captain Kuchiki mentioned? And what did he mean by sending him back to his world?" Sado and Orihime, equally curious, looked at Ishigo for an answer. Ishigo blinked, surprised. "Did I never tell you about him?" Seeing the trio shake their heads, Ishigo, feeling a bit perplexed, recounted what he knew about Gilgamesh. As Ishigo explained, the expressions on Ishida, Orihime, and Sado turned to shock and disbelief. Ishigo wasn't surprised by their reaction. He remembered how astonished he had been when he first learned Gilgamesh's identity. After all, when myth becomes reality, it's hard to remain indifferent. Meanwhile, back in the secret base of the 12th Division, Mayui was busy studying the upper half of Yamamoto's body, searching for any clues. As for Urahara, he was fawning over Gilgamesh, trying to please him. Unlike Yamamoto, Urahara wasn't above using anyone, human, Soul Reaper, or Hollow, to achieve his goals. But Urahara knew better than to try and manipulate Gilgamesh. He was well aware that Gilgamesh could see right through him. So, Urahara chose to flatter Gilgamesh, hoping to gain some valuable information in return. Gilgamesh didn't hold back. He freely shared what he knew with Urahara. The reason Gilgamesh did this was simple: he didn't want them to fall too quickly. In the original timeline, the 1,000-year Blood War was supposed to occur around 18 months later. By that time, the Gotei 13 would have grown much stronger, having undergone the trials of Aizen and the Arankars. Yet, despite their increased strength, they still suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of Yawok and the Wandenreich. At the current point in time, the Gotei 13 was much weaker, and Gilgamesh feared that if they faced the Wandenreich now, they would be completely wiped out. That would cause too many complications for Gilgamesh, especially when he was trying to return to his own world. Moreover, Aizen was still scheming in Hueco-Mundo, and Gilgamesh wasn't sure whether Aizen or Yawok would make the first move. Whichever side acted first, it was bad news for the Soul Society. Although Aizen's pride would prevent him from allying with Yawok, Gilgamesh couldn't rule out the possibility of one side taking advantage of the other's chaos. Urahara initially sought only a small bit of information from Gilgamesh but was shocked by the breadth of details he received. These revelations, about the hidden Wandenreich, the stern Ritter who could steal Bankai, and Yawoka's abilities, left Urahara deeply shaken. Without hesitation, Urahara shared everything he had learned with Mayui, seeking help to shoulder this burden. Mayui, upon learning the information, stopped his research on Yamamoto's body. He hadn't made any breakthroughs anyway, while Urahara, by simply currying favor with Gilgamesh, had uncovered almost everything about their enemy. As for the authenticity of Gilgamesh's intel? After spending a month with him, Mayui trusted Gilgamesh's knowledge and had no reason to doubt the accuracy of the information. While Urahara and Mayui discussed the implications of Gilgamesh's revelations, Gilgamesh himself was lost in thought. Perhaps I should go to Hueco-Mundo and deal with Aizen before he becomes a problem. Then again, the Soul King likely won't let me kill Aizen just yet. After all, Aizen hasn't fulfilled his role as Ishigo's whetstone. I'll wait and see. As long as nothing interferes with my return to my world, I'll let it be. But if something does, not even the Soul King will stop me. As time passed, Yamamoto and the other captains regrouped at the 12th Division, with Ishigo and his friends arriving as well. Upon seeing them, Urahara paused his discussion with Mayui and brought out the tension tie, handing it to Ishigo. You remember how to use this, right, Ishigo? Ishigo nodded. I remember. Taking a deep breath, Ishigo drew Zangetsu and stabbed it into the tension tie, pouring his spiritual energy into it. The tension tie began to take form, and when the materialization was complete, Ishigo froze, so did future Yoruichi. The manifested Zanpakuto was not Zangetsu, but White Ishigo. Yamamoto and the other captains were puzzled by the sight. The figure before them didn't resemble Yawok at all but looked like a pale version of Ishigo himself. Ishigo couldn't help but ask, "Why is it you? Where's Zangetsu?" White Ishigo grinned with a twisted expression. "That coward is hiding in your inner world, too scared to show himself." Ishigo frowned. "What do you mean?" White Ishigo sighed in disappointment. "Boring. If you want to know, go ask him yourself. I'm heading back." Just as White Ishigo was about to retreat into Ishigo's inner world, a commanding voice interrupted. "You're not going anywhere. Ishigo's too weak right now. While you're here, you'll teach him how to properly wield Zangetsu." White Ishigo's face twisted in displeasure, but when he turned to see who had spoken, fear gripped him. It was Gilgamesh. Though a month had passed, White Ishigo hadn't forgotten the overwhelming terror he felt in Gilgamesh's presence. Without daring to object, White Ishigo reluctantly nodded, knowing Gilgamesh had the power to make him comply. Orihime, Ishida, and Sado, hearing the voice, immediately turned to look. The moment they saw Gilgamesh, they knew this was the Hero King. There was no doubt in their minds, no explanation needed. They just knew. Orihime, surprised, gasped. "It's you." Her lost memories had returned, and she recognized him as the mysterious boy she had met that day in town. Gilgamesh gave her a slight nod, about to say something when his eyes suddenly sharpened. "The Wandenreich, they're here already." Other than Urahara and Mayui, who Gilgamesh had informed about the Wandenreich, none of the others knew what that meant. But they all understood that an unknown presence had infiltrated. The most alarming part? None of them had sensed it until now. A deep voice chuckled. Well. So, you're the Hero King that His Majesty Yawok spoke of. To think you could detect my presence, impressive." As everyone looked on in shock, a strange figure materialized out of thin air, a wrinkled, elderly man with wide, bulging eyes framed by hexagonal glasses, his head crowned by an absurdly large afro. The old man grinned widely and introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself, I am Gwenhale Lee, Stern Ritter V, Vanishing Point. Underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hiddenfanfics. Chapter 125, Chapter 125. 1787 words. Chapter 125, The True Shrift V, The Visionary Appears. Among those present, aside from Gilgamesh, everyone was stunned upon hearing Gwenhale Lee introduce himself. It was clear that none of them knew about the Wandenreich, the Stern Ritter, or who Gwenhale Lee was. However, based on his words, they understood that the Wandenreich must be the force created by Yawok, the progenitor of the Quincy. Naturally, this meant that Gwenhale Lee, standing before them, was a Quincy. While Urahara and Mayui were aware of the Wandenreich and the Stern Ritter, the sheer volume of information Gilgamesh had provided was overwhelming, leaving them momentarily stunned. Urahara frantically flipped through his notebook, muttering to himself, "Stern Ritter. Vanishing Point. Gwenhale Lee." He quickly found the information he needed and began reading. Mayui naturally leaned over to peer at the notes as well. While the two reviewed the information, Yamamoto stared at Gwenhale Lee with a grave expression. "Where is Yawok?" Gwenhale ignored Yamamoto, his eyes fixed on Gilgamesh as he spoke. "Your Majesty, Hero King, Yawok has said that if you are willing to join the Wandenreich, he would grant you a position second only to his own, above all others." His blatant disregard for Yamamoto's authority enraged the captains present. To dismiss the captain commander was akin to insulting the entire Gotei 13. Anger simmered beneath the surface, but the captains remained composed, waiting for Gilgamesh's response. Despite their confidence that Gilgamesh would never accept the offer, a seed of doubt crept into their minds. What if he did? The thought of having to face Gilgamesh again filled them with unease. Of course, they couldn't answer on Gilgamesh's behalf. Not only because of his immense power, but also because it might anger him further, resulting in even worse consequences. Under everyone's gaze, Gilgamesh let out a soft laugh. "If Yawok wants me to join the Wandenreich, that could be arranged." His words caused the captains, including Yamamoto, to feel a sinking dread. Conversely, Gwenhale's face lit up with excitement. This was a direct order from Yawok, and if he succeeded, Gwenhale would be richly rewarded. Perhaps he could finally rid himself of the burden of the true Shrift V. But before Gwenhale could speak, Gilgamesh continued, "That is, if Yawok kneels before me and swears loyalty. Only then will I consider becoming the Emperor of the Wandenreich." Gwenhale's face twisted instantly, turning dark with anger. His voice was cold as he asked, "Are you mocking me?" Gilgamesh shook his head lightly. "I don't waste my time mocking. If your people can meet my conditions, I will join." At this, the captains all breathed a sigh of relief. Among them, Shunsui grinned and quipped, "Old man, why not take the Hero King's suggestion seriously? I'm sure the Wandenreich would be in much better hands under him than Yawok." Gwenhale didn't respond to the sarcastic remark, only letting out a sinister laugh, "Shaw shaw shaw." Then, to everyone's surprise, Gwenhale's body began to vanish. Urahara's face turned serious as he shouted, "Be careful, his ability." But before he could finish, his expression grew blank, as though he had forgotten what he was about to say. Not just Urahara, but everyone else was also struck with confusion as if they had forgotten something important. This feeling wasn't unfamiliar, it was similar to the time when they had all forgotten about Rukia and everything related to her. Could it be happening again? Suafon and both the past and future versions of Yoruichi were ready to use their speed to capture Gwenhale, but suddenly, they froze, expressions blank. Suafon muttered, "What was I about to do?" Only Gilgamesh remained unfazed. He calmly turned his gaze behind him, his ruby-like eyes glowing with the light of Shon Nagbarimuru, the omniscient star. Gwenhale, catching Gilgamesh's gaze, looked utterly shocked. His heart raced as an icy chill spread through his entire body. You can see me? How can you see me? No, impossible. This cannot be." His voice, which started as a small murmur, grew into a hysterical shout, filled with disbelief. Strangely, none of the captains seemed to hear Gwenhale's frantic yelling. It was as if his voice didn't reach their ears. Urahara noticed that his notebook was still open, and with a puzzled look, he muttered, "Vanishing point. Gwenhale Lee, his ability." As he read, realization dawned on him, and his face paled. He shouted, "Everyone, be careful! Yawoka's followers have already infiltrated us." His warning sent a wave of shock through the group. Ishigo and his friends, along with both versions of Yoruichi, immediately went on high alert, scanning the area for any sign of the enemy. But after searching for a while, Oriheim, sweating nervously, asked, "Ishigo, Yuryu, Sado, do you see anything?" The three of them shook their heads grimly, unable to detect anything. Despite not seeing an enemy, everyone trusted Urahara's warning. He had no reason to deceive them. Meanwhile, Gwenhale was left speechless, glancing toward Urahara in shock. He thought Urahara had discovered his presence. But soon he realized he was wrong. Urahara hadn't noticed him directly, but... Urahara continued, "Gwenhale Lee, Sternritter of the Wandenreich, has the ability to make his existence disappear. His power operates in 3 layers. The first is to make his body invisible, the second is to erase his presence completely, and the third layer causes his enemy to forget he even exists, making it impossible to remember." The most shocked by this explanation wasn't anyone else, it was Gwenhale himself. This was the first time he had ever revealed his ability to anyone in the outside world, so how did Urahara know? In a moment of realization, Gwenhale felt as though an invisible hand had grasped him, controlling his every move. The hand's owner, he instinctively knew, was none other than the Hero King standing before him. His previous intention to challenge Gilgamesh vanished, replaced by a desperate desire to escape. Gwenhale's ability dealt with the very rules of existence. Like most Sternritter powers, it was based on manipulating certain laws of reality. If it weren't for the influence of Shon Nagbarimuru, Gilgamesh wouldn't have been able to see Gwenhale when his power was activated. Through the light of the omniscient star, Gilgamesh discerned Gwenhale's thoughts, understanding that the Quincy was planning to flee. So, Gilgamesh said aloud, "Gwenhale is trying to run. You'd better deal with him yourselves." His eye swept across the room, his voice commanding, "If you can't even handle this small test, don't expect to stand a chance against Yawok and the Wandenreich." With that, a golden ripple appeared behind Gilgamesh. From the ripple, a majestic, golden throne emerged. Without hesitation, Gilgamesh sat on the throne, his tone cool but filled with authority, "Don't disappoint me." As he spoke, Gilgamesh glanced toward the past versions of Yoruichi, Rinji, and Rukia. They immediately understood his intent. Past Yoruichi transformed into her black cat form and jumped into Gilgamesh's lap, enjoying his gentle strokes. Meanwhile, past Rinji and Rukia stood beside the throne. Gilgamesh's message was clear. However, neither the captains nor Ishigo and his friend expressed any dissatisfaction. They did this not only because Gilgamesh had the authority to speak this way but also because they knew he was right. Their hearts grew heavy as they scanned the area for any sign of the enemy, all while brainstorming ways to defeat Gwenhale. At this moment, Mayui narrowed his eyes and spoke, "A power that makes one disappear is indeed troublesome. In the outside world, I might be at a loss, but here in my secret base." He chuckled darkly, pulling out a small remote control and pressing a few buttons. Loud mechanical noises filled the room, and after a moment, everything settled. Mayui grinned, "I've sealed off the entire base. Even Reisha can't escape now." He crushed the remote in his hand, laughing, "The only way in or out is gone. Now we can play with this intruder all we like." Hearing this, Yukite couldn't help but smile in relief. "Well done, Mayui." Meanwhile, Gwenhale had already begun attempting to flee. He didn't believe Mayui's words. But after trying every possible escape route, Gwenhale realized he truly couldn't leave. Fear and anger consumed him, and he roared, "Damn you! I'll kill you!" He charged straight toward Mayui. Through the light of Shon Nagbarimuru, Gilgamesh could see exactly what Mayui was planning. In mere moments, Mayui had devised a strategy to deal with Gwenhale. Since they couldn't remember Gwenhale's presence, Mayui substituted the concept of an intruder in his mind, ensuring he would always remember there was an enemy in the room. He then provoked Gwenhale into attacking him, believing that if he were harmed, he would at least know the intruder's location. Mayui's modified body had numerous fail-safes to protect him, so he wasn't worried about the damage. Once he confirmed Gwenhale's presence nearby, he could retaliate, perhaps by releasing poison. Of course, Mayui's plan could only work once, so he kept it to himself, avoiding any chance of tipping off the enemy. Just then, something unexpected happened. Yachiru, who had been perched on Zaraki's shoulder, suddenly jumped down and delivered a flying kick to the empty air. Wham! The sound of impact drew everyone's attention. To their astonishment, Gwenhale was sent flying by Yachiru's kick. Holding his bleeding nose, Gwenhale cried out in disbelief, "No way! I get it if that guy saw me, but how did you detect me?" Everyone present was equally confused. Yachiru, however, looked puzzled. "I don't know, I just felt like there was something dirty over there, so I kicked it." Gwenhale's face twisted with rage as he snarled, "I refuse to believe this." Once more, he activated his ability, erasing his existence from everyone's memory. Once again, the faces of the group became clouded with confusion, as though they had forgotten something important. But then, they heard the distinct sound of a blade cutting through flesh. When they turned, they saw Yachiru's Zanpakuto had struck Gwenhale. She still seemed unaware of what she had done. Gwenhale was now forced to admit, even if reluctantly, that Yachiru could somehow sense his presence. As he writhed in pain, preparing to lash out, a light chuckle echoed through the room, followed by a cold voice. "How pathetic! As my creation, you've already lost your value. Be gone." Gwenhale's face contorted in terror as he cried out, "No. No, I don't want to disappear." Gilgamesh turned his gaze toward the new arrival. There was no surprise in his expression as he softly muttered, "The true Shrift V, the visionary, Gremi Thumos. Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hiddenfanfics. Chapter 126, Chapter 126. 1876 words. Chapter 126, Ruler of the Shinigami Multiverse, the Uruk Multiversal Empire. Gwenhale Lee was dead. With his death, his ability to erase his existence vanished, and everyone present finally remembered him. They were shocked, as they had not expected someone with the power to erase his own existence to die so easily. At this moment, Urahara suddenly recalled something. He quickly flipped through his notebook, and found the information he was looking for, and a drop of cold sweat slid down his face as he shouted, "Everyone, be careful! The real Shrift V, Gremi Thumos, has appeared. His ability is the visionary, which allows him to instantly manifest anything he imagines into reality, including creating life. The Gwenhale Lee we just saw was a life form he created." Urahara's word sent waves of shock through everyone. They didn't doubt his words, but Gremi's ability was simply too outrageous. The power to turn imagination into reality, even creating life, was beyond their comprehension. And not just ordinary life, but beings with abilities as broken as erasing their existence from reality. Gremmy seemed unbothered that Urahara had revealed his ability. He looked at Urahara with interest and asked, "What else do you know?" Urahara ignored him and continued, "The Visionary's power is strong, but it has 4 weaknesses. First, Gremmy cannot destroy or alter objects unless they are created by his imagination. To destroy or alter real objects, he must make physical contact to inject his imagination into them. Second, his power can be undone if he loses focus. If his attention shifts away from his target, they can revert to their previous state. Third, Gremmy's imagination is limited. If he doesn't imagine his body as durable enough, a strong enough opponent can still harm him. Fourth, his imagination can backfire. If he isn't careful, he could accidentally imagine his own death." After hearing this, Gremmy slowly clapped, an amused expression on his face. "Impressive. You've identified weaknesses that even I wasn't fully aware of." He then smiled playfully and said, "But aren't you just reminding me of them by saying them aloud?" Urahara knew this but decided that sharing the information would still give his side an advantage. Yamamoto had already removed his captain's cloak, and the cane he carried was now engulfed in flames, revealing the true form of his Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka. He spoke with a grave tone, "Allow this old man to test these supposed abilities of yours." As he spoke, Yamamoto's terrifyingly hot Reiatsu surged toward Gremmy. However, Gremmy merely waved his hand dismissively, "I didn't come here to fight today. And, truth be told, you aren't the one His Majesty has prepared for me to face." He then turned his gaze to Gilgamesh and smiled. "His Majesty said that if you refused our invitation, I was to test your strength." As he spoke, 3 more Gremmy clones appeared by his side. Through the illumination of the Shon Nagbara Muru, Gilgamesh knew that these were life forms Gremmy had created, essentially extensions of himself. And since Gremmy's power is based on his imagination, having 3 clones meant that his imagination had tripled in strength. This was the pinnacle of Gremmy's power. Suddenly, before anyone could react, the sky darkened. Looking up, they saw an enormous meteor, hundreds of meters in diameter, descending from the heavens. The sight was terrifying. Just witnessing it filled them with a sense of powerlessness and despair. Even the captains present looked pale as they saw the gigantic meteor, their bodies instinctively trembling under its immense pressure. Oriheim's eyes widened in disbelief. "A meteor? But we're in an underground secret base. How can there be a meteor?" Sada remained silent, his clothes already soaked with cold sweat. Ishida adjusted his glasses with a trembling hand, murmuring, "So this is the power of imagination? It's terrifying. Ishigo, can you destroy that meteor?" Ishigo wanted to say that he could, but his trembling body told him otherwise. Even White Ishigo's normally confident expression turned grim. He knew that even with his power, he couldn't shatter that meteor, unless he unleashed the full strength of the Vasto Lord within him. Among everyone present, there was one exception. Zaraki stared at the falling meteor with a maniacal grin, his hand gripping his Zanpakuto as it trembled with excitement. "I've never cut a meteor before. I wonder what it'll feel like." Without hesitation, Zaraki leapt into the air, charging straight at the massive meteor. Everyone knew Zaraki's personality, so no one tried to stop him. While they weren't sure if Zaraki could destroy the meteor, they knew that it wouldn't be the end for them. Yamamoto hadn't made his move yet. Meanwhile, Gremmy's real target was always Gilgamesh. He had created the meteor to ensure no one would interfere with his test of Gilgamesh's strength. As the others were distracted by the meteor, Gremmy and his 3 clones launched their imagination-based attacks at Gilgamesh. Boom! Molten lava surged toward Gilgamesh. Rat-a-tat-tat! Countless machine guns appeared out of nowhere, firing a barrage of bullets at him. Whoosh! 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 Missiles materialized and shot toward him like falling stars. Boom! 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 Thunder roared as lightning bolts struck precisely at Gilgamesh. As all these attacks formed from Gremmy's imagination became reality, Gremmy grinned wickedly and added, "Now, for the final touch, enjoy a free trip to outer space." Suddenly, the space around Gilgamesh morphed into a cosmic void. At that moment, a calm, authoritative voice echoed through the space, "Achilles Cosmos." Gremmy paused, momentarily taken aback. Achilles Cosmos. The world encompassing the sky. He felt like he'd heard that name before, but he couldn't recall where. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh remained seated on his golden throne, showing no signs of evasion. In front of him, countless particles of light began to coalesce, forming a simple, ancient-looking, silver shield. As Gilgamesh chanted, Gremmy watched in awe as projections of countless small worlds appeared on the surface of the shield. One of the worlds caught Gremmy's eye, and he muttered, "The Trojan War." Now it clicked, he finally realized why Achilles' Cosmos sounded so familiar. This was the legendary shield of Achilles, the famed hero from Greek mythology. Gremmy, being well versed in mythology due to his vast imagination, had always been fascinated by mythological tales, whether it was the Sumerian mythology that Gilgamesh hailed from, or the Greek myths of heroes like Achilles. This was why he had been the first to step forward when Yawok ordered someone to test Gilgamesh. His curiosity about the world's oldest hero king knew no bounds. But he never expected that Gilgamesh, a figure from Sumerian mythology, would possess the shield of Achilles, a Greek hero. Could it be that mythology was interconnected? As these thoughts swirled in Gremmy's mind, information about Achilles and his shield, the world encompassing the sky, flashed before him. Achilles was the son of the sea goddess Thetis and the mortal hero Peleus, renowned in the Trojan War for his invincibility and immortality, save for his fatal weakness, his heel. As for the shield, it was forged by Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths. Gremmy didn't doubt the authenticity of the shield, especially since the worlds it projected perfectly aligned with the stories he knew of Achilles. After his initial shock subsided, Gremmy calmed himself. There was no denying the power of Achilles' shield. It easily blocked the lava, machine gun fire, missiles, and lightning strikes he had conjured. However, Gremmy's true ace was the vacuum of space. In space, a human cannot survive. First, bodily fluids would forcibly evaporate from the eyes and mouth. Next, any exposed wounds would cause the blood to boil. If one tried to breathe, their lungs would collapse, and their body would slowly disintegrate as they succumbed to a painful death. This process wasn't instantaneous, it would last long enough to cause immense suffering. Though the shield was formidable, Gremmy couldn't believe that it would allow Gilgamesh to survive in outer space. In his mind, Gremmy had already envisioned the tragic fate awaiting Gilgamesh. Just imagining the great hero king from myth dying at his hands brought an uncontrollable smile to Gremmy's face. He had even begun planning how to take Gilgamesh's golden throne and shield back as trophies. However, just as Gremmy was lost in his fantasies, a golden ripple appeared before Gilgamesh. In the next moment, Gilgamesh retrieved a golden, key-shaped short sword from the ripple. Before Gremmy could react, Gilgamesh had already inserted the keysword into the fabric of space itself. Immediately, countless golden ripples appeared throughout the cosmic void. It was as if an ancient godly gate had been unlocked within the vastness of space. In Gremmy's wide-eyed horror, a multitude of noble phantasms poured out from the golden ripples. Whoosh! 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 An endless rain of weapons pierced through time and space, hurtling toward Gremmy with unstoppable force. Eyes wide with panic, Gremmy tried to evade using her Renkiku while simultaneously summoning stone pillars, water prisons, and iron spheres to block the incoming weapons. Boom! 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 The commotion was so intense that it drew the attention of everyone present, including those who had been focused on Kenpachi and the meteor. When they looked over, their eyes widened in shock. In their view, Gilgamesh sat regally upon his golden throne, surrounded by the vastness of space, while small worlds projected around him and a divine gate stood open behind him. The sight was reminiscent of a deity from ancient mythology, filling everyone with awe and reverence. Under the relentless assault of the noble phantasms, Gremmy's imagined cosmic space shattered, and the shield, the world encompassing the sky, dissolved into particles of light. From the beginning, Gilgamesh had seen through Gremmy's tricks, which was why he had summoned Yoruichi, past, Rinji, past, and Rukia, past, to his side. Only near him could they be safe. As for Achilles' shield, the world encompassing the sky, it was a one-time-use noble phantasm that Gilgamesh had acquired through his collector, EX, skill, and it wasn't part of his Gate of Babylon. No matter what, Gremmy could never have imagined that the world encompassing the sky was a true barrier-type noble phantasm, projecting worlds that Achilles had seen and surrounded by the currents of Poseidon himself. It could block even cosmic forces, standing against everything from men to gods. To destroy it would require a divine-level weapon, such as Gilgamesh's EA. Through the light of Shon Agbarimuru, Gilgamesh had received some good news. The Yawok from the Thousand-Year Blood War arc hadn't returned to his original world but had instead hidden in this world. He planned to wait until this world's Yawok awakened and regained his powers, at which point the two would merge their strengths and launch a full-scale attack on both this world and his original one. It would take around 18 months for this world's Yawok to awaken and reclaim his power. That was more than enough time for Gilgamesh to return to his own world. It was time to return. After this brief journey through a parallel world, Gilgamesh had formed a grand and audacious idea. he would create an Uruk multiversal empire, ruling over the entire Shinigami multiverse. Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hidden fanfics. Chapter 127, Chapter 127. 1945 words. Chapter 127, Return, the Uruk multiversal empire sets sail. In the world of the living, Karakura town. Another month had passed, and Gilgamesh, Yoruichi, Rinji, and Rukia finally returned to their original world. Through some investigation, Gilgamesh learned that time flowed the same in both the original and parallel worlds. In other words, although Gilgamesh had spent 2 months in the parallel world, only 2 months had passed in his original world as well. Upon returning to their world, Yoruichi, familiar with the surroundings, led Gilgamesh, Rinji, and Rukia to Urahara's shop. Inside the shop, Urahara was sitting in the courtyard, sipping tea while gazing at the falling leaves. His face showed a deep sense of melancholy and sadness. 2 months ago, Urahara received a message from Yoruichi informing him that Gilgamesh would be visiting the world of the living for a soul burial training session and would also visit the shop. At first, Urahara had been nervous yet excited about meeting Gilgamesh for the first time. But as the appointed time passed, Yoruichi and Gilgamesh didn't show up. Soon after, when the students of the Shino Academy returned from their soul burial training, Urahara began to sense that something was wrong. He quickly used his information network to investigate. He soon found what he feared, that Gilgamesh, Rinji, and Rukia had all perished in the Dangai, trapped by the Kototsu. Urahara didn't want to believe this and continued his investigations. He even ventured into the Dangai himself to find answers. But the more he discovered, the more his heart sank. As days went by, Urahara had no choice but to accept this grim reality, no matter how much he resisted. While he had never met Gilgamesh personally, Urahara had heard of him, and although he regretted what happened, it ended there. However, with Yoruichi, it was a different story. Her loss had truly wounded him, and even after 2 months, Urahara hadn't been able to come to terms with it. "Kisuke, I'm here." Yoruichi's voice echoed. Urahara, however, didn't react. His face remained melancholic as he mumbled, "I'm hearing things again." Before he could finish his sentence, Yoruichi appeared in front of him. Seeing her standing there, Urahara sighed deeply. "I must be in worse shape than I thought, even hallucinating now." Yoruichi was puzzled but didn't overthink it. She casually sat down next to Urahara, grabbed the teapot, and took a large sip. After swallowing the tea, Yoruichi sighed in satisfaction. The tea in the future may taste better, but nothing beats the familiar taste of tea from now. Urahara froze, staring at her. His eyes brightened with realization. He quickly understood that the Yoruichi in front of him was real, not a figment of his imagination. Trying to hide his emotions, he picked up his paper fan and opened it to cover his face, lowering his hat to shield his red eyes from Yoruichi's view. As Urahara attempted to regain his composure, he finally noticed Gilgamesh, Rinji, and Rukia standing nearby, remaining silent. The moment Urahara laid eyes on Gilgamesh, he knew instantly that this boy was the legendary hero king. Though young, the kingly aura he exuded was unmistakable. Without hesitation, Urahara stood up, walked over to Gilgamesh, and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, the Hero King, it is an honor to welcome you. Please allow me to extend my hospitality." Using the light of Shon Nagbarimuru, Gilgamesh saw through Urahara's emotions and sensed his confusion. He directly responded, "There's no need for hospitality. I've come to ask you to assist me." Urahara was taken aback by Gilgamesh's straightforwardness and stood frozen in place. Gilgamesh wasted no time and produced a small projector, turning it on before Urahara. "Watch this first, then decide." As the small projector came to life, Urahara's face filled with surprise. As the former head of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, Urahara was no stranger to advanced technology. He immediately recognized that the technology contained within the small projector was at least decades more advanced than anything known today. Why did Gilgamesh possess such a futuristic device? With questions in his mind, Urahara turned his attention to the projected video. The video began with a familiar face, Urahara himself, adjusting the camera. Despite the altered background, Urahara could still recognize that the video was filmed inside the Shinigami Research and Development Institute in the Serete. Before Urahara could react further, the voice of his other self came through, light and playful as usual. Ahum, hello everyone. I'm Kisuke Urahara, though not from your world. I know this might sound strange, even outrageous, but I swear on the name of Kisuke Urahara that everything I'm about to say, and everything this video shows, is the absolute truth. As the other Urahara spoke, he started filming around the room. Alright, let's get started. As the video progressed, Urahara was shown the truth of another world. A world without Gilgamesh. The future of that parallel world, a bustling city, the future Gotei 13, the existence of two Yoruichis, the remains of Janryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, Yawok, and the Wandenreich. One event after another shattered Urahara's understanding of reality and the world as he knew it. Eventually, Urahara's grasp of his worldview completely broke down. His expression shifted from confusion to sheer disbelief. In the final moments of the video, the other Urahara spoke gravely, "In my world, I have chosen to join His Majesty, the Hero King, and his Uruk multiversal empire. I hope you, too, will join His Majesty, assist him, and trust me, this is a decision you will never regret." The video ended there, but Urahara stood dazed, lost in thought. Gilgamesh didn't press him for an answer. He quietly put away the projector and waited for Urahara to reconstruct his shattered worldview. Gilgamesh had already made up his mind to establish the Uruk multiversal empire, and both Urahara and Mayui were essential talents he needed. Not only would their expertise be crucial in unlocking the pathways between parallel worlds, but Gilgamesh also envisioned creating a special division under their leadership. This division would focus on researching and managing the gateways between parallel worlds, facilitating real-time communication and collaboration between different realities. Its members would consist of the various Kisuke Uraharas and Mayui Kurosuchis from each parallel world, as well as other skilled individuals they deemed fit to join. Gilgamesh knew that achieving such an ambitious plan wouldn't be easy, but he had faith in Urahara and Kurosuchi's abilities. Time passed as Urahara's shattered worldview slowly pieced itself back together. He now understood why Yoruichi and Gilgamesh had disappeared for those 2 months. They had traveled to a parallel world in the future. Taking a deep breath, Urahara steadied himself and addressed Gilgamesh. "Your Majesty, I am willing to assist you." This outcome didn't surprise Gilgamesh. Urahara was sharp. He knew Gilgamesh had once ruled a nation called Uruk in life and had established the Uruk kingdom in the Soul Society. So why had the Urahara from another world referred to it as the Uruk multiversal empire? Was it a slip of the tongue? No, Urahara knew himself too well. This was a hidden message from his other self. It was clear, Urahara was intrigued, driven by a desire to explore the mysteries of the multiverse, to step into other realities. Compared to this, his past battle of wits against Aizen seemed like child's play. This realization filled Urahara with a newfound clarity and excitement. Without hesitation, Urahara led Gilgamesh to the place where he had hidden the Hogyoku. Standing before the small orb that had caused him so much grief over the years, Urahara spoke with a hint of nostalgia. "Your Majesty, this is something I accidentally created. I named it the Hogyoku. Its power is to break the boundaries between Shinigami and Hollows. Left unchecked, it could threaten the stability of the Soul Society, which is why I've kept it sealed. I must admit, even as its creator, I've been unable to destroy it." He then humbly requested, "Please, Your Majesty, would you be so kind as to destroy this Hogyoku?" While Yoruichi was familiar with the Hogyoku, this was the first time Renji and Rukia had heard of it. They were both surprised to learn that such a small object could pose a threat to the entire Soul Society. Gilgamesh replied, "Urahara, although you are its creator, you've never truly understood the Hogyoku's full potential because of your fear and uncertainty." Urahara was stunned. In his understanding, the Hogyoku merely could bridge the gap between Shinigami and Hollows. Why would Gilgamesh say otherwise? Could he have been wrong all along? Amidst Urahara's confusion, Gilgamesh continued, "The Hogyoku's true power lies in its ability to manifest the desires of the wielder's heart, bringing their wishes to reality, as long as they have the strength to fulfill them." Renji, Rukia, and Yoruichi didn't fully grasp what Gilgamesh was saying, but Urahara did. His eyes widened as the truth dawned on him. So, the reason the Hogyoku could break the boundaries between Shinigami and Hollows is that I wanted it too. Gilgamesh nodded. Exactly. He paused for a moment, then added, "In fact, Aizen had already created a Hogyoku before you, and he knew of its true capabilities." Urahara's pupils shrank in shock as his heart trembled. Many things he had been unable to understand before suddenly became clear. Without giving Urahara much time to react, Gilgamesh continued, both your Hogyoku and Aizen's are incomplete. Only by merging the two will the Hogyoku become whole. Now that you know its true potential, there is no need to fear it any longer. Instead, you should harness its power. As he spoke, a golden ripple appeared before Gilgamesh, and from it, he produced a hard drive and several thick stacks of documents. These contain research on opening gateways to parallel worlds, conducted by the other world's versions of you and Mayui. I want you to study them carefully. If it's too challenging, you can use the Hogyoku to aid you. I'll also bring in Mayui to assist with the project later. Once you've mastered this information, I'll provide you with Ame no Murakumo and Glam, and you can begin attempting to open the gateways. Urahara, his curiosity piqued, couldn't contain his excitement. He immediately grabbed the research documents, eager to delve into the knowledge and unlock the secrets of the multiverse. Seeing Urahara so engrossed, Gilgamesh didn't disturb him. Through the secret passageways in Urahara's shop, Gilgamesh, Yoruichi, Rinji, and Rukia made their way back to the Soul Society. Since Urahara had set up the pathway, they didn't arrive in the Seireitei, but in Rukongai. Gilgamesh didn't mind. He summoned the flying machine Vimana from the Gate of Babylon and, ignoring the Shakan Maku, soul membrane, of Seireitei, flew straight into the city. Before, Gilgamesh had chosen to grow his power quietly and gradually, avoiding conflict with the Seireitei's upper echelons to protect the kingdom of Uruk. But now, having decided to build the Uruk multiversal empire, those concerns were behind him. The allure of exploring the mysteries of the universe and stepping into parallel worlds was too great for most to resist. With the resources and strength he had now, Gilgamesh had the confidence to overthrow the Soul Society's regime. He no longer needed to proceed cautiously or slowly. Instead, he would announce his return with force, making those who had hidden in the shadows tremble. His eyes flashed with determination as Gilgamesh coldly declared, it's time to settle some old and new scores. Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com to hidden fanfics. Chapter 128, Chapter 128. 2050 words. Chapter 128, Conquering the First World of the Multiverse, the Execution of Rukia. In the Seireitei, the office of the Captain Commander of the 1st Division. Amid the heavy atmosphere, Yamamoto spoke, still no news of Muramasa. Before him, kneeling on one knee, Suafon looked ashamed and replied, none yet. With those words, the oppressive atmosphere grew even more stifling. The captain's present all wore grim expressions. 2 months ago, Muramasa had appeared out of nowhere, using his power to turn the Zanpakuto of several captain-level Shinigami against them in rebellion. As of now, aside from Yamamoto, Aizen, Mayui, Zaraki, and Yachiru, the Zanpakuto of all other captain-level Shinigami had rebelled. But that wasn't even the worst part. If Muramasa had led the rebellious Zanpakuto in a direct assault on the Seireitei, it would have been a brutal battle, but one that Yamamoto believed he could manage, even if it meant war. He was confident he could defeat the Zanpakuto army single-handedly. After all, not everyone was as monstrous as Gilgamesh. However, things hadn't gone as expected. Muramasa and the rebel Zanpakuto had been elusive, causing chaos in the Seireitei at random, only to vanish when reinforcements arrived. This left the Seireitei in a state of panic. And the ones most on edge were undoubtedly the families of the Central 46. Most of the chaos caused by Muramasa and the rebel Zanpakuto had occurred in territories belonging to these influential families, and each incident resulted in casualties among their members. The past few weeks had seen significant losses for the families of the Central 46. Given what had happened to Koga, it wasn't difficult for the Seireitei leadership to guess that Muramasa's true target was the upper echelons of power. However, despite taking extreme measures to fortify defenses, it seemed to make no difference. Under such pressure, the families of the Central 46 had demanded that the Gotei 13 capture Muramasa and the rogue Zanpakuto as quickly as possible. It wasn't hard to imagine the kind of stress the Gotei 13 had been under during this time. There's bad news. Bad news. Suddenly, a panicked voice shattered the silence. Everyone instinctively looked toward the entrance, where Omida burst through the doors, drenched in sweat. No one seemed surprised. After all, this scene had played out several times over the past 2 months. Omida, as the lieutenant of the 2nd Division, was responsible for gathering and delivering information. So, the captains figured Muramasa and his rebel Zanpakuto were likely causing trouble again. With this thought, they all steeled themselves, ready to act at a moment's notice. Kairaku adjusted his hat and thought to himself, maybe this time we'll catch them. Before Kairaku could dwell further, Omida's panicked voice rang out, his back. His back! Yamamoto, who was about to issue an order, stopped in his tracks and asked in a deep voice, who has returned? The others were equally puzzled, unsure of who Omida was referring to. Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh has returned. Omida's words plunged the room into a stunned silence. Every face was filled with shock and disbelief. As captains of the Gotei 13, they knew the truth behind Gilgamesh's disappearance. When someone vanished in the Dangai, devoured by the Kototsu, it was considered certain death. There had never been a recorded case of anyone returning alive from such an event. Not only that, they had sent teams to search the Dangai multiple times and even utilized the latest technology from the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. Their findings all confirmed that Gilgamesh had been completely erased, leaving no trace of his spiritual pressure behind. Yet now, they were being told that someone presumed dead had suddenly returned. It was difficult for them to process, even for Yamamoto. Among the captains, Aizen's calm face cracked into a subtle, enigmatic smile. Internally, he mused, I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Someone who exists outside of fate wouldn't perish at the hands of something as trivial as the Kototsu. But I am curious. Where exactly did you disappear to during these past 2 months? Could it become another world? Quickly regaining his composure, Yamamoto vanished from the office in a flash, grabbing Omida by the collar and demanding he show him the way. The other captains didn't hesitate, immediately using Shunpa to follow. But they hardly needed Omida's guidance. As soon as they left the office, they were drawn to the brilliant, shining sight in the sky of Vimana, the throne of the King of Heroes, suspended high above the Seireite. Upon seeing the dazzling Vimana, Yamamoto dropped Omida and sped off toward it. Moments later, Yamamoto arrived and saw a sight that made his eyes narrow in focus. Kneeling before Gilgamesh, seated on his majestic throne, were Muramasa and the rebellious Zanpakuto, bowing as if before their king. This revelation caused Yamamoto to piece everything together in an instant. Everything that had puzzled him now made sense. The other captains arrived shortly after and were equally stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Then came the realization. No wonder Muramasa and the rebellious Zanpakuto had only been causing minor disturbances in the Seireite without triggering an all-out war or engaging in large-scale slaughter. They were acting under orders. But when had Gilgamesh managed to subdue Muramasa? Such thoughts ran through their minds as they watched the scene before them. At that moment, Gilgamesh's cold, commanding voice rang out. Go, kill everyone on the list. Leave no one alive. The captains' hearts trembled violently. Though they didn't know who was on Gilgamesh's list, their instinct screamed that they couldn't let him succeed. If they did, the Seireite could descend into true chaos. It could even shake the very foundations of the Soul Society. Without hesitation, the captains moved to surround Vimana, sealing off all escape routes. Even Aizen, Jin, and Tozen, who had yet to betray the Soul Society, joined the act, feigning compliance. Gilgamesh, however, turned his knowing, all-seeing eyes, glowing with the wisdom of Shon Nagbarimuru, toward Aizen and said just 3 words, as you expected. Hearing these words, Aizen's pupils trembled violently. Aizen knew well that Gilgamesh had the power to see through one's deepest thoughts. Thus, he understood the meaning of Gilgamesh's words perfectly. Though he had anticipated this outcome, the reality still left him shaken. The other captains, meanwhile, were left confused by Gilgamesh's cryptic remark. However, they could see from Aizen's reaction that he understood the meaning behind it. This caused suspicion to brew in their minds. Could Aizen be involved in the rebellion of the Zanpakuto? At that moment, Gilgamesh spoke again. Show me your loyalty. Though vague, Aizen understood the implication behind Gilgamesh's words. His eyes glimmered with a calculating light as if weighing the consequences of his next move. Komamura, righteous and straightforward, couldn't hold back. He demanded, Captain Aizen, I think you have something to explain to us, don't you? The other captains turned their gazes toward Aizen, their suspicions deepening. Gilgamesh's power was too overwhelming. Even Yamamoto had barely survived their previous encounter. They knew it was dangerous to provoke Gilgamesh. But Aizen was different. He had always maintained a humble and gentle demeanor, and his power had never seemed particularly extraordinary compared to the other captains. This made it easier for them to challenge him. But Aizen's response was a sudden, cold flash of his blade. Squelch! The sharp pain and the spray of blood left Komamura reeling in disbelief. His helmet was split open and his face reflected nothing but shock. He couldn't fathom that Aizen, of all people, would strike him. And more terrifyingly, he couldn't comprehend how Aizen had become so powerful that a single strike could seriously wound him. Even though he hadn't been fully prepared, Komamura knew that even at his best, he couldn't have blocked Aizen's strike from such close range. The other captains were equally horrified. Suarfon immediately used Shunko, aiming to capture Aizen in an instant. Too weak, Aizen said dismissively. Heido 90, Kuro Hitsuji. In a low murmur, Aizen summoned the massive black coffin, formed from condensed spiritual pressure, engulfing Suarfon completely. Moments later, the sound of piercing blades echoed, and when the black coffin dissipated, Suarfon lay on the ground, bleeding heavily and gravely injured. Isshin, sweat trickling down his face, couldn't help but mutter, "How is he this strong?" Yukitake, too shaken to speak, coughed violently. Kairaku narrowed his eyes. Aizen's been hiding his strength all along. With this kind of power, perhaps only Captain Yamamoto can stop him. Hearing this, Nanao asked, but why would he hide his power? Before Kairaku could answer, a roar of blazing spiritual pressure erupted from Yamamoto, who directed his fury toward Aizen, his voice cold and severe. "Aizen, I expect you to give me a satisfactory explanation." Yamamoto had held back initially out of concern for Gilgamesh's presence. Uncertain of Gilgamesh's connection to Aizen, Yamamoto refrained from taking action, unsure if Gilgamesh would intervene. Though Aizen's wings had yet to fully spread, even he felt the immense pressure from Yamamoto's overwhelming spiritual force. Aizen knew he couldn't defeat Yamamoto. But he didn't fear him, either. For years, Yamamoto had unknowingly witnessed the activation of Koka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis. Even if he couldn't overpower Yamamoto in direct combat, Aizen was confident he could escape. Now, faced with Yamamoto's demand, Aizen calmly removed his glasses, tossing them aside, then slicked back his hair with one hand. In that instant, Aizen's entire demeanor changed. Gone was the gentle, soft-spoken captain. Before them stood someone proud, confident, aloof, someone who saw himself above them all. As the captain stared in disbelief and anger, Aizen's cold voice cut through the air, "I want to see the true world. Only he can show it to me. In the face of the true world, you and I are nothing but ants, insignificant and unworthy of mention." His words left the captain stunned, exchanging confused glances. They understood his words but couldn't grasp the concept of the true world. Did Aizen mean that the world they inhabited was false? Only Jin and Tozen seemed to have an inkling of what Aizen was referring to. Without another word, Aizen turned and used Shimpa to approach Gilgamesh's throne, kneeling on one knee before him. "My king." The system chimed in, detected key plot character, Aizen Susuke, has become a subject of the host. Received 10,000 King's points. The King's Path system awarded points based on the importance of the subjects Gilgamesh recruited. While main characters granted the maximum of 100,000 points, significant plot figures, like Aizen, granted 10,000 points. Although Aizen had been the main antagonist of the early arcs, he still only granted 10,000 King's points according to the system's ranking. Gilgamesh looked down at Aizen, kneeling before him, and nodded slightly. "Rise." Then, turning his gaze to the captains gathered around Vimana, he continued, "I'm giving you all a chance to witness the true world." With those words, Gilgamesh activated the small projection device, replaying the video from the other world. As the captains watched, they began to understand where Gilgamesh had been during the past 2 months. Another world. A future decades ahead. Such concepts, typically reserved for works of fiction, were now unfolding before their eyes. Their worldviews were shattered. 1 year later. Uruk Multiversal Empire, Department of Parallel World Technology Operations. Urahara and Mayui successfully opened the portal to a parallel world. On the other side of the portal, a double-edged execution scaffold stood tall where the execution of Rukia was taking place. As the execution began, the Sokyoku, a massive phoenix-shaped construct with the power of 1,000,000 Zanpakuto, emerged, engulfed in blazing flames. The appearance of the Sokyoku drew everyone's attention. But soon, all eyes shifted to the radiant throne in the sky, even more brilliant than the Sokyoku of Vimana, the throne of the King of Heroes. As Vimana descended slowly, the gathered Shinigami finally saw the figures standing alongside the throne. Their pupils contracted sharply, and disbelief flooded their expressions. Because among the figures standing there, they saw themselves. Even Yamamoto saw his own reflection in the eyes of his doppelganger. What, in the world, was happening? Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com hidden fanfics. Chapter 129, Chapter 129. 1859 words. Chapter 129, Past and Future, World and World. In the Soul Society, at the Sokyoku Hill. When Gilgamesh saw Rukia tied to the execution platform, he instantly understood the timeline of this world. However, while Gilgamesh knew, the others who had come with him to conquer this world did not. For them, this world belonged to a future timeline, so they had no idea what had transpired. Still, based on the current scene, they were able to deduce some things. For instance, it was clear that Rukia had violated the laws of the Soul Society, and it must have been a serious offense, given that she was sentenced to the Sokyoku execution. This piqued their curiosity. What exactly had Rukia done to deserve such a punishment? At this moment, Gilgamesh spoke, "Rukia, go and save yourself from this world." The Rukia standing next to Gilgamesh, dressed in her shihakusho and wearing the expedition army's hari, nodded slightly. Without hesitation, she used Shunpa and swiftly approached the execution platform. Just as the Sokyoku, the massive phoenix with the power of 1,000,000 Zanpakuto, began its attack, Rukia appeared beside Ichigo at Rukia's side. Ichigo had been about to say something to Rukia, but when he saw another Rukia, he froze in shock. His gaze darted back and forth between the two Rukias, and in utter disbelief, he mumbled, Why are there two Rukias? It wasn't just Ichigo who was stunned. Rukia herself, bound to the platform, looked equally shocked. She couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" Rukia didn't answer either Ichigo or herself. Standing tall and calm, she stared at the Sokyoku, which was diving down, its fiery heat suffocatingly intense. The bound Rukia finally reacted and urgently warned, "Get out of here. That's the Sokyoku. It has the power of 1,000,000 Zanpakuto, there's no way you can." Ichigo, trying to suppress his confusion, drew Zangetsu from his back, ready to intervene. But before either of them could act, Rukia drew her own Zanpakuto, speaking softly, "Dance, so no Shirayuki." As she uttered the command, Rukia gracefully swung her Zanpakuto, tracing an arc in the air before her, chanting, "First dance, Tsukishiro." In the next instant, a brilliant white light shot into the sky. To those watching from below the execution platform, it seemed as though the world had been turned upside down, with a crescent moon rising, casting a dazzling pillar of light in Rukia's path. Then, the shocking sight unfolded. As the Sokyoku plunged into the pillar of light, the flames surrounding it were instantly suppressed, and its movements became sluggish. From their close vantage point, both Ichigo and Rukia found the scene before them eerily beautiful, momentarily lost in the sight. Rukia didn't strike again. Instead, she calmly cut the ropes binding herself and carried her off the execution platform. As the two Rukias escaped, the Sokyoku broke free from Tsukishiro's restraints and continued its charge toward the platform where Ichigo stood. Realizing the danger, Rukia cried out in terror, "Ichigo, run!" Her memory of Ichigo was still from the time they spent in the human world. Back then, there was no way he could have stood against the Sokyoku. Thinking this, Rukia instinctively turned to look at herself. Though Rukia didn't fully understand what was happening, her instincts told her that was indeed herself, perhaps from when she was much younger. She wanted to ask this Rukia to save Ichigo. But before she could shift her gaze, she saw Ichigo pull out his Zanpakuto and slash at the Sokyoku, his sheer power managing to halt the giant phoenix in its tracks. With a slight smile, Ichigo's entire body surged with spiritual pressure as he shouted, "Getsuga Tensho!" A wave of compressed spiritual energy shot forth, striking the Sokyoku and sending it flying back. Taking advantage of the moment, Ichigo used Shunpa to leave the execution platform and chased after Rukia. Below the platform, the captains watched in stunned silence, their minds reeling. Setting aside the sudden appearance of another Rukia, just the fact that Ichigo, a recently empowered substitute Shinigami, had managed to repel the Sokyoku was unbelievable. Yamamoto's expression was dark and stormy. Under normal circumstances, Yamamoto would have already moved against Rukia and Ichigo. But now, he could feel a distinct energy targeting him. As much as he hated to admit it, Yamamoto felt an undeniable sense of danger from this presence. He knew the source of this energy, it came from the other version of himself aboard Vimana. The other captains present, however, didn't share this awareness. Still, they were deeply concerned about the other Gotei 13 aboard Vimana, or rather, the fake versions of themselves. They knew they were real, which meant the others had to be fakes. Could they be modified souls? But even the Shinigami Research and Development Institute couldn't create modified souls that looked and acted exactly like them, down to their mannerisms. More importantly, what was the purpose behind creating these duplicates of the Gotei 13? Surely, no one would go to such lengths, spending so much time, money, and effort, just to create these copies without a reason. Their minds swirled with confusion and doubt. Sua Fon, the commander of the stealth force and captain of the 2nd Division, pushed aside her concerns. She knew that the immediate priority was to capture the escaping Rukia. As for the imposters, she trusted that Yamamoto would deal with them. Without hesitation, Sua Fon used Chuanpa and rushed toward Rukia. Aboard Vimana, just as Sua Fon moved, Gilgamesh turned to the Sua Fon from the past, who was nearby. Go. Test your future self and see how much you've grown over the decades. Past Sua Fon obeyed immediately, vanishing from Vimana in a flash. On the Sokyoku Hill, aside from Sua Fon and Yamamoto, Byakuya, Shunsui, and Yukitake were also present. Gilgamesh turned to the past versions of Byakuya, Shunsui, and Yukitake, instructing them, you go as well. Without hesitation, they leaped into action, heading into battle. However, Gilgamesh didn't send the past Yamamoto into the fray. If the past and future versions of Yamamoto were to fight, the clash could very well destroy the entire Soul Society. Moreover, Yamamoto's power had already reached the limit of what a Shinigami could achieve. No matter how hard he trained over the past few decades, it was unlikely his power had increased unless he broke through those limits. Of course, the past Yamamoto had already surpassed those limits, thanks to Hogyoku and the help of Hikifune. If he were to engage in battle, he would undoubtedly defeat the future Yamamoto. Not just Yamamoto, everyone who had followed Gilgamesh on this expedition had grown stronger over the past year, under his guidance. The most notable improvements were in Ranji and Rukia. Without looking at the ongoing battles on the hill, Gilgamesh turned to Aizen from the past and said, the chaos in this Soul Society was caused by your future self. I trust you know why. Whether you wish to meet him is up to you. Past Aizen paused, a flash of realization crossing his face. He nodded and said, my king, I shall meet him. With that, Aizen used Chuanpa and disappeared into the distance. At the same time, Zaraki from the past could no longer sit still. My king, can I go and fight my future self? He asked eagerly. After receiving Gilgamesh's approval, Zaraki left Vimana, excited to seek out his future counterpart. Gilgamesh knew that, in the current Soul Society, only members of the 0 Division, Yamamoto, or Unohana could challenge past Kenpachi. As for future Kenpachi, whoosh! Suddenly, the future Yamamoto appeared aboard Vimana, his gaze immediately locking onto Gilgamesh, who sat on the throne. Even future Yamamoto felt the overwhelming pressure of Gilgamesh's regal presence, his body growing heavy with tension. Weighed down by this aura, future Yamamoto glanced at his past self, standing silently by Gilgamesh's side. He then asked, who are you, and what is your purpose here? Gilgamesh, uninterested in explaining, glanced at Hitsugaya from the past, signaling for him to answer. Had Urahara or Mayui been here, they would have handled the explanation better, but they remained in the original world for more pressing matters. Understanding his role, past Hitsugaya stepped forward, addressing future Yamamoto. We are the Uruk Multiversal Empire Expeditionary Force, led by the king to conquer this world. Future Yamamoto furrowed his brow. He understood the word conquer, but why say this world? Why specify? Sensing his confusion, Hitsugaya elaborated, we come from another world, one where the timeline is about 40 years in the past compared to this world. Future Yamamoto's pupils contracted sharply, shock and disbelief spreading across his usually composed face. Hitsugaya pulled out a small projection device and began playing a video. Here, take a look at this. As the video played, future Yamamoto's eyes were glued to the screen, his expression shifting with each passing second. Meanwhile, on the Sokyoku Hill, battlefields unfolded, past and future versions of captains engaging each other in fierce combat. Kairaku from the past and future fought in a laid-back, probing manner, testing each other cautiously in line with their personalities. After some back and forth, past Kairaku revealed the truth to his future self. At first, future Kairaku refused to believe it. Not because the truth was too outlandish, but because the idea that his past self was stronger than him was something he could not accept. As for the two Yukitakes, rather than fighting, they were sitting together, chatting like old friends. Are you really from the past? future Yucatec asked. Absolutely, past Yucatec confirmed. By the way, where's Kian in this future? I haven't seen him. Kian died, future Yucatec said, his face filled with sorrow. Suddenly, a familiar voice chimed in, just as the king foresaw, the future version of me died as well. Future Yucatec spun around, eyes widening in disbelief as he saw Kian standing beside him, looking wistful. At that moment, future Yucatec finally believed the unbelievable truth. Meanwhile, the battle between past and future Suafon and Byakuya raged fiercely, with both sides fighting at full strength, the ground shaking and crumbling beneath their feet. In another part of the battlefield, Aizen from the past confronted Aizen from the future. By this point, future Aizen had already gravely wounded Rukia and seriously injured Ishigo. They could only watch helplessly as future Aizen approached Rukia. Seeing this, past Aizen appeared in an instant, standing between Rukia and his future self. Future Aizen stared at his counterpart in shock, struggling to keep his composure. He knew this other Aizen was himself. But how? How could this be possible? Before future Aizen could speak, two more figures appeared. They both looked at Ishigo with curiosity. So this is our son in the future, they asked. Ishigo's eyes widened in disbelief. His voice trembled as he stammered, Dad. Mom. Yes, the two figures standing before him were Isshin and Mosoki. Or rather, the younger versions of Isshin and Mosoki. Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hiddenfanfics. Chapter 130, Chapter 130. 1829 words. Chapter 130, Mosoki Kurosoki is a substitute Shinigami. Mosoki was not originally from the world where Gilgamesh resided. According to the timeline, Mosoki from Gilgamesh's world had not yet been born. Over the past year, Urahara and Mayui have tried multiple times to open pathways to parallel worlds, during which many events have occurred. One of these events involved Mosoki's soul crossing into Gilgamesh's world through one of these parallel world portals. According to Mosoki, she had been attacked and killed by a white hollow while returning home from school one night. When she awoke, she found herself in soul form, already in Gilgamesh's world. Upon learning of this, Gilgamesh sought out Mosoki to understand her situation better. After their conversation, Gilgamesh confirmed that Mosoki came from an entirely different parallel main world. In her world, Mosoki was actually a substitute Shinigami. The most surprising detail was that in her world, Urahara was a woman. According to Mosoki, the Urahara from her world was not only an incredibly charming and lazy beauty but also a national celebrity and a goddess revered by the public. Upon hearing this, Urahara of Gilgamesh's world was left in shock and disbelief. Gilgamesh, however, didn't pay much attention to Urahara's reaction. Ever since learning about the existence of parallel worlds, Gilgamesh had accepted the possibility that all sorts of situations could exist. It wouldn't surprise him if Urahara turned out to be a cat in another world. After speaking with Mosoki, Gilgamesh allowed her to remain in his world temporarily. The plan was that when they reopened the portal to her parallel world, she would return and perhaps reunite with her original world. Upon learning that Mosoki was destined to be his future wife, Isshin became very curious about her. He often approached her for conversations. However, both Isshin and Mosoki were careful to restrain themselves. To them, this Mosoki wasn't Isshin's real future wife, and Isshin wasn't her real husband. Mosoki knew she would eventually return to her world and meet her true Isshin. Likewise, Isshin knew he would one day meet the Mosoki of his own world. As a result, a certain invisible barrier always existed between them during their interactions. Gilgamesh was very aware of this dynamic. For Gilgamesh, fate was not set in stone. If two people truly loved each other, what difference did it make if they were from separate worlds? As the future Uruk multiversal empire grew stronger and conquered more worlds, Gilgamesh suspected it wouldn't be long before people fell in love with versions of themselves from other worlds. However, he chose not to intervene. In his mind, if Isshin and Mosoki truly loved each other, they would eventually recognize their feelings. In the present, Jin and Tozen from the future also recognized Isshin and Mosoki. But in their memories, Isshin had disappeared, and Mosoki had passed away. So, how could these young versions of Isshin and Mosoki be standing here? And why was there another Aizen? Jin and Tozen's minds raced, overwhelmed by one unanswered question after another, leaving them utterly confused. At this moment, future Aizen, gazing at Isshin and Mosoki, seemed to grasp something and spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. Could you be from the past? The past Aizen, unfazed by the fact that his future self had guessed part of the truth, calmly replied, yes, we come from the past, but not from this world's past. This exchange between past and future left Jin and Tozen in complete shock, disbelief written all over their faces. The idea that people from the past could appear in the future was beyond comprehension, something out of a fantastical story that shouldn't be possible. Not far away, the severely injured Ichigo heard these words and was similarly stunned. Though it was hard for him to believe something so absurd, deep down, he desperately wanted it to be true. He longed for his mother with such intensity, filled with guilt over her death. Even if it was a version of her from the past, he had so many things he wanted to say to her. At this moment, Rukia turned to the other Rukia standing nearby, shocked. Are you also from the past? The other Rukia wiped the blood from her lips and nodded. Yes, I come from the past. Rukia, still in disbelief, couldn't help but ask, but how can you be stronger than me? The other Rukia glanced at her and, with a serious expression, answered, because I have the king's help, and you don't. The king? Rukia repeated, her mind racing as she tried to recall any memory of such a person, but nothing came to her. All she could do was look at the other Rukia, hoping for an explanation. Though still young, this Rukia had developed a mature outlook due to the experiences she had gone through while by Gilgamesh's side. She made no effort to hide the truth and spoke frankly, I'm not from this world's past, and this world has no king. Rukia was taken aback, wanting to ask more questions. However, she was suddenly snapped back to reality by the appearance of Aizen from the future before her. Her thoughts grounded, Rukia realized she was still at the mercy of someone as powerful and terrifying as Aizen. She didn't know why Aizen's target was her, but she knew that no matter how powerful Ishigo's Bankai was, it couldn't stand against Aizen. He had been easily defeated with just a single strike. Future Aizen reached out, grabbing Rukia by the collar and lifting her off the ground. Then, with a gloved hand, he slowly plunged it into her body. Aizen was consumed with many questions, but his primary concern was the sudden shift in events that might jeopardize his plans. For him, obtaining the Hogyoku hidden within Rukia's soul was the most critical task. The past Aizen, standing nearby, did nothing to stop him. Neither did Rukia, Isshin, or Mosoki, they simply watched. This made future Aizen uneasy, and he quickened his movements, pulling the Hogyoku from within Rukia's body. When Rukia saw the Hogyoku extracted from within her, disbelief spread across her face. She could never have imagined that such an object had been inside her all this time. Meanwhile, because of the angle, Ishigo thought that Aizen had pierced through Rukia's body. Ignoring his own severe injuries, he tried to move to save her. Before he could act, Mosoki suddenly appeared beside him, gently pressing a hand to his shoulder. Don't worry, Rukia is fine. Having the Hogyoku removed will actually help her. The Hogyoku? Ishigo asked, confused. This was the first time he had heard of it, so he looked to Mosoki for clarification. At that moment, he finally noticed something strange and his expression shifted dramatically. Shihakusho. Zanpakuto, and this spiritual pressure. Mom, you're a Shinigami. Mosoki, although she knew Ishigo was technically her son, felt awkward hearing someone nearly her own age call her mom. After taking a moment to settle her emotions, Mosoki calmly replied, yes, I'm a Shinigami, and just like you, I'm a substitute Shinigami. Ishigo was baffled. Oh? You're a substitute Shinigami? Then why didn't Dad ever tell me this? As he spoke, Ishigo turned to look at Isshin. Now, Ishigo also noticed that Isshin was wearing a Shihakusho and wielding a Zanpakuto. He couldn't help but ask, wait a minute, are you also a Shinigami, Dad? Isshin approached, gazing at his future son with a look of fondness and nostalgia. Yes, that's right. I'm also a Shinigami. By this point, future Aizen had already taken the Hogyoku from Rukia's body. Hearing the conversation between Ishigo and his family, he turned his gaze towards them. Jin and Tozen also looked their way. In their memories, Mosoki had been a Quincy, not a Shinigami. How could she be a Shinigami now? Aizen's mind flashed back to the words of his past self. Another world. Suddenly intrigued, future Aizen decided he would take Mosoki as a research subject. His past self, sensing his intentions, warned, I advise you to give up. You won't be able to take her. Future Aizen smirked. I won't know unless I try. With that, he soared into the sky. Past Aizen knew a battle with his future self was inevitable, so without hesitation, he followed. As both versions of Aizen disappeared into the sky, everyone on the ground breathed a collective sigh of relief. Both past and future Aizen had exuded an overwhelming pressure. Jin and Tozen, aware of Aizen's strength, knew that even the Aizen from a century ago could easily wipe them out. Without hesitation, they both shunpoed toward Mosoki Kurosoki. Ishigo, fully aware of Jin and Tozen's captain-level strength, panicked and shouted, "Mom, be careful!" Pushing through his injuries, Ishigo prepared to use his Bankai once more. Moved by her son's concern, Mosoki patted his shoulder gently. "Don't worry, Ishigo. Your dad and I can handle this." Ishin grinned and added, "I forgot to tell you, I was once the captain of the 10th Division in the Gotei 13. And thanks to the King's training, while I'm still no match for Aizen, I can definitely take on these two." With that, Ishin unleashed a terrifying spiritual pressure and launched himself at Jin and Tozen. Mosoki smiled at Ishigo. "And I forgot to tell you, too, I'm also a captain-level substitute Shinigami. Relax and rest, Ishigo. I can't let your dad steal all the glory." She then drew her Zanpakuto, spiritual energy surging around her as she called out, "Bankai, Holy Quince's arrow." Watching in stunned silence, Rukia could hardly believe what she was seeing. She had once stayed at Ishigo's home, so she recognized his father as a simple, clumsy man. Yet, here was Ishin, a formidable fighter. And Mosoki, she had been led to believe that Ishigo's mother had been a simple woman, a victim of a hollow. How could someone so powerful have died at the hands of a hollow? Meanwhile, Jin and Tozen were utterly shocked by Ishin and Mosoki's strength. They had expected an easy fight, but they were being completely overwhelmed. Especially Mosoki's Bankai, just like Quince's abilities, it could absorb and manipulate the Reisha in the atmosphere, even converting the spiritual pressure of their attacks into her own power. High above, future Aizen barely dodged a powerful attack from his past self, his expression darkening. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined being bested by a past version of himself. Even though they weren't from the same world, it was still the past. How could this be? But now was not the time to dwell on such questions. The Hogyoku was in his possession. As long as he had time to harness its power, no one, not even his past self, would be able to stand in his way. Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hiddenfanfics. Chapter 131, Chapter 131. 1671 words. Chapter 131, Bleach Finale. In future Aizen's plan, he intended to reveal his true self before Yamamoto and issue a declaration to the Soul Society. Although some parts of his plan had gone awry, Aizen had managed to secure the Hogyoku. Without hesitation, future Aizen summoned the Garganta, the pathway used by Hollow. Sensing something amiss, past Aizen glanced up at the sky. A massive hand suddenly tore open the sky, revealing a vast, dark void known as the Garganta. What followed was a terrifying scene. From the rift in the sky, countless Jillian-class Menos Grande surged forth, and 3 golden beams descended from the Garganta, enveloping future Aizen, Tozen, and Jin. Past Aizen recognized the beams as the negation, a technique used by Menos to rescue their comrades. Within these beams, the interior and exterior were completely isolated, creating a separate world. Once trapped inside, no one from the outside could touch the targets. Even past Aizen could not break through the negation because doing so would require breaking through the fabric of reality itself. Meanwhile, the worn-out future Jin and Tozen breathed sighs of relief under the protection of the negation. Future Jin had been battling Ishin, who was overwhelmingly powerful. The difference in strength left Jin completely outmatched. Future Tozen, while stronger in terms of spiritual pressure compared to Mosoki, found Mosoki's Zanpakuto ability utterly frustrating. To Tozen, it seemed designed specifically to counter Shinigami. Even though Tozen had unleashed his Bankai, trapping Mosoki in a world of sensory deprivation, where her spiritual pressure, sight, hearing, and smell were completely negated, Mosoki's Bankai, Holy Quince's arrow, managed to absorb the spiritual pressure used to form Tozen's Bankai, turning it into arrows to strike him back. This left Tozen feeling utterly powerless. He quickly realized that fighting Mosoki without using any spiritual pressure was futile, but how could a Shinigami fight without their Reiatsu? As the golden barrier of the negation blocked Mosoki's next attack, she frowned and prepared another spiritual arrow. Seeing this, future Tozen sneered, "It's useless. You cannot touch me while I'm inside the negation." Mosoki, still new to being a substitute Shinigami, didn't fully understand the implications of the negation. Just as she was about to fire her arrow, Isshin appeared by her side, placing a gentle hand on hers. "It's pointless. The negation separates us into two worlds. Unless your attack can break through worlds, you won't reach him." Frustrated but understanding, Mosoki lowered her weapon. Meanwhile, the captains of the Soul Society shifted their attention to the negation. As captains, they understood what the negation signified and what it meant to be trapped within it. None of them could have anticipated that Aizen, Jin, and Tozen from the future would betray the Soul Society. Most importantly, wasn't Aizen supposed to be dead? As they pieced things together, their expressions darkened. They now realized that future Aizen's orchestrated the chaos in the Soul Society. Without delay, the captains hurried toward Sokyoku Hill. The defection of 3 captain-level Shinigami was an unprecedented event, something almost unheard of in the history of the Soul Society. Their first priority was to regroup with Yamamoto and follow his orders. As Hitsugaya and Ranjiku hurried toward the hill, they spotted past Aizen, and their eyes widened in disbelief. They also saw the other Aizen trapped within the negation, and shock spread across their faces. Before Hitsugaya could react, Ranjiku gasped, "Captain Shiba!" Hitsugaya followed her gaze and was stunned to see Isshin. Captain Shiba! Isshin, the former captain of the 10th Division, had once led both Ranjiku and Hitsugaya, who had served as lieutenant and third seat, respectively. Isshin smiled warmly and waved at the two. In Isshin's timeline, Hitsugaya hadn't yet entered the Shinigami Academy, but just like Mosoki, a parallel world's Hitsugaya had crossed into Isshin's world. This Hitsugaya, now on Vimana as an explainer, had already become well acquainted with Isshin. Worth noting, the Hitsugaya aboard Vimana hailed from the 1000-year Blood War timeline and had mastered his complete Bankai. Hitsugaya blinked rapidly, unable to believe his eyes. But the truth was undeniable. Yet, there was no joy in the reunion, he only glared sharply at past Aizen. "Aizen, what are you up to this time?" Ranjiku, having come to her senses, also eyed past Aizen warily. This entire crisis in the Soul Society had begun with Aizen's death. Back then, Ranjiku and Hitsugaya had personally handled Aizen's corpse and confirmed it was real. But now that Aizen was alive again, they suspected he had some trick that could deceive their senses. And given this, they believed Isshin's presence could also be one of Aizen's deceptions. Past Aizen remained silent. Isshin, however, shunpoed between Hitsugaya and Ranjiku, playfully resting his hands on their heads. "What? You don't recognize your old captain?" Hitsugaya and Ranjiku froze. The familiar voice, the touch on their heads, and the unmistakable warmth of his Reiatsu, it all told them that this Isshin was real. But how could this be? Back in Vimana, future Yamamoto had finished grappling with the collapse and rebuilding of his worldview. Now, he barely managed to accept the truth. Just as he was about to ask more questions, he saw the negation descending from the black void and noticed future Aizen, Jin, and Tozen within it. Though future Yamamoto now understood the root cause of the rebellion, seeing it with his own eyes still ignited a burning rage within him. His fury instantly transformed into an overwhelming spiritual pressure that filled the entire sky. Despite future Yamamoto's rage, there was little he could do to affect the future Aizen trio, as even he could not break the negation. Future Aizen, sensing Yamamoto's immense Reiatsu, looked over. What he saw next, however, left him stunned. Hovering above him was Vimana, the royal throne in the sky, and sitting upon it was Gilgamesh, flanked by both past and future Yamamoto, as well as other captains. Aizen's shock deepened. Through past Aizen, Isshin, and Mosoki, Aizen had learned that these individuals came from the past. So the sight of 2 Yamamotos wasn't entirely surprising. But the fact that both Yamamotos seemed to serve under Gilgamesh, that was staggering. Aizen's mind raced as he searched his memories, but he found no trace of this Gilgamesh. Who was he? Why was Yamamoto serving him? Was he the one who brought these people from the past to the present? The question swirling in Aizen's mind left him momentarily dazed. It was then that future Yamamoto couldn't help but ask, "Aizen, why are you doing this?" Though he already knew the outcome, future Yamamoto could not comprehend the motivation behind Aizen's betrayal. Future Aizen, regaining his composure, replied with his usual cold demeanor, to reach a higher plane of existence. As he spoke, Aizen ran a hand through his hair, continuing, "No one is born standing at the top, not you, not me, not even the gods. But this empty throne in the heavens won't remain vacant much longer. Soon, I will sit upon it. Future Yamamoto's face darkened, ready to respond, but before he could, a calm yet commanding voice filled with regal authority cut through the air. As a mere insect, you dare lay claim to my throne? Future Yamamoto turned toward the voice and saw Gilgamesh rise from his throne, radiating a potent aura of kingship. A golden ripple appeared beside him. Future Aizen also shifted his gaze to Gilgamesh but showed no anger. In fact, his expression remained completely unmoved, as if he didn't even deem Gilgamesh's words worthy of a response. Tozen and Jin recognized this as Aizen's way of silently dismissing his opponent. However, Gilgamesh, having illuminated all his thoughts with his omniscient star, knew exactly what Aizen was thinking. Without further conversation, Gilgamesh reached into the golden ripple, pulling out the key of King. He pointed it toward the void, turning it slowly. In the next moment, the key of King transformed into a brilliant orb of red and gold light. That orb shattered, revealing the legendary EA, the Sword of Rupture, in Gilgamesh's hand. The golden ripple persisted and out from it emerged a series of mystic gems circling around Gilgamesh. Without hesitation, Gilgamesh raised EA high, and his voice rang out in an exalted chant. Behold the beginning! As heaven and earth split apart, let the ruptured world bear witness to my might, EA. The mystic gems shone brightly, releasing an immense amount of energy that flowed into the Sword of Rupture. The three interlocking discs that comprised EA began rotating, unleashing a spiraling force representing the separation of heaven, earth, and the underworld. The sheer magnitude of its power evoked the primal forces of creation itself. All that energy converged at the tip of EA's blade, forming a radiant sphere of red and gold energy. As the pressure mounted, Gilgamesh continued his chant, his voice reverberating through the Serete like the voice of a god. Turn the wheel of the stars. The hell of heaven shall be the endpoint of creation's eve, and I shall bring all to bow before death. At the apex of its power, EA's energy coalesced into a single point, shining brighter than ever before. Innumerelish. With the final declaration, Gilgamesh swung EA downward toward the negation enveloping future Aizen. A column of red and gold energy shot forth, embodying the force of both beginning and end. Before the stunned eyes of all present, the seemingly impenetrable negation shattered like glass under EA's might. Future Aizen's face finally showed fear. As he felt the crushing weight of imminent death, he murmured, "Impossible, this, how can I?" Before he could finish, his body was consumed by the overwhelming force of EA. With a deafening explosion, future Aizen, along with the countless Jillian in the Garganta, were obliterated and reduced to nothingness. For a brief moment, all of Serete fell into a stunned silence. Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hiddenfanfics. Chapter 132, Chapter 132. 1744 words. Chapter 132, Traversing to Marvel, the Ancient One arrives. In the Grand Palace of the Uruk Multiverse Empire, a young man with golden hair and crimson eyes, exuding a noble aura, sat atop a magnificent golden throne. Before him stood a female version of Urahara, who came from the parallel world of Mosoki. She was currently giving her report. As Gilgamesh listened to her briefing, a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. It had been 50 years since the Uruk Multiverse Empire was founded. During this time, under Gilgamesh's rule, the empire had conquered over 1,000 parallel worlds. However, 3 years ago, the expansion efforts of the empire hit a bottleneck. The Parallel Worlds Management Bureau had been unable to discover any new worlds. To address this, all the various Uraharas and Mayuis across the parallel worlds led teams of specialists to conduct nearly 3 years of meticulous calculations, eventually arriving at a conclusion. The result was that the multiverse of Bleach had reached its limit, and the roughly 1,000 parallel worlds were likely the total extent possible within the Bleach universe. The female Urahara was now reporting this conclusion. Gilgamesh wasn't surprised by this outcome, as he had anticipated it. In his view, the Bleach universe operated as a kind of multiverse, and the number of parallel worlds was finite. Using a Buddhist analogy, the Bleach universe could be seen as a small universe, containing only a limited number of parallel worlds. Because of this expectation, Gilgamesh had spent the past 3 years preparing for his departure from the Bleach universe. Ruling over a multiverse with thousands of parallel worlds required time to establish a smooth transition, and even for someone as powerful as Gilgamesh, it took 3 years to fully arrange everything. After the female Urahara left the palace, Gilgamesh gazed at the now empty throne room. He knew the time had come to leave for a new world. In those 3 years, aside from setting his affairs in order, Gilgamesh had pondered deeply about which world to travel to next. He had considered many options, such as One Piece, Naruto, One Punch Man, and Dragon Ball. After much deliberation, however, Gilgamesh decided not to choose any of these worlds for now. Worlds like One Piece and Naruto, though powerful, had power ceilings similar to those of Bleach, which were too low for Gilgamesh's current level. While Dragon Ball boasted a higher power ceiling, its power system was too singular. Eventually, Gilgamesh chose the Marvel Cinematic Universe, specifically Earth 616. Opening the King System store, Gilgamesh purchased a world-crossing ability worth 1,000,000 King points, and then activated it. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Do you confirm the use of world traversal? Confirm. Please specify the world you wish to travel to. Marvel Universe, Earth 616. In an instant, Gilgamesh's figure vanished. As soon as he disappeared from the Bleach universe, his close companions, Yoruichi, Rukia, Hikifune, and Senjomaru, entered the palace and gazed longingly at the empty throne. They had known for some time that Gilgamesh intended to travel to another world. He had never kept this secret from them. Though they wished to accompany him, Gilgamesh refused, as he could not guarantee their safety in a new world. This left them deeply curious about the kind of world Gilgamesh was heading to. What kind of place could be so challenging that even the invincible Gilgamesh treated it with such caution? Marvel Universe, Earth 616. Gilgamesh had barely arrived when he overheard voices from a distance. Hey boss, look over there, so shiny and golden. Whoa, who's that kid in the gold armor? Phut, probably not real gold. Must be some plastic spray painted or something. Who cares if it's gold or not, that guy definitely looks loaded. Let's check him out. Ha ha ha, I'm gonna call 10 models once I'm rich. A group of men, clearly street thugs, approached Gilgamesh. Even from several meters away, Gilgamesh could smell their foul stench, which disgusted him. What disgusted him even more was their crude catcalling and vulgar insults as they eyed him. Look at this pretty boy, all fancy and noble, I like that. Boss, can I go first? I can't wait. Ha ha, not so fast. I'm going first. I wasn't expecting such a treat today. They seemed oblivious to the fact that they were provoking someone far beyond their understanding, treating Gilgamesh as if he were prey. Thanks to his Shon Nagbarimuru, Gilgamesh easily saw into their minds. He knew these men were depraved criminals who indulged in all manner of atrocities, especially in Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen, a notorious slum in New York, was rife with crime, racial conflict, and high poverty. In such a lawless area, acts like this were all too common. These thugs were emboldened by the fact that they worked for Kingpin and were armed. Their unchecked criminal activities had made them arrogant. As the leader unbuckled his belt and strode toward him, Gilgamesh's expression turned icy. When Gilgamesh first arrived in the Marvel Universe, he hadn't planned on killing anyone right away. After all, this wasn't like the ordinary world of Bleach. The Marvel Universe was full of hidden dangers. Starting off by killing people could draw unwanted attention. But these men were clearly asking for death. Moreover, the chaos of Hell's Kitchen would serve as the perfect cover for their demise. Yo, that glare is making me even more excited. Hurry up, boss. This guy's lips, I can. Before they could finish their lewd comments, Gilgamesh's voice rang out coldly. To insult this king is to invite death. With those words, an overwhelming surge of spiritual pressure erupted, crashing down upon the thugs. The lead thug, along with his companions, collapsed to the ground as if struck by lightning, their eyes rolling back and froth spilling from their mouths. They were instantly dead. In the Bleach universe, spiritual pressure was the fundamental force of combat. Captain-level Shinigami could easily crush the souls of ordinary humans with their spiritual pressure alone. And Gilgamesh's spiritual pressure far exceeded that of a mere captain-level Shinigami. Name, Gilgamesh. Character template, Gilgamesh. Class, Archer. Strength, B. Endurance, B. Agility, B. Magic, A. Luck, A. Noble Phantasms, EX. Class skills, Magic Resistance, E. Independent Action, A. Divinity, B. Unique skills, Charisma, A+, Golden Rule, A. Collector, EX. Abilities: Second True Magic, Third True Magic, the Almighty, Yarwok. Spiritual Pressure, 100 million plus. King Points, 1 billion plus. This was Gilgamesh's current status, a formidable display of power. The only question was whether these stats would be enough to challenge god-tier beings in the Marvel Universe. Just as Gilgamesh was about to leave, a golden ring of light appeared in front of him. From the circle emerged a bald figure wearing the robes of a monk, stepping out with calm dignity. Gilgamesh immediately recognized the golden ring as a sling ring portal, a signature spell of Kamartaj. As for the bald figure, she resembled her counterpart in the Marvel films. This was the Ancient One, the current Sorcerer Supreme. Gilgamesh wasn't surprised that the Ancient One had found him. After all, in the Bleach world, even the Soul King had detected his presence. The Ancient One possessed god-tier strength, along with the Eye of Agamotto, allowing her to observe countless timelines and traverse them freely. Naturally, his sudden arrival had caught her attention. The Ancient One, seeing Gilgamesh's composed expression, realized that he already knew her identity. This didn't surprise her. Though her identity was secret to most, to a true power like Gilgamesh, she wasn't an enigma. Without a trace of fear, she addressed him solemnly. "Outsider, what is your purpose in this world?" Instead of answering her directly, Gilgamesh responded with a question of his own. "Do you know who I am?" The Ancient One remained silent, not answering immediately. She searched her vast memory, running through the identities of many beings in her mind: Odin, Black Panther, Namor, but none of them matched. Ultimately, she couldn't think of anyone who referred to themselves as this king. This silence was the answer Gilgamesh was expecting. Through the Shon Nagbarimuru, he could see into her thoughts, confirming that while the Ancient One had detected his presence, she couldn't see his future, similar to the Soul King's limitations. This brought Gilgamesh some relief. Before arriving, he had worried about being constantly monitored by beings capable of seeing his past, present, and future. The thought of someone being able to interfere with his every move was unsettling. While the Ancient One wasn't the most powerful being in the Marvel Universe, what she couldn't do didn't mean others couldn't. Still, Gilgamesh knew beings of that caliber wouldn't waste time on someone like him, a mere ant in their eyes. He was fully aware of his own place in the grand scheme of things. After gathering his thoughts, Gilgamesh finally spoke, his eyes gleaming with challenge. "Fight me. Whether I win or lose, I'll answer your question." After all, he had been curious whether his current stats could match up to god-tier beings, and now the Ancient One had presented herself. Of course, he wasn't going in unprepared. He had reserved a massive pool of king points as backup. Even if he couldn't defeat her, Gilgamesh was confident the Ancient One couldn't take him down. The Ancient One, taken aback by this request, paused. It wasn't often that someone asked her for a duel like this. After a moment, she nodded. "Very well. However," she added, "our battle would cause tremendous destruction to the city. I suggest we use the mirror dimension, unless you have a space of your own." The mirror dimension, a magical space from Kamartaj, allowed battles to occur without affecting the real world, functioning as a parallel space. Gilgamesh recalled Dr. Strange using it to neutralize an attack from the Power Stone. The Ancient One's willingness to consult him showed respect. She could have pulled him into the mirror dimension without asking. Gilgamesh appreciated her consideration but responded decisively. "We'll use your mirror dimension." He had the ability to summon a similar reality marble, but to experience the Ancient One's power fully, he preferred to fight on her turf. With a nod, the Ancient One conjured golden sparks with her hand, slicing through the air and enveloping them both in the inverted, reflective world of the mirror dimension. Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hidden fanfics. Chapter 133, Chapter 133. 1962 words. Chapter 133, The Ancient One's Magic, Spiritual Pressure, and Bankai. Within the mirror dimension. Gilgamesh, now in his adult form, stood tall and imposing, clad in a suit of golden armor, like an immovable mountain. During his 50 years in the Bleach universe, Gilgamesh fully developed the template of his younger self, reaching the peak of the attributes of the tyrant version of Gilgamesh. Naturally, this meant he could now don the golden armor of the Tyrant King. Though the golden armor seemed a bit ostentatious, considering the potential dangers of the Marvel world, Gilgamesh had worn it before crossing into this new realm. His armor wasn't just for show, it provided immense physical and magical defense. When paired with various magical artifacts that nullified many forms of sorcery, it made him highly resistant to most of the Nasaverse magic. In fact, that was exactly what Gilgamesh had planned. He was eager to see if his golden armor, combined with his numerous anti-magic defenses, could withstand the magic of the Marvel Universe. Thus, Gilgamesh didn't rush into an attack. Instead, he leisurely examined the inverted, mirror-like scenery around him, his face showing admiration. Although the Nasaverse had magic, only 5 true magics remained in the modern era. Everything else was classified as magecraft, feats that humanity's current technology could achieve. However, in the Marvel Universe, magic was truly magic. Marvel's magic was broadly categorized into white magic, derived from the deity Vishanti, and black magic, stemming from the death god Sitarak. Human technology couldn't replicate powers drawn from divine entities. The mirror dimension that the Ancient One had used was an example of white magic, bestowed by Vishanti. Of course, Marvel's world also contained other magical forces. Marvel's magic fundamentally involved a sorcerer borrowing power from a higher entity. For example, Doctor Strange had invoked spells like the Crimson Bands of Sitarak, Bolts of Balthak, and the Rings of Ragador, all named after the entities they borrowed power from. As the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One didn't just use white magic from Vishanti, she could also draw from other gods, including the powers of Dormammu's Dark Dimension. As Gilgamesh observed the magic of the mirror dimension through his Sharnakbarimuru, he constantly analyzed and dissected the magic at play. Gilgamesh had already mastered the third true magic from the Nasaverse, the materialization of souls, granting him limitless magical energy. He wanted to test if the magic from the Nasaverse could interact with Marvel's magical system. Meanwhile, the Ancient One had been waiting for Gilgamesh to make the first move. She planned to counter his attack and hopefully learn more about his identity from the techniques he used. But to her surprise, Gilgamesh seemed in no hurry to attack. He was still calmly observing the mirror dimension. A slight frown creased the Ancient One's brow as her thoughts raced. Gilgamesh had been the one who initiated the challenge, but now he wasn't attacking. This left the Ancient One puzzled as to what his true intentions were. For a brief moment, she missed having the Eye of Agamotto. In the past, the Ancient One would have simply used the Eye to foresee future events, allowing her to handle everything with complete confidence. But now, the Eye of Agamotto couldn't perceive Gilgamesh's past, present, or future, leaving the Ancient One feeling somewhat restricted. After much deliberation, the Ancient One decided to make the first move to probe Gilgamesh's strength. Before she attacked, she courteously warned, "Be careful. I'm about to begin." With that, golden sparks appeared from her right hand as she traced a line through the air. Suddenly, the mirror dimension began to twist and invert. The ground beneath Gilgamesh shifted, causing his body to sway as the entire dimension flipped upside down. The Ancient One, however, moved effortlessly through the twisting space, quickly appearing before Gilgamesh. Without hesitation, she struck Gilgamesh with her palm. Though the strike seemed ordinary, it was imbued with soul magic, capable of separating a person's soul from their body. Though uncertain of Gilgamesh's origins, the Ancient One was confident that he was human. And for humans, the soul was often the weakest point. If she could extract his soul, she had many ways to deal with it, even trapping it permanently, preventing it from returning to the body. Smack! The Ancient One's strike didn't use much physical force, as its true strength lay in the soul magic it carried. As soon as she confirmed her strike had landed on Gilgamesh's golden armor, she activated the power of the Eye of Agamotto, planning to trap his soul in the flow of time. However, before she could fully unleash the Eye's power, she heard a calm and intrigued voice. "Oh, soul magic? Capable of separating the soul from the body. Interesting, but not impressive. Compared to this, the Soul Society's methods of separating souls are much more refined. Would you like to see for yourself?" The Ancient One's eyes widened in shock. As Gilgamesh pointed a finger toward her, she felt an intense sense of foreboding. Without hesitation, she quickly retreated, her mind racing to process Gilgamesh's words. Soul Society? The name sounded like a world, perhaps a dimension governed by a god of souls? Soul or a god related to souls or corpses, perhaps? While the Ancient One pondered this, Gilgamesh had already appeared in mid-air, and golden ripples shimmered behind him. Before she could react further, a barrage of weapons surged from the golden ripples, flying toward her like a meteor shower. Boom! 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 The relentless rain of noble phantasms was powerful and dense, but it wasn't enough to overwhelm the Ancient One. With one hand, she conjured Seraphim's shield to block the incoming projectiles, while the other hand created a portal. Simultaneously, a corresponding portal appeared behind Gilgamesh. Without hesitation, the Ancient One leaped through her portal, emerging behind Gilgamesh with the Rings of Ragador in hand, slashing toward his golden armor. The Rings of Ragador was a potent magic that could both defend and attack, capable of cutting through steel with ease. Gold, after all, was far softer than steel. Yet, as the rings collided with the golden armor, the Ancient One's pupils dilated in shock. The rings couldn't even scratch the armor, not leaving a single mark. Despite this, the Ancient One's expression remained calm. As a god-tier sorcerer with vast experience, she had fought countless battles and wasn't easily shaken. In fact, this situation had been within her expectations. The Ancient One had placed Gilgamesh on a level equal to, or perhaps even above, her own. The reason? The Eye of Agamotto could observe her own past, present, and future, but not Gilgamesh's. And the Rings of Ragador were just one of her many spells, a common one at that. The Ancient One had plenty more in her arsenal. After stabilizing her position with a levitation spell, she dispelled the rings and conjured a new weapon, a golden sword of light formed from immense magical power. This was the Holy Sword of Vishanti, imbued with the power of the Trinity deity Vishanti. It was far more powerful than the rings. With the Holy Sword summoned, the Ancient One slashed toward Gilgamesh's golden armor. Mindful of Gilgamesh's unknown background, the Ancient One held back. She didn't go for a killing blow and refrained from targeting his exposed head. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the space as a massive force reverberated from the impact. The Ancient One focused on the point where her sword met the golden armor. There, a faint crack had appeared. The sight of this minute crack caused the Ancient One's pupils to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh had confirmed that his golden armor, along with the other magical artifacts he wore, could indeed defend against Marvel's magical attacks. Without those magical defenses, even the formidable golden armor alone wouldn't have been able to withstand the Ancient One's Holy Sword of Vishanti. Of course, the Ancient One had no knowledge of the intricate power behind Gilgamesh's armor and magical items. Unable to use the Eye of Agamotto to observe him, she was left in the dark about his true nature. But from what she had seen so far, the Ancient One could tell that Gilgamesh's golden armor was extraordinary. While not quite at the level of a true divine artifact, it was a rare and powerful treasure. Not just the armor, everything Gilgamesh had unleashed so far, including the flying noble phantasms, were all precious artifacts of immense value. However, the Ancient One still couldn't deduce who could possess so many treasures. And those golden ripples? They resembled portals, likely connecting to a vault storing his endless trove of weapons. As these thoughts raced through her mind, the Ancient One resumed her assault on Gilgamesh. Despite knowing the armor's defensive strength, she chose to engage Gilgamesh in close combat. After all, if she distanced herself, she would have to face that overwhelming rain of noble phantasms once again. Faced with a single powerful weapon or countless flying treasures, the choice was clear. Besides, the Holy Sword of Vishanti wasn't even at its full strength yet. Given enough time to channel more power, it could grow even stronger. And the Ancient One planned to achieve that while engaging Gilgamesh in close quarters combat. Just then, Gilgamesh made his move. Boom! Without holding back, Gilgamesh unleashed his spiritual pressure. His spiritual power, surpassing 100 million, flooded the entire mirror dimension in an instant. The Ancient One suddenly felt as though she were trapped in quicksand. The space around her grew unbearably heavy, her movements constrained, and even the flow of magical energy within her body became sluggish. She immediately understood that all of this was due to Gilgamesh. In the Ancient One's trembling eyes, Gilgamesh's image had transformed. He now appeared like a god who ruled over all, radiating divine authority that caused the very heavens and earth to quiver. For a moment, the Ancient One had the eerie sensation that she was standing before the Lord of a dimension. When Gilgamesh first crossed into this world, he had already confirmed that spiritual pressure worked here in the Marvel Universe, as evidenced by the ease with which he had killed those thugs earlier. And Gilgamesh's spiritual pressure had reached the staggering level of over 100 million. For reference, the limit of a Shinigami's spiritual pressure was around 10 million. Gilgamesh's power exceeded that by a factor of 10, surpassing even the final form of Aizen with the Hogyoku. This only made Gilgamesh respect the Ancient One's strength even more. Despite the overwhelming weight of such immense spiritual pressure, the Ancient One had only experienced mild hindrance, with her mind, will, and soul unscathed. Gilgamesh knew that relying solely on spiritual pressure wouldn't be enough to defeat her. He had never intended to win with it alone. As the Ancient One watched, a long sword emerged from the golden ripples behind Gilgamesh. Unlike before, this time Gilgamesh reached out and grasped the weapon. It was his Zanpakuto, Kenno. Having already confirmed that spiritual pressure worked in this universe, Gilgamesh was eager to test if his Zanpakuto would function as well. After all, this was a different universe, with different rules and power systems. But Gilgamesh was confident that it would work. The Marvel universe was known for its diverse power systems, which suggested a high level of adaptability. However, the abilities of Kenno's Shikai wouldn't be very useful in this world, as there were no other Zanpakuto present. So, Gilgamesh was preparing to unleash his Bankai instead. Without hesitation, Gilgamesh raised his sword and invoked the release command. Bankai, Kenno Oken Tenka. Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com Hidden Fanfics. Chapter 134, Chapter 134. 2058 words. Chapter 134, Gilgamesh in the Marvel Universe. As the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One had naturally honed her powers over the will, mind, and soul. It was clear to her now that Gilgamesh was an absolute force when it came to spiritual and soul-based powers. The very spiritual pressure Gilgamesh was currently unleashing was enough to make even her, a master of the mystical arts, feel as though she was stuck in quicksand. If not for her swift use of soul defense magic, her very soul might have been gravely injured under the crushing weight of Gilgamesh's spiritual dominance. The Ancient One now understood why her soul magic had no effect on him. In front of Gilgamesh, using soul magic was like showing off a blade in front of Guan Yu, a futile and humiliating effort. What the Ancient One didn't realize, however, was that the true reason her magic had no effect was because Gilgamesh was currently in a spiritual form. He had no physical body. His form was a manifestation of the third magic from the Nasaverse, where the soul materialized, making him appear as a normal human. As the Ancient One watched intently, Gilgamesh's incantation continued, and she observed the transformation of his Zanpakuto, Kenno. The once long blade morphed into a scepter, fully made of gold, engraved with ancient runes, and topped with a royal jewel that shone with prismatic brilliance. The moment the Ancient One laid eyes on the scepter, her sixth sense warned her. It was as if this scepter contained unfathomable, terrifying power. The words "a divine artifact" echoed in her mind. Through Shon Nagbarimuru, Gilgamesh sensed the Ancient One's thoughts and smiled. This is Kenno. It gathers the power of all Zanpakuto. Calling it a divine artifact would not be an exaggeration. Kenno? Zanpakuto? The Ancient One's mind raced. She was certain she had never heard of these names before, but that didn't stop her from attempting to deduce their origins. Gilgamesh's voice echoed again, "Shatter, Kyoka Suigetsu." With those words, the form of the scepter transformed again, this time into the appearance of Kyoka Suigetsu, the Zanpakuto of illusion and hypnosis. The Shikai of Kyoka Suigetsu was now complete. Unfamiliar with the abilities of a Zanpakuto, the Ancient One remained vigilant, watching the transformation closely, prepared for any unforeseen developments. After releasing Kyoka Suigetsu, Gilgamesh moved to strike the Ancient One with it. Faced with a sword of unknown capabilities, the Ancient One wisely avoided a direct clash and quickly retreated, putting distance between herself and Gilgamesh. Slash! As the Ancient One moved, she suddenly felt a sharp pain across her back, as if a blade had sliced through her flesh. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to see that Gilgamesh, who should have been distant, was now somehow behind her. How is this possible? Confusion filled her thoughts, but Gilgamesh gave her no time to contemplate. He swung Kyoka Suigetsu again. This time, the Ancient One didn't retreat. Instead, she raised the holy sword of Vishanti to meet his strike. Slash! Once again, the searing pain of a blade cutting into her back radiated through her body. The Ancient One didn't look back this time. Instead, she released a surge of magical energy, unleashing a shockwave in all directions. The force of her magical shockwave was immense, toppling trees, collapsing buildings, and even shaking the very ground beneath her. At the same time, she waved her hand, creating a golden portal with sparks flying, a sling ring portal, one of the fundamental magics of Kamartaj. Without hesitation, the Ancient One stepped through the portal, vanishing from sight, and reappearing in another corner of the mirror dimension. Her expression was full of uncertainty as she recalled the events that had just transpired, using the Eye of Agamotto to instantly heal her injuries. As a god-tier entity, the Ancient One's battle experience was vast. Though it had only happened twice, she quickly deduced that Koka Suigetsu's ability involved illusions, capable of affecting her senses. However, she was unsure of when she had fallen under its spell. Still, now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Gilgamesh, wielding Koka Suigetsu, was already closing in with astonishing speed using Shuimpa, or Flash Step, moving through the air effortlessly. The Ancient One narrowed her eyes, her hands moving into a mystic stance as she chanted, Icon's form. In an instant, multiple ethereal arms sprouted from her back, making her resemble a multi-armed deity from ancient myth. Simultaneously, several duplicates of the Ancient One shot out from her form, created by the magic of Icon's form. The power of this spell was that, as long as there was enough magic, it could summon countless doppelgangers. Each duplicate possessed the same power as the original and could cast the same spells. Some duplicates conjured the holy sword of Vishanti to engage Gilgamesh head-on. Others unleashed the rings of Ragador to bind and support, while those at a distance launched energy whips to ensnare him. Still, others were preparing their ultimate attacks to deliver a fatal blow. Through Shon Nagbarimuru, Gilgamesh quickly discerned that these duplicates were unaffected by Koka Suigetsu's illusionary powers. He hadn't expected the Ancient One to break through the abilities of Koka Suigetsu so effortlessly with just a spell. This realization brought a smile to Gilgamesh's face. It had been a long time since he'd encountered a battle that thrilled him. Surrounded by dozens of the Ancient One's duplicates, Gilgamesh felt his dormant blood stir, his battle-hardened spirit reigniting. As the Ancient One's doppelgangers swarmed him, Gilgamesh reverted Keno back into its scepter form and began chanting, Heido 99, Goryuten Metsu. Heido 99, Goryuten Metsu was one of the strongest destructive spells in the Bleach universe. With Gilgamesh's immense spiritual pressure of over 100 million, even a version of the spell without incantation surpassed the power of Aizen's fully chanted version of the same spell. As soon as Gilgamesh finished his chant, 5 colossal eastern dragons of purple spiritual energy materialized. They roared with fury, their primal rage directed at everything around them, intent on annihilation. Boom! 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 Wherever the spiritual dragons passed, everything was obliterated. Trees, buildings, the very ground itself. Even the mirror dimension began to tremble under the power of the 5 dragons, as if it could no longer contain their destructive might and was on the verge of collapsing. In the eyes of the countless duplicates of the Ancient One, it seemed as though the heavens and earth were shaking in response to this overwhelming power. They felt an immense relief that this spell had been cast in the mirror dimension. Had it been in the real world, the devastation would have been unimaginable. At the same time, the Ancient One pondered the technique and power Gilgamesh had just unleashed. There was no doubt in her mind that what Gilgamesh had used was another form of soul power. But the spell Goryuten Metsu was entirely new to her. She had neither seen nor heard of such an ability before. One thing was certain, this power didn't come from magic, nor from borrowing the power of a deity. It was Gilgamesh's own. As the terrifying energy of Heido 99 swept across the battlefield, many of the Ancient One's doppelgangers, unable to retreat in time, were instantly obliterated. The remaining duplicates soon followed, vanishing one by one. Gilgamesh understood this as a signal from the Ancient One that she wished to end the battle. Despite the feeling of unfinished business, Gilgamesh complied and sheathed Keno. He knew that the Ancient One wasn't conceding defeat. Thus far, she hadn't even unleashed her full strength. Of course, neither had he. The reason the Ancient One called for a halt was that the mirror dimension was beginning to collapse under the strain of their battle. Had they continued fighting, the dimension would have shattered completely, and the fight would have spilled into the real world, causing incalculable damage. This was something the Ancient One wanted to avoid. Seeing that Gilgamesh had relented, the Ancient One let out a subtle sigh of relief. She had already prepared for the worst. If things escalated, she had considered leading Gilgamesh into Dormammu's dimension, even though that would mean facing 2 immensely powerful enemies. After everything had settled, the Ancient One waved her hand, restoring the mirror dimension to its original state. She then approached Gilgamesh. and asked, Now, will you tell me your purpose for coming to this world? Gilgamesh smiled and replied, To acquire greater power. The Ancient One's brow furrowed. She hadn't expected such an answer, which made her feel uneasy. At her level of strength, she fully understood the allure of greater power for beings of their caliber. If this world held the key to even more power for Gilgamesh, convincing him to leave would be an incredibly difficult task. At least not until Gilgamesh had achieved his goal. What she didn't know was what Gilgamesh sought, and whether it would pose a danger to Earth. Through Shon Nagbarimuru, Gilgamesh read her concerns and said, Don't worry. I have no intention of harming Earth. The Ancient One was taken aback. She was surprised not only by how easily Gilgamesh seemed to read her thoughts but also by his words. Gilgamesh continued, "My name is Gilgamesh. You've likely heard of me." Gilgamesh. The Ancient One's face showed shock. Of course, she knew of Gilgamesh. In this world, there existed a Gilgamesh, and he was still alive. The Gilgamesh of this world was an eternal known as the Forgotten One, who had fought to protect humanity for thousands of years under various names, one of which was recorded in the Epic of Gilgamesh. At different points in history, he had also been known as Hercules, Samson, and others. However, due to his excessive interference in human affairs, the Forgotten One had been confined for a long time. Through the Eye of Agamotto, the Ancient One had foreseen that the Forgotten One would soon be freed from his confinement and, following the orders of the Eternals, would join the Avengers, using the name Gilgamesh. In her vision, the Forgotten One appeared as a giant warrior, completely different from the beautiful, noble-looking Gilgamesh standing before her now. Furthermore, the powers of the Forgotten One bore no resemblance to those Gilgamesh had displayed. The notion of a multiverse and parallel world suddenly flashed through the Ancient One's mind. Gilgamesh knew that in the Marvel Universe, there existed another Gilgamesh, who was considered the strongest member of the Eternals. As for the Eternals, eventually, the Ancient One dispelled the mirror dimension and returned to Kamartaj. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh returned to Hell's Kitchen. The bodies of the thugs he had killed were now gone. Gilgamesh wasn't surprised. In Hell's Kitchen, fresh corpses were considered valuable resources, especially those with intact organs. Now dressed in casual modern attire, Gilgamesh no longer stood out as much in the crowd. He didn't leave immediately, instead opening the king's system to review its offerings. The world task still urged him to become the king of this world. However, Gilgamesh's focus was on the characters and items available for exchange in the Marvel Universe. Young Odin, King of Asgard. Young Dwarf King, King of Dwarfs. Young Black Bolt, King of the Inhumans. Young Namor, King of Atlantis. Young Black Panther, King of Wakanda. Young Doctor Doom, King of Latveria. Time Stone. Space Stone. Mind Stone. While browsing the system, Gilgamesh sensed someone approaching. Looking up, he saw a group of thugs with ill intent heading his way. Gilgamesh sighed. Why can't people just enjoy being alive? Without further warning, his terrifying spiritual pressure exploded. The thugs didn't even realize what was happening before their souls were crushed, killing them instantly. Unfazed, Gilgamesh calmly began walking toward his next destination. Just before leaving, he cast a glance toward a certain rooftop. That one glance sent a shiver down the spine of the daredevil, who had been hiding atop the building. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Daredevil thought to himself. After Gilgamesh had left, Daredevil collapsed to the ground, murmuring, from the sound of his footsteps, it seems like he's heading toward Kingpin's territory. Could it be just a coincidence? Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com to hidden fanfics. Chapter 135, Chapter 135. 1930 words. Chapter 135, Submit or Die. The world task was something Gilgamesh had to complete. The item, World Traversal, could only be unlocked for purchase after completing the world task. However, the waters in the Marvel Universe were deep, with a complex hierarchy of power. To complete the task, Gilgamesh knew he would need a carefully devised plan. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe that Gilgamesh now found himself in, the power levels were divided into 6 main tiers. From strongest to weakest, these were Omniversal, Multiversal, Cosmic, Universal, Skyfather, and Earthly. After his battle with the Ancient One, Gilgamesh estimated his current strength to be at the Skyfather level. However, Skyfather was only the second lowest tier in this immense hierarchy. This made it clear just how vast and treacherous the depths of the Marvel Universe truly were. But it was precisely because of this that Gilgamesh had chosen the Marvel Universe. Once he had traversed into this world, he could access the King System's store and purchase items native to the Marvel Universe. This meant that the upper limits of the King System store and the available character templates would skyrocket to unimaginable heights. For instance, in the store, Gilgamesh had already found items related to OAA, one above all, the supreme being of the Marvel Universe, the creator of the Omniverse, and the highest deity in all of Marvel. However, anything associated with the one above all had an astronomical cost, with prices starting at tens of trillions of king points, far beyond what Gilgamesh could afford at the moment. But just because he couldn't buy it now didn't mean he couldn't in the future. As long as Gilgamesh conquered enough worlds, he would eventually accumulate enough points. One day, Gilgamesh knew he could stand at the pinnacle of the Marvel Universe, just as he had in the Bleach world, ruling over the multiverse of Marvel as its king. Of course, by the time he reached that level, perhaps such things would no longer matter to him. For now, Gilgamesh's primary goal was figuring out how to complete his world task. With Sean Nagburimuru's insight, his thoughts were clearer than ever, and soon enough, he had several plans. Regardless of the plan, the first step was to seize control of a faction. With his own force, many tasks would become much easier. At the very least, he wouldn't have to concern himself with trivial matters like food, clothing, and shelter. As for being a lone wanderer, that was never Gilgamesh's style. And the faction Gilgamesh had set his sights on was none other than Kingpin's criminal empire. Gilgamesh recalled that Kingpin's real name was Wilson Grant Fisk. Fisk was the arch-nemesis of Daredevil, aka Matt Murdock, and the head of the largest crime empire in New York and all of America. Kingpin's network spanned the globe, constantly clashing with heroes like Daredevil, Punisher, Spider-Man, and even the Fantastic Four and X-Men. Without a doubt, Kingpin was a mastermind-level villain with a cunning intellect far beyond the average. On top of that, Kingpin was physically enormous, standing over 2 meters tall and possessing over 90% muscle. His strength was so immense that he could punch through walls and overpower superpowered individuals like Spider-Man. Moreover, Kingpin was a world-class fighter, trained in nearly all forms of hand-to-hand combat, and could hold his own against the best. He regularly sparred with the world's top fighters, often taking on 10 at a time, and most of them didn't survive past 20 seconds in a match against him. As Gilgamesh recalled this information, a faint smile crossed his face. It seemed that fate had bound him to Kingpin. After just arriving in this world, Kingpin's lackeys had already come looking for trouble twice. Gilgamesh knew it was time to meet Wilson Fisk himself. Thanks to Sean Nagburimuru, Gilgamesh learned that Kingpin would be coming to Hell's Kitchen to finalize a large-scale illicit deal. As for the exact location of the deal, at first, Gilgamesh didn't know it, but by reading Daredevil's mind, he learned the location of the transaction. Daredevil had planned to disrupt Kingpin's deal tonight but was sidetracked when he noticed Kingpin's goons targeting Gilgamesh. Daredevil intended to intervene and save Gilgamesh. He had no idea that Gilgamesh possessed terrifying powers, so powerful that Daredevil didn't even understand how Gilgamesh had killed the thugs. What had shaken Daredevil most was that final glance Gilgamesh had given him. Even now, the memory of it sent shivers down his spine. Daredevil was blind, so why had that one look from Gilgamesh affected him so deeply? After steadying his nerves with several deep breaths, Daredevil started moving swiftly across the rooftops again. He didn't know if Gilgamesh was after Kingpin or what their relationship was, but one thing was certain, Daredevil had to stop Kingpin's deal. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh weaved through the alleys of Hell's Kitchen, making his way toward the location of Kingpin's deal. Along the way, more thugs tried to confront him. Of course, their fates were the same, death. Finally, Gilgamesh arrived in front of the apartment building where Kingpin's transaction was taking place. If Daredevil's information was correct, Kingpin was currently in the basement. Daredevil had already reached the rooftop of a nearby building, using his enhanced senses to monitor the situation inside the apartment. He sensed Gilgamesh's approach as well. Originally, Daredevil had planned to act immediately, but after noticing Gilgamesh's presence, he held back, curious to see what Gilgamesh would do. Daredevil didn't know Gilgamesh's origins, but he was sure that Gilgamesh wasn't working for Kingpin. After all, Gilgamesh had just killed some of Kingpin's lackeys. Now, Daredevil was hoping for a confrontation between Gilgamesh and Kingpin. With Gilgamesh's power, maybe he could kill the ever-elusive Kingpin once and for all. Through Daredevil's enhanced hearing, he could sense Gilgamesh walking directly toward the apartment building. Although the building seemed ordinary, it was, in fact, heavily fortified with traps and armed guards inside and out. Kingpin's men had already noticed Gilgamesh's approach. They didn't try to stop him but instead used their phones to send a message. One of them sneered as they watched Gilgamesh walk inside. In their eyes, Gilgamesh was just a fly walking straight into the spider's web. Once inside the apartment, Gilgamesh was quickly approached by 2 large men dressed in identical black suits. Without saying a word, the 2 men reached out with their massive hands, intending to restrain him. From the rooftop, Daredevil's enhanced senses mapped out the situation inside the building in his mind as a three-dimensional image. He recognized the two large men heading toward Gilgamesh. These were no ordinary guards, they were Kingpin's personal bodyguards, elite fighters with world-class combat skills. Daredevil had crossed paths with them several times and knew firsthand just how dangerous they were. His heart raced. Despite the terrifying aura Gilgamesh exuded, Daredevil still had no clear sense of just how strong he really was. Would Gilgamesh be able to handle these two giants? Daredevil's enhanced hearing picked up the sound of Gilgamesh's voice, cold and filled with regal authority, who gave you permission to lay your filthy hands on your king. Thud! Thud! Daredevil's mental image suddenly shifted as he heard the sound of two bodies hitting the floor. The two bodyguards had collapsed, but unlike the previous thugs, they were still alive. He could hear their heartbeats. This puzzled Daredevil. From his brief observations, he had pegged Gilgamesh as a ruthless individual. So why hadn't he killed these two? Was it because they were too strong to be killed outright? Before Daredevil could process it further, Gilgamesh's voice echoed once more. Though I don't particularly like him, he did say something quite true. Daredevil was curious. Who was Gilgamesh talking about? And what was this true thing? Fortunately, Gilgamesh didn't stop there, continuing, stepping over ants without bothering to kill them. This power is indeed difficult to control. Boom! Gilgamesh's words struck Daredevil like a bolt of lightning. If anyone else had said those words, Daredevil would have dismissed them as arrogant boasting. But coming from Gilgamesh. Not only that, but Daredevil also had the eerie feeling that these words were meant for him to hear. For a brief moment, Daredevil imagined a towering figure seated upon a celestial throne, looking down at him as though he were nothing more than a tiny insect. The invisible pressure was so immense that Daredevil began to sweat profusely. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the sound of gunfire jolted Daredevil back to reality. From the mental image formed in his mind, Daredevil could see that Kingpin's men had opened fire on Gilgamesh. But something strange was happening. All the bullets stopped mid-air, suspended by some invisible force before they could reach Gilgamesh. With a mere wave of spiritual pressure, the bullets flew back with even more force than before. Screams echoed through the apartment as the room became a blood-soaked nightmare. Demon! He's a demon! Monster! Run! Stay away! Stay away from me! Somebody, please help! Listening to the cries of the evil men who had tormented others for so long, Daredevil felt conflicted. On one hand, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction, on the other, a chilling fear gripped his soul. One thought began to dominate Daredevil's mind: if Gilgamesh ever turns to evil, how could I possibly stop him? In Daredevil's mind, Gilgamesh's image was beginning to take shape, a powerful, enigmatic figure, ruthless and unfazed by worldly laws, with morality hanging in the balance. Someone like that could tilt toward good or evil at any moment. Daredevil knew one thing for sure: he could never hope to defeat someone like Gilgamesh on his own. Still, he resolved, if the time ever comes, I will stop him. If I can't do it alone, I'll find other heroes who can. With that thought, Daredevil began moving once more. Meanwhile, deep in the basement of the apartment, the large metal door leading to Kingpin's hideout suddenly crumbled with a loud crash, sending dust flying into the air. Prepared for such an intrusion, Kingpin ordered his men to open fire. His eyes remained fixed on the source of the noise, cold and calculating. Kingpin wanted to see who had the audacity to interrupt his deal. Several heroes came to mind: Daredevil, Punisher, or even Spider-Man. Of the three, Daredevil seemed the most likely culprit, being his greatest adversary and one who had the ability to bypass the building's defenses. As he considered this, Kingpin gripped his custom cane tightly. The cane was no ordinary accessory, it was a high-tech weapon capable of firing lasers, gas, and smoke, as well as delivering electric shocks. With a subtle hand signal, Kingpin ordered his men to cease fire. He knew that his opponent could use the environment to their advantage, waiting for his men to waste their ammunition before striking. If bullets were effective, the barrage they had just unleashed should have been enough to kill anyone. As the smoke and dust began to clear, Kingpin and his men were met with a sight they would never forget. There, seated upon an opulent golden throne, clad in resplendent golden armor, a regal figure with eyes like gleaming rubies looked down upon them with cold indifference, a king, as if plucked from the very pages of myth and legend. Submit, or die. As the commanding voice rang out, Kingpin and his men saw the gate of divine knowledge open before them, a portal to something beyond human comprehension. Buzz. Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hiddenfanfics. Chapter 136, Chapter 136. 1690 words. Chapter 136, Subduing Kingpin, the Nature of People. Who is he? What is that golden light behind him, and those weapons within it? Where did that golden throne come from? These were the thoughts racing through the minds of Kingpin and his men as they stared at Gilgamesh. Confusion and fear gripped them, especially with the imposing aura of royal authority emanating from Gilgamesh. Human beings naturally fear the unknown, and Gilgamesh's regal presence amplified that fear tenfold. To Kingpin's men, the sensation they felt was akin to what they experienced when standing before their boss, but magnified to an unbearable degree under Gilgamesh's gaze. It wasn't just the oppressive authority they felt in front of Kingpin, this was far beyond that. For Wilson Fisk, aka Kingpin, he didn't know what this royal authority truly was, but he was familiar with power. As the head of the largest criminal empire in the United States, Kingpin had often dealt with those in positions of authority. But what Gilgamesh exuded was beyond anything Kingpin had ever encountered, completely surpassing anyone he had faced before. Feeling his body tense up, Kingpin frantically tried to figure out Gilgamesh's identity. Was he the son of some high-ranking official? A member of a prominent family? Or part of a large organization? Kingpin wasn't the head of the largest criminal empire in the US for nothing, he was far more composed than his underlings. After a brief moment of shock, he forced himself to calm down. Although he hadn't yet deduced Gilgamesh's identity from the power Gilgamesh displayed, Kingpin knew he was dealing with a superhuman. In this world, superhumans were no secret. Many heroes, like the Fantastic Four or Spider-Man, possessed such abilities. Thus, Kingpin quickly classified Gilgamesh's abilities as superpowers, though he wasn't sure exactly what those powers entailed or if Gilgamesh was just putting on a show. Kingpin's thoughts raced, and he tried to keep his voice steady as he asked, "I want to know who's backing you. Are they really capable of swallowing up my empire?" Kingpin had no desire to submit, but he wasn't foolish enough to openly resist without understanding Gilgamesh's powers. He needed to proceed cautiously and bide his time, pretending to cooperate while figuring out who Gilgamesh's allies were. After all, Kingpin's empire wasn't just vast, it was connected to numerous powerful interests. Many influential factions relied on him, and they wouldn't sit idly by if someone tried to take over his empire. The intricate web of favors, secrets, and blackmail he had accumulated ensured his survival and dominance for so long. But Gilgamesh, through the power of his Shon Nagbarimuru, had already seen through Kingpin's thoughts. With his A+ charisma, an inherent skill that surpassed normal human leadership, Gilgamesh regarded Kingpin's influence as insignificant. In the Bleach universe, Keno, his Zanpakuto, had helped him rule an empire that spanned over 1,000 parallel worlds. His charisma was so great that it bordered on the supernatural, far beyond the reach of mere mortals, even rivaling gods. In fact, after ruling his multiversal empire for so long, Gilgamesh sensed that his charisma skill had grown, though it hadn't yet reached the EX level. Still, he knew it wouldn't be long before it did. Without answering Kingpin's question, Gilgamesh spoke coldly, "This is the last time I'll say it, submit, or die." Kingpin gritted his teeth. Never before had he experienced such humiliation. But, realizing the dire situation, he lowered his head, signaling his submission. At the same time, he subtly signaled his loyal men to prepare to act. Kingpin wasn't about to give up so easily. His elite bodyguards were highly trained, capable fighters selected for their skill and absolute loyalty. He intended to have them delay Gilgamesh long enough for him to escape through a secret passage in the basement, one that had been used earlier by his business partner. Though he had considered fleeing earlier, Gilgamesh's sudden appearance had caught him off guard. This particular deal was crucial, involving high-level US officials and significant interests. Kingpin couldn't afford for his partner to be harmed on his turf. Kingpin's men, completely loyal to him, prepared to act. But before they could move, Gilgamesh's voice rang out, "Kneel!" Boom! Before they could react, a crushing pressure descended upon them, forcing them all to the ground, their knees slamming into the floor with a heavy thud. They could barely feel the pain in their shattered knees, all they could comprehend was the unbearable weight pressing down on them, filling their minds with terror and leaving their bodies heavy and sluggish. You were given a chance, and yet you chose not to take it. Gilgamesh's voice was filled with lethal intent, and Kingpin and his men felt as if the Reaper's sight was already at their throats. Faced with overwhelming power and the looming threat of death, Kingpin couldn't bear it any longer. He kowtowed to the ground, trembling, and pleaded, "Please, give me another chance, I will submit." Gilgamesh raised his hand, preparing to unleash the rain of his noble phantasms to finish them off. Suddenly, a portal from Kamartaj opened in front of Kingpin and his men. The Ancient One stepped through, placing herself between them and Gilgamesh. "King of Heroes," she said, her tone calm but respectful. "Could I ask you, as a favor, to give him another chance?" Gilgamesh frowned but said nothing. The Ancient One continued, "You must know who he is. His own life may not be of concern, but his criminal empire spans the globe. Should he die without explanation, the entire global network of crime and the powerful forces involved will descend into chaos. That chaos could potentially trigger a third world war." This wasn't just empty talk. The Ancient One had glimpsed this possibility through the Eye of Agamotto, one of many futures where Kingpin's death led to global catastrophe. Even Daredevil, who had been eavesdropping from the rooftop, was taken aback by the Ancient One's sudden appearance. What shocked Daredevil even more were the words she spoke. Using his enhanced hearing, Daredevil could detect the slightest change in a person's heartbeat, allowing him to know when someone was lying. From the steady rhythm of the Ancient One's heart, Daredevil knew she wasn't lying. Daredevil had always wanted to kill Kingpin, but hearing that his death might trigger a world war made him shudder with fear. Had he acted on his desire to eliminate Kingpin, would he have unknowingly caused such devastation? Cold sweat dripped down Daredevil's face as the realization hit him. Unbeknownst to Daredevil, though, even if he had succeeded in killing Kingpin, it wouldn't have mattered. The Ancient One monitored all timelines and could use the Eye of Agamotto to rewind time if necessary. But Gilgamesh was different. His presence in this world disrupted the Ancient One's ability to fully control the future, and so she sought to prevent that chaotic future from ever coming to pass. After a long pause, Gilgamesh slowly lowered his hand. "Very well. I'll grant you this favor." The golden gates of Babylon shimmered and faded from existence, their glow vanishing. The Ancient One exhaled softly, relieved. "Thank you, King of Heroes." She then used the Eye of Agamotto to rewind time for Kingpin and his men, as well as Daredevil. All of their memories of her intervention were erased, resetting the timeline to before her arrival. With her task complete, the Ancient One returned to Kamartaj through another portal, leaving Gilgamesh with a parting invitation: "If you ever find yourself with time, you're welcome to visit Kamartaj." Gilgamesh stood, retracting his spiritual pressure as the golden throne behind him disappeared into his king's treasury. His golden armor transformed back into a casual outfit, and he took a few steps forward, stopping before Kingpin. "Look at me," he commanded. Kingpin's heart raced as he slowly raised his head to meet Gilgamesh's gaze, fear evident in his trembling eyes. "You have one last chance," Gilgamesh said coldly. "Do not disappoint this king, Wilson Fisk." Kingpin, overwhelmed with relief, nodded fervently. "I swear, I won't let you down." It was only then that Kingpin realized Gilgamesh had been calling himself a king. A real king? From where? Gilgamesh, having read Kingpin's thoughts through Shon Nagbarimuru, didn't care. Instead, he gave Kingpin 3 tasks. First, get me a legal identity. Second, prepare a residence for me. Third, get me a phone so I can contact you. These requests were simple for someone with Kingpin's resources. He quickly agreed to all 3. After a brief pause, Kingpin cautiously asked, "Do you have any preferences for your identity? A name, age, educational background?" Gilgamesh replied flatly, "My name is Gilgamesh. The rest is up to you." Hearing this, Daredevil, still listening, quietly slipped away. He had a plan: to contact other heroes and strategize about how to deal with this new threat. Kingpin's criminal empire was still a den of corruption, even if Gilgamesh was now in control. For Daredevil, the fight against evil would continue. Meanwhile, as Daredevil departed, Kingpin ordered his men to escort Gilgamesh to a nearby hotel and exploded in a fit of rage in his underground lair. Kingpin had always prided himself on control and power. Now, being forced to submit left him seething. Though Gilgamesh could sense Kingpin's inner turmoil, he didn't care. With A+ charisma, Kingpin would eventually come to submit, or face a much darker fate truly. In a matter of minutes, Kingpin regained his composure and began issuing orders to his subordinates. Prepare my private Long Island villa for him, and staff it with loyal servants. I want to know everything about his habits and preferences. And get him a black card with no limit, Kingpin added. Also, find some top-tier women to send to him. Kingpin planned to find Gilgamesh's weaknesses, whether they be power, wealth, or pleasure. Once he found one, he would begin working to regain control. Kingpin was, after all, a master of human nature. Gilgamesh, however, knew full well what Kingpin was plotting, and he smiled. Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hiddenfanfics. Chapter 137, Chapter 137. 1539 words. Chapter 137, Heroes Assemble, Target, Mythical Legends. Daredevil, also known as Matt Murdock, has a past shaped by both tragedy and fate. As a child, Matt saved an elderly man from an oncoming truck loaded with hazardous chemicals. Unfortunately, Matt was exposed to radioactive material during the rescue, causing him to lose sight. However, this misfortune turned into a blessing, as it enhanced his remaining senses, and under the strict training of the blind martial arts master, Stick, Matt honed his abilities and became a formidable warrior. Matt's journey to becoming a superhero wasn't solely due to his newfound powers. After his father, a boxer, was killed by the mob for refusing to throw a fight, Matt vowed to seek justice. Despite excelling at Columbia University's law program, he found the legal system inadequate to avenge his father's death. Fueled by rage, Matt used his powers to exact revenge, thus beginning his path as the hero Daredevil. Like many superheroes, Matt led a double life. By day, he was a brilliant lawyer, defending the innocent, while by night, he donned the mask of Daredevil, protecting New York's Hell's Kitchen from crime. Upon returning home, Matt switched out of his Daredevil suit and dressed in a sharp suit. After a quick cleanup, he headed to his law office, which he co-owned with his best friend. His secretary and girlfriend, Karen Page, was surprised to see him. "Matt, didn't you say you were too busy to come by today?" Unbeknownst to Karen, Matt had been hiding his Daredevil identity from her, though she had started to suspect something. Smiling, Matt quickly came up with an excuse and then asked, "Karen, could you help me look up some information on someone?" Karen, sensing Matt had something on his mind but not wanting to press him, smiled and replied, "Of course." "Who is it?" Matt didn't hesitate. "His name is Gilgamesh." As he paused, a thought occurred to him, and he added, "He might be a king from some country." Karen, upon hearing the name Gilgamesh, also felt it was familiar but couldn't quite place it. Without overthinking it, she began searching the computer. It didn't take long for Karen to find the name and match it with a well-known historical figure. Her eyes widened in recognition. That explains why the name sounded so familiar. Gilgamesh is known as the oldest hero king in human history. Matt was momentarily taken aback. "Oldest hero king? What do you mean?" Karen, reading from the screen, recited the information aloud. Gilgamesh, the fifth king of the city-state Uruk, ruled around the 27th century BC. According to Mesopotamian mythology, Gilgamesh was 2/3 god and 1/3 human, possessing immense strength and divine attributes. He's also the central figure of the ancient epic poem, the Epic of Gilgamesh, and is often referred to as the oldest hero in human history. Matt stood frozen, his mind racing. Rationally, he knew that the Gilgamesh he was searching for couldn't possibly be the same ancient hero from over 6,000 years ago. Yet, his instincts told him otherwise. This was the Gilgamesh he was looking for. Karen continued reading from the translation of the Epic of Gilgamesh. "He who has seen everything, I will make known to the lands. He has learned of all things, he has seen the secrets of the world. He built the walls of Uruk, a city whose fame shall never die." Matt finally interrupted, "Wait, Karen, hold on." He then asked, "Can you try finding any living king named Gilgamesh?" Karen, though slightly confused, complied and searched again. After a few minutes, she shook her head. "I couldn't find anyone currently alive with that name." Matt frowned in thought. After a moment, he said, "Karen, could you print all the information you found about this hero King Gilgamesh? Make multiple copies. I have some things to take care of, but I'll come back for them later." Understanding that Matt had something weighing on his mind, Karen refrained from asking more questions. She simply nodded and said, "All right." Matt kissed her gently on the forehead before swiftly leaving the office. He found a nearby payphone and began making calls. "Master Stick, it's Matt. Are you in Queens right now?" Good, can you come to my place? I need your help with something important. Spidey, it's Matt. Can you come to my place? I know you've got school, but this is serious. Just get here as soon as you can. Frank, it's Matt. You're still in New York, right? Can you swing by my place? I need a hand. Wade, where are you? Pennsylvania? What are you doing there? All right, well, I need your help. Can you head back to New York? Great, I'll be waiting. Natasha, I have something you might be interested in. If you want the details, come to my place. No, don't misunderstand. I'm not flirting with you. Just get here soon, I've invited some others, too. After finishing his calls, Matt let out a sigh of relief. He had contacted everyone he thought could help. Returning to the office, Matt grabbed Karen's printed documents and headed straight home. His instincts flared when he entered his house, and he swiftly caught a blind staff aimed at his head. He sidestepped a kick and seamlessly engaged in combat with his master, Stick. This was Stick's way of testing Matt's combat readiness. Not far away, hidden in the shadows, Natasha Romanoff watched the sparring session with interest. Though she was a skilled fighter herself, well-versed in martial arts, Natasha knew that Daredevil's heightened senses made him a formidable opponent. Natasha didn't know Stick personally, but she had heard about Matt's blind martial arts mentor and was curious to see his abilities firsthand. Luckily, Matt's house was isolated enough that no one called the cops due to the commotion. Woo-hoo! A loud yell suddenly echoed, causing both Matt and Stick to pause their fight. Natasha turned toward the noise and spotted a red-suited figure rapidly descending from the sky. Recognizing him instantly, she thought, Spider-Man. While Spider-Man's true identity was still a mystery, Natasha's organization had been working on uncovering it. Before she could reflect further, a pickup truck pulled up in front of the house. The driver, a muscular man in a skull-printed t-shirt, locked eyes with Natasha, sending a chill down her spine. It was Frank Castle, aka the Punisher. Frank didn't have superpowers, but his combat skills were on par with the best. He had earned the title of a level 10 SHIELD agent, marking him as one of the most lethal humans alive. Frank wasn't sure who Natasha was, but he had noticed her watching Matt, and his instincts told him she might be dangerous. His eyes bore into her, cold and calculating. Natasha, not one to back down, introduced herself. Punisher, don't misunderstand. Daredevil asked me to come. Frank, still wary, responded, fine. Let's head over together. As they walked, Frank's hands remained casually in his pockets, but Natasha knew better. He was ready to strike at a moment's notice. She could feel the tension in the air, knowing that Frank wouldn't hesitate to attack if she made one wrong move. Fortunately, Matt sensed their arrival and called out to them, breaking the tension. Once everyone had gathered in Matt's living room, Stick was the first to speak. Matt, why did you bring us here? Natasha, Spider-Man, Peter Parker, and Frank all looked to Matt, eager to hear what had prompted this gathering of heroes. Though they had expected a serious matter, none of them anticipated what Matt would reveal. I'm sure you all know that my archenemy is Kingpin, Matt began. The others nodded. They were all familiar with Kingpin's reputation as the most powerful crime boss in the US. Matt continued, his tone heavy. Earlier today, Kingpin was subjugated. At these words, the atmosphere in the room shifted. Natasha, Stick, and Frank all exchanged shocked looks. They knew Kingpin was not someone who would submit easily. Only Peter seemed confused, asking, who subdued him? Matt distributed the information he had gathered on Gilgamesh, explaining, the one who subdued Kingpin is called Gilgamesh. He handed the documents to the group. Here's everything I found on him. You should take a look. While Stick, being blind, didn't receive any papers, he trusted that the others would fill him in soon. As they skimmed through the documents, Peter blurted out, wait, Mr. Murdoch, this can't be right. This Gilgamesh is from mythology. Isn't he just a figure from an ancient epic? He would have lived thousands of years ago, there's no way he's still alive. Natasha and Frank shared Peter's skepticism. Stick frowned, sensing that Matt wasn't one to make mistakes like this. Matt, anticipating their doubts, replied, I don't know if they're the same, but the man who took control of Kingpin's empire calls himself Gilgamesh, and he refers to himself as the king. My instincts tell me that this Gilgamesh is indeed the hero king from the ancient epics. The room fell into a tense silence as they all processed this revelation. The ancient hero, Gilgamesh, had seemingly returned. underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hidden fanfics. Chapter 138, Chapter 138. 1685 words. Chapter 138, The Name of Kunlun, the Domain of the Immortals. Stick broke the silence, addressing Matt directly. Matt, what is the basis for your intuition? How exactly did Gilgamesh manage to subdue Kingpin? Tell us everything you know. Stick knew his student well, understanding that Matt wouldn't make such bold claims without reason. As the room turned their attention to him, Matt began recounting everything that had happened in Hell's Kitchen earlier that day. By the time Matt finished, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy once more. Natasha, Peter, and Frank exchanged uneasy glances. They would have thought he was joking if they hadn't trusted Matt's integrity. A man wielding mysterious and deadly techniques, an invisible force that repelled bullets, and the power to summon weapons out of thin air, despite all of them being superheroes or, in some cases, superpowered individuals, the idea that someone could wield such seemingly impossible abilities was difficult to comprehend. However, if this person truly was Gilgamesh, these unbelievable powers perhaps made sense. After all, the most improbable thing in the world was a man over 6,000 years old still walking the earth. At least, that was their line of thinking. Still reeling from the confusion, Natasha, Peter, and Frank began skimming through the information they had on Gilgamesh once more. Stick once again broke the tension, saying, "When I traveled the world in my younger years, I encountered many inexplicable powers. Based on what Matt described, this Gilgamesh seems to possess something akin to spiritual energy." Stick paused before continuing, "Of course, Matt, even with your heightened senses, you didn't witness his abilities firsthand. We'll need to investigate further to confirm the specifics of Gilgamesh's power." Frank chimed in, "It's not just his abilities we need to understand. His motives for subjugating Kingpin are also crucial. He could be far more dangerous than Kingpin ever was. With Kingpin's reach and influence, if Gilgamesh intends to use those resources for something malicious, all of New York could be thrown into chaos." Natasha furrowed her brow in thought. "We can investigate his powers without directly confronting him. Now that he controls Kingpin, the factions connected to Kingpin will surely take notice. At the very least, the Hand will send someone to test Gilgamesh. We could prepare to monitor his movements during such confrontations, giving us a chance to observe his abilities in action," Natasha continued. "But figuring out his ultimate objective, that will be much more difficult." Peter spoke up, "Wouldn't Kingpin know what Gilgamesh's goal is? Couldn't we just interrogate Kingpin?" Frank agreed, "Kingpin's smart, but if we work together, he wouldn't stand a chance." Matt interjected, "That's a viable plan, but we can't act too hastily. Kingpin is cunning, and after what's happened, he'll be even more cautious. If we make a move on him too soon, we could spook Gilgamesh as well." Frank nodded in agreement. "You're right." Peter frowned. "So what do we do?" Matt remained silent, instead turning his focus toward Natasha, who sighed in frustration. "I knew this wasn't going to be a straightforward request." Natasha continued, "I can try to infiltrate Kingpin's organization. But as you've pointed out, he'll be on high alert after this. I can't guarantee success." Matt smiled. "If it doesn't work, we'll come up with another plan. Just prioritize your safety above all else." Natasha rolled her eyes. Given the state of Kingpin's organization right now, walking in there is like walking into a lion's den. But fine. With that, the group discussed further details of the plan. Once they exchanged contact information, they each went their separate ways, ready to begin their respective tasks. Natasha would attempt to infiltrate Kingpin's organization. Frank would track down Gilgamesh's movements. Stick, beyond being Daredevil's mentor, was also the leader of a group known as the Chaste, who were the sworn enemies of the Hand. Stick would use his resources to find out what the Hand intended to do about Gilgamesh and what kinds of warriors they might send. Peter, still in high school, would go back to class and wait for further updates. Matt, on the other hand, was in charge of providing backup for both Natasha and Frank. The following day, Gilgamesh, accompanied by one of Kingpin's most trusted lieutenants, arrives at Kingpin's Long Island mansion. Long Island was known for its wealthy residents, and Kingpin's mansion, even in such an exclusive area, was among the most luxurious. After a brief tour of the estate, Gilgamesh nodded approvingly. Kingpin has good taste. This mansion will do nicely. The lieutenant, still uneasy with the fact that this man had subjugated his boss, couldn't help but wince slightly as Gilgamesh openly commented on Kingpin's possessions. Still, knowing Gilgamesh's power, he dared not react and instead said respectfully, "My lord, your new identity will be ready in about a day." "I understand," Gilgamesh replied nonchalantly. Though Gilgamesh didn't openly critique Kingpin's character, he couldn't help but acknowledge that the man was thorough. After merely requesting a residence, Kingpin had arranged not only for the mansion but also provided servants, security, and staff. Of course, thanks to his omniscient abilities, Gilgamesh knew these people were planted to spy on him for Kingpin. But it didn't concern him. Let Kingpin learn his habits and preferences, such knowledge meant nothing in the face of absolute power. The lieutenant then handed Gilgamesh an infinite limit black card. "My lord, this card was prepared by our boss for your use." Money was of no importance to Gilgamesh. With his abilities, he could easily become the wealthiest person in this world if he wanted. But since the card had been prepared, he accepted it without complaint. The lieutenant bowed respectfully, saying, "I'll take my leave now and return once your identity has been finalized." With a dismissive wave from Gilgamesh, the lieutenant departed. Now alone, Gilgamesh wandered through the mansion, familiarizing himself with the layout since it would serve as his base of operations in the Marvel Universe. As he strolled through the back garden, Gilgamesh's attention was drawn to a large swimming pool. Surrounding it were 5 women, each stunningly beautiful, dressed in bikinis. As soon as they noticed Gilgamesh, they approached him, their faces displaying coy expressions. These women, seeing Gilgamesh's regal bearing and handsome appearance, felt their initial reluctance fade. In fact, they were beginning to feel honored to serve such a man. They all bowed in unison. "My lord." Gilgamesh knew these women had been arranged by Kingpin. With his omniscience, he knew their backgrounds. Some were elite professionals, and others were models or heirs to wealthy families. Most notably, they all had one thing in common: they were all untouched. Kingpin's reach was impressive. Within a day, he had managed to gather such high-caliber women. Among them, one woman with long black hair and an Asian appearance caught Gilgamesh's interest. However, his interest wasn't of a romantic nature. The woman, feeling the weight of Gilgamesh's ruby-like gaze, trembled. Instinctively, she lowered her head. Gilgamesh spoke. "You, Colleen Wing. Look at me." Colleen, startled by the fact that he knew her name, looked up in shock. "How do you know my name?" One of the other women, confused, asked, "Colleen Wing? I thought your name was Jessica Henwick." The remaining 3 women exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding what was happening. Indeed, Colleen had been using the alias Jessica Henwick to infiltrate the Hand. Her mission had been to gather intel on Gilgamesh. But how could Gilgamesh know her true name? Ignoring Colleen's question, Gilgamesh dismissed the other women. "You may leave." Though curious, the women knew better than to linger. Bowing, they quickly retreated, leaving Gilgamesh alone with Colleen by the pool. Colleen, now tense and on guard, watched Gilgamesh warily. She had no idea what he intended to do. Unperturbed by her wariness, Gilgamesh reclined on a poolside lounge chair, his demeanor relaxed. "Your master, Bakuto, is one of the founders of the Hand. He sent you here to get close to me." Colleen's eyes widened in disbelief. Though she tried to hide it, her shock was apparent. After a pause, she managed to ask, "What's your proof?" Gilgamesh smiled. "My word is the proof." His voice had such authority that Colleen couldn't help but feel shaken, as though her instincts wanted to believe him. But she forced herself to remain rational. "Even if what you say is true," Colleen began, "why would my master go to such lengths to have me get close to you?" Gilgamesh's eyes gleamed with knowledge. "Immortality. Immortality." Colleen was confused, not understanding the significance of his response. Gilgamesh didn't elaborate further. He closed his eyes, resting leisurely as he said, "Come here and give me a massage." Colleen hesitated. Thoughts of escaping or striking him flashed through her mind. But in the end, she knelt beside him and began massaging his shoulders. As Colleen worked, Gilgamesh mused over what he knew about her. In the Marvel Universe, Colleen Wing was also a superhero known as the Daughter of the Dragon. While she had no supernatural abilities, she was skilled in hand-to-hand combat, espionage, and favored the use of a sword. She would later fight alongside Daredevil in future conflicts. But for now, Gilgamesh's true interest lies not in Colleen herself but in the Hand and their connection to the mystical city of Kunlun. Kunlun was a place beyond the physical world, a hidden city linked to Earth by a gate that opened once every 10 years. Its location in Tibet made it a place of legend, akin to the mythic Celestial Palace in Chinese lore. Kunlun was also home to technology and knowledge far beyond anything on Earth. Over 1,000,000 years ago, while early humans were still primitive, the princess of Kunlun had descended to Earth, teaching humanity how to harness fire and use tools. In Gilgamesh's mind, the real question was whether there were any beings in Kunlun who possessed power beyond that of a Skyfather. Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hidden-fanfics. Chapter 139, Chapter 139. 1314 words. Chapter 139, The Hand Attacks, the Primal Demon Appears. Night quietly descended upon the villa where Gilgamesh resided. Inside the master bedroom, Colleen lay naked on the bed, her body utterly exhausted as if every bone had been shattered. She was breathing heavily, barely able to move a finger. The memories of what had just transpired brought a blush to her otherwise stoic face. Colleen couldn't understand what had happened. In her original plan, if Gilgamesh had asked her to share his bed, she intended to use every excuse to refuse. And if she couldn't avoid it, she had a vial of specialized sedative that could knock out even a tiger. Yet after spending just one day with him, Colleen found herself inexplicably drawn to Gilgamesh. So when the moment arrived, instead of following through with her plan, she hesitated, and now, things had reached this point. Having just finished their own battle, Gilgamesh slowly got out of bed. His movement caught Colleen's attention, and despite her fatigue, she forced herself to look over. Seeing Gilgamesh's perfectly sculpted form and handsome face, Colleen couldn't help but feel captivated. Without thinking, she asked, "Where are you going?" Gilgamesh turned his deep, ruby-like eyes toward her, smiling slightly. "There will be rats sneaking in tonight. I wouldn't want my woman's body to be seen by such vermin." Colleen blushed at his words, but a warmth filled her gaze as she smiled back, saying no more. After Gilgamesh left the bedroom, despite her exhaustion, sleep eluded Colleen. Sometime later, the phone on the nightstand rang. With some effort, Colleen picked it up and saw it was her master, Bakuto, calling. As she held the phone, Gilgamesh's earlier words about Bakuto being one of the founders of the hand echoed in her mind, making her expression more complicated. Even now, Colleen didn't want to believe that the master who had so diligently trained her was secretly tied to the hand. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she answered, "Master." Hearing her call him a master gave Bakuto a sense of relief. According to their arrangement, Colleen was only supposed to address him this way if she was safe and maintaining her cover near Gilgamesh. Bakuto didn't waste time with small talk and got straight to the point. "I've received information that tonight, someone will attempt to assassinate Gilgamesh. With Gilgamesh now leading Kingpin's forces, he poses an even greater threat than the hand. Tonight is a good opportunity. You should be ready to observe his abilities, record any evidence you can discreetly. This will help us deal with him and Kingpin's underworld empire later." Bakuto's logic made sense, at least on the surface, Colleen thought. So, despite the growing doubts planted by Gilgamesh's earlier words, Colleen nodded and agreed, understood. While her subconscious had already started trusting Gilgamesh, Colleen wasn't ready to confront Bakuto directly without proof. She was smart. If Bakuto truly was after Gilgamesh's secret to immortality, she could feed him some mixed truths to force his hand and reveal his true intentions. After hanging up the phone, Colleen fought against her body's discomfort and got out of bed. She put on a bathrobe and prepared to find Gilgamesh. So many mysteries surrounded him, his origins, how he had subdued Kingpin, and most intriguingly, his connection to the secret of eternal life. Meanwhile, it wasn't just Colleen and the hand making moves. Outside the villa, the figures in costume were already in position. Punisher, Daredevil, Spider-Man, and Deadpool were all watching the premises closely. According to the intel Stick had passed on, the hand was sending assassins to kill Gilgamesh tonight, an opportunity the heroes didn't want to miss. Even Natasha, Black Widow, who had successfully infiltrated Kingpin's organization, had confirmed this. Kingpin himself knew about the assassination but chose not to intervene, seemingly content to see the outcome. This revelation was crucial, as it hinted that Kingpin might not be truly loyal to Gilgamesh. The heroes could use this information to sow discord between the two if necessary. Inside the villa, Gilgamesh lounged lazily on the couch, sipping wine and watching TV. On the screen, Tony Stark, the CEO of Stark Industries, was giving an interview. "Host, I heard you're planning to host a gala soon, Mr. Stark. Could I get an invitation?" "Tony, of course. I'll have my assistant send you one." "Host, thank you so much." Whoosh! Without warning, Gilgamesh casually tilted his head, dodging a bullet that had been fired at him. The TV, however, wasn't as fortunate and shattered from the impact. Gilgamesh's expression didn't change. Upstairs, Colleen, watching from the shadows, saw Gilgamesh effortlessly evade the bullet but didn't feel any relief. In her line of sight, as the bullet was fired, a ninja clad in black appeared by Gilgamesh's side, a katana aimed at his neck. The shot had been a decoy, the real attack was from the ninja aiming to decapitate Gilgamesh. Colleen recognized the attacker as one of the Hand's elite ninja. The Hand was infamous for its deadly assassins, and the strength of their ninjas could be identified by their attire. Red-clad ninjas were the foot soldiers, while black-clad ones, like this attacker, were elite fighters. Without hesitation, Gilgamesh raised his hand, his voice calm and steady. "Heido number 4, Byakurai." Boom! Before Colleen could shout a warning, a bolt of white lightning struck the black-clad ninja, leaving him charred and motionless on the floor. The scent of burnt flesh filled the air. Colleen fell silent, her pupils dilating in shock. Not only was Colleen stunned, but outside, Punisher, Daredevil, Spider-Man, and Deadpool were left speechless. As seasoned heroes, they had sharp senses and keen instincts. Yet they had just witnessed Gilgamesh, with nothing more than a flick of his finger, summon a bolt of lightning and strike down the assassin. Even Deadpool, known for his eccentric behavior, felt his curiosity grow. "Well, standing here won't get us answers," Deadpool muttered, making a move toward the villa. He was confident not because he thought he could defeat Gilgamesh, but because of his powerful healing factor. Deadpool, once known as Wade Wilson, had been a terminal cancer patient before undergoing an experiment with the Weapon X program, which gave him a healing factor similar to Wolverine's. As a result, no matter how severe his injuries, he would always regenerate. This gave him the confidence to approach danger head-on. Inside the villa, Gilgamesh hadn't killed the red-clad ninjas that followed. Instead, he restrained them. Not out of mercy, but because he wanted to trace them back to the Hand's base. His ultimate goal was to gain control of the Hand and its secrets. Furthermore, through the Hand's 5 founders, Gilgamesh hoped to locate Kunlun, a legendary city filled with mystical secrets, including the dragon bones, which could grant immortality. To most, these treasures were irresistible. For Gilgamesh, they were merely tools to accomplish his mission. Standing tall, Gilgamesh gazed at one of the kneeling ninjas before him. Instead of asking questions, he used his omniscient powers to peer directly into the ninja's mind. But what he found made him frown. The ninja had no inner thoughts, he was more like a puppet, devoid of any will. It wasn't just one, all the ninjas shared this trait. Were they all mentally conditioned to prevent mind reading? Suddenly, a strange, eerie sound broke the silence. Gilgamesh turned to see the black-clad ninja, the one he had struck down earlier, rising to his feet. His eyes glowed red, like a demon's, and he spoke in a raspy voice. "The ancient hero king, Gilgamesh. Offer your body to me, and I will grant you the honor of merging with me." Gilgamesh raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "The primal demon, beast. I wonder, how do you compare in power to Ancient One? Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hiddenfanfics. Chapter 140, Chapter 140. 1728 words. Chapter 140, The King's Army, the final battle between humanity and the gods. The Hand's rise to power wasn't solely due to its 5 founding elders being from Kunlun, a significant part of their strength came from their devotion to the beast, a primal demon from whom they drew extraordinary powers. However, Gilgamesh didn't know much about the beast. He hadn't expected the Hand to go as far as summoning the demon's power to test him. What intrigued Gilgamesh even more was the question, from which dimensional realm did the beast originate? As a demon, the beast's true form couldn't exist in the physical world. Not as long as the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, was around. It was her duty to protect Earth from the invasions of hellish realms, aliens, and beings from other dimensions. Without her constant vigilance, these external threats would have long since overrun Earth. Odin might protect Earth, but he did not particularly care about humanity's survival. A long time ago, Odin's brother, the serpent, brought ruin to Earth as the god of fear, spreading world-ending chaos. The serpent's destructive power grew as human fear increased. Odin's solution? Kill every human on Earth to starve the serpent of power. While humanity's destruction wouldn't greatly affect Asgard, it would have been devastating for Olympus, where the Greek gods thrived on human worship. This difference in views led to a massive clash between Odin and Zeus. As Gilgamesh recalled these stories, the beast was momentarily stunned. It hadn't expected to hear the name Ancient One from Gilgamesh's lips. Although the Ancient One was only a Skyfather-level being, her influence stretched across the multiverse. This was because she often battled with beings far stronger than herself, entities with the power to threaten the multiverse itself. The beast, as a demon seeking to invade Earth, knew well of the Ancient One and had crossed paths with her before. It understood that on Earth, the Ancient One was unstoppable, especially with the Eye of Agamotto enhancing her powers. That's why the beast's true form had never been able to manifest on Earth. But how did Gilgamesh know of the Ancient One? Then the beast remembered who it was dealing with, Gilgamesh, the oldest hero king of humanity, alive for more than 6,000 years. It made sense he'd have some knowledge of such powerful entities. However, the beast scoffed at the title of oldest hero king. After all, as a primal demon, the beast had lived through Earth's primordial eras, witnessing the rise of the prehistoric Avengers, the first defenders of Earth who fought the original Celestials millions of years ago. Back then, figures like Odin, as Thor, the first Sorcerer Supreme Agamotto, the first Black Panther, and the first human host of the Phoenix Force, Firehair, fought to protect the world from these titanic beings. In comparison, Gilgamesh's title seemed insignificant to the beast. If anything, the prehistoric Black Panther, the first king of Wakanda, should bear the title of humanity's oldest hero. But unknown to the beast, this Gilgamesh did not hail from the Marvel Universe, it was the Gilgamesh of the Nasaverse, where he was rightfully humanity's first hero king. In that world, Gilgamesh was the unquestionable ruler, and his status was unparalleled. The beast stopped pondering and focused on its desire for Gilgamesh's body. Since its true form couldn't manifest, the beast needed a host body, and the stronger the body, the more power it could exert. Through information provided by the hand, the beast knew that Gilgamesh's body was unique, 2/3 divine and 1/3 human. Even though this divine essence came from the weaker Mesopotamian gods, it still made Gilgamesh's body vastly superior to that of any regular human or superhuman. With such a body, the beast could harness untold power, as evidenced by Gilgamesh's survival for over 6,000 years. The beast began to speak again, its voice slithering with dark temptation. Let me share a secret with you. The gods of the Mesopotamian pantheon, the ones you revere, have long since fallen, they willingly became demons, including those who created you. For you, demonhood is your destiny. Abandon your resistance. Surrender your body to me, and I will grant you even greater strength. You'll return to the embrace of your mother goddess. Colleen, still hidden upstairs, heard everything, her pupils dilating with shock. The very fabric of her worldview was unraveling. Gods and demons were real. She didn't want to believe it, but the evidence was undeniable. The ninja possessed by the beast had blood-red eyes, a twisted body, and even 2 sharp horns protruding from its forehead, a true demon's appearance. Just looking at this creature sent waves of fear through Colleen, her body and soul trembling uncontrollably. But what shocked Colleen even more was the revelation that Gilgamesh had been created by gods. No wonder he held the secret to eternal life. Deadpool, lurking outside the villa, also overheard the beast's words through the broken window of the living room. Thanks to his position and the eavesdropping devices connected to Punisher, Daredevil, and Spider-Man, they too caught every word. Gods, demons, Gilgamesh, and fallen deities. The information was mind-blowing. Punisher, Daredevil, and Spider-Man found it hard to believe. Spider-Man couldn't help but speak. This has to be fake, right? I mean, gods and demons can't actually be real. He looked at Punisher and Daredevil, seeking reassurance. But instead of confirmation, he was met with silence. Punisher and Daredevil didn't want to believe it either, but they were seasoned heroes with a wider breadth of knowledge and experience. They knew the hand wouldn't stage an elaborate performance like this. Additionally, the information the beast had shared matched what they already knew about Gilgamesh. This, combined with their instincts, led them to the conclusion that the beast was telling the truth. Spider-Man, realizing this, fell silent, struggling to process it all. At the same time, in Kamar-Taj, the Ancient One was observing Gilgamesh through the Eye of Agamotto. Unlike the others, the Ancient One already knew the truth of the situation. The Mesopotamian gods had indeed fallen into darkness and become demons. She had fought against them herself. However, she also knew that Gilgamesh wasn't created by these fallen gods. Gilgamesh was one of the Eternals, a race created by the Celestials millions of years ago through genetic experimentation on early human beings. Compared to the Celestials, the Mesopotamian gods were as insignificant as insects. The Ancient One, having seen the distant past through the Eye of Agamotto, had witnessed the Celestials visiting Earth in 4 distinct periods, each time drastically altering the planet's history. The gods of Earth, including Odin, Zeus, Shiva, and others, had once banded together to challenge the Celestials' interference in human affairs. This led to a cosmic war that ended with all major godly pantheons swearing an oath to cease meddling in human fate. Afterwards, the Mesopotamian gods fell and became demons. In the Ancient One's eyes, trying to manipulate Gilgamesh by invoking the fallen gods of Mesopotamia was a grave mistake on the beast's part. In the villa, the beast, its gaze filled with greed and anticipation, watched Gilgamesh intently. Gilgamesh chuckled softly, "Mother Goddess? Do you really think you can reunite me with my Mother Goddess?" The beast, thinking it had succeeded in its manipulation, eagerly nodded. "Of course. I know the realm where the Mesopotamian gods reside. I've been there. I know the way. If you give me your body, I can take you to her." The beast, trying to appear casual, continued, "I've even had dealings with your gods before, including your so-called Mother Goddess." However, its voice, filled with raspiness, sounded foul and revolting. Gilgamesh, unimpressed, interrupted. "Let me ask you, are any of the gods from the Mesopotamian pantheon at the Sky Father level?" The beast hesitated, unsure why Gilgamesh would ask such a question, but eventually replied, "The gods of Mesopotamia are weak, their followers few. None have reached the level of Sky Father." Hearing this, Gilgamesh felt a twinge of disappointment. Although the Gilgamesh of this world was an Eternal, he still shared a connection with the Sumerian gods who had supposedly created him. Of course, this was from the perspective of the Nasaverse, where he was undeniably the first hero king of humanity. He had hoped that in this world, the Sumerian gods might be stronger, lending more weight to his identity here. Yet, their weakness left him disillusioned. Sensing Gilgamesh's disappointment, the beast grew puzzled, unsure why Gilgamesh was reacting this way. Before the beast could speak again, Gilgamesh cut it off with another question. "Beast, do you know of Tiamat?" The beast blinked, its face showing confusion. While it was familiar with the gods of Mesopotamia, it had never heard of a god named Tiamat. Gilgamesh smirked. "You don't even know the name of my Mother Goddess. How can you expect me to trust you?" The beast frowned. "Tiamat? Are you sure that's the name of your goddess?" The Ancient One, observing through the Eye of Agamotto, was equally perplexed. According to her knowledge, Gilgamesh of the Eternals was not connected to any deity named Tiamat. She wondered if the Gilgamesh before her had truly been created by these gods. Curious, the Ancient One used the eye to peer further back in time, searching for any sign of this mysterious goddess. All she found were ancient myths of a creation deity named Tiamat, though no actual god of that name existed. As the Ancient One pondered this, Gilgamesh's voice rang out once more. "Enough talk. Let me show you the kingdom I once ruled and the final battle where humanity said farewell to the gods." With those words, Gilgamesh opened the gate of Babylon and summoned his noble phantasm, King's Army. This powerful weapon, inherited from the conqueror King Iskandar, was an EX-ranked noble phantasm that allowed the user to summon an entire army of warriors from their past. When activated, it formed a reality marble, a domain where Gilgamesh could summon his army to fight by his side. In the past, Iskandar had summoned an army of tens of thousands. But now, within Gilgamesh's grasp, this reality marble would display the grandiosity of his reign, marking the battlefield where humanity truly broke away from the gods. Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com to hidden fanfics. Chapter 141, Chapter 141. 2099 words. Chapter 141, Glory, Uruk still lives. At this moment, after Gilgamesh unleashed his reality marble, the glory of ancient Uruk was resurrected. The king's army enveloped the entire villa, transforming the surroundings into a new dimension. This pulled Colleen, Deadpool, and everyone in the villa, including the staff and servants, into Gilgamesh's inner world. In disbelief, they saw their surroundings change. One moment, it was night, and they were inside the villa. The next, they were standing in the ancient and unfamiliar city of Uruk. Not only had the night turned into day, but they also found themselves under the blazing sun of a distant era. "What is going on?" Colleen muttered, staring in awe at the vivid and real surroundings. Beside her, Deadpool, the villa's servants, and other inhabitants were equally shocked. They felt the sun's warmth on their skin and breathed the air of the kingdom of Uruk, a sensation that seemed far too real to be a mere illusion. However, the beast, realizing what had happened, trembled in fear. Could it become a dimension? The beast's voice quivered with disbelief. Impossible! Only beings at the multiverse level can wield such power. The beast's panic and terror snapped Colleen, Deadpool, and the others back to reality. No matter how much they wanted to deny it, they couldn't ignore the possibility that they had been transported to another place entirely. Even the Ancient One, who had mysteriously appeared within the reality marble, remained emotionless, silently observing the scene. It was clear she was pondering something deep. At that moment, a powerful, regal voice echoed through the surroundings. To all who remain in Uruk, hear this proclamation. 6 months ago, we began constructing the demonic beast frontline. I once told you all, regardless of your efforts, Uruk would be destroyed. You could flee, indulge in pleasure, or lament your fate, seeking solace in the underworld. But you all chose to fight to the end. You knew your fate and still chose to resist. Without a doubt, Uruk is a blessed city, its history, its people, its king. All of us. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice and saw King Gilgamesh standing on a high platform within the grand palace of Uruk. His authoritative presence left them confused, not understanding why he was making such a speech. They recognized that Uruk was the city they now stood in. But why was it destined for destruction? What was the demonic beast frontline? The Ancient One, attempting to activate the Eye of Agamotto to peer into the past, present, and future of this inner world, found herself unable to use its powers within the reality marble's domain. She had anticipated this and felt a sense of disappointment. Gilgamesh's reality marble, much like a dimension, manifested the landscape of his soul and was considered the pinnacle of spiritual power. Once activated, it replaced the very fabric of reality, trapping the real world inside a small, contained space. Typically, such worlds were fixed, unchanging. For example, Iskondar's reality marble displayed nothing but endless, scorching deserts. However, within Gilgamesh's inner world, the landscape was capable of shifting and evolving. As the others stood in confusion, the surroundings transformed again. Scenes from the demonic beast frontline played out before them, and they heard the songs of human courage echo through the skies. Ishiwakamaru, we are heroic spirits, the shadows of those who once existed in human history. Our existence is tied to the continuity of mankind. Even after 1,000 years, children who admire Ishiwakamaru will exist. As long as that fact remains, I will fight. It gives meaning to this brief life. Leonidas, stand firm. My friends, concentrate your souls here, guardians of the gate. Quetzalcoatl, I once said that Mesopotamian weapons cannot harm me. And yet, here I stand. As a deity from a distant realm, Mesopotamian gods are nothing before me. Behold the underworld, where the greatest of battles caused countless lives to be wiped out. I will become a burning meteor to crash upon the earth. Gorgon, I never got to say goodbye to them properly, but for me, this is enough. Forgive me. I just didn't want to show them this monstrous form and cause them unnecessary pain. But you, Tiamat, this time, I will make you feel true pain. As these heroic spirits appeared one by one, and as they fell in battle, Deadpool, Colleen, and the others finally grasped the magnitude of the demonic beast frontline. They could never have imagined that Gilgamesh had once led Uruk against the mother goddess of creation, Tiamat herself. The battle had been devastating. Not only did ordinary humans fall, but even beings from human history and gods appeared and perished. At last, they understood the meaning behind Gilgamesh's words earlier. His speech about the city's destruction made sense now. Their spirits were shaken, and the blood coursing through their veins as humans began to boil with renewed determination. There were moments when even Deadpool and Colleen found themselves joining the ranks of the heroic spirits, battling against the demonic beasts born from Tiamat's brood. Despite their injuries and the blood they shed, they fought on without retreating. Even the servants and staff, ordinary humans, were inspired to do whatever they could to contribute, no longer content to be mere spectators. As for the beast, upon realizing that the reality marble was a spiritual realm far beyond its understanding, it vanished from sight. Only Gilgamesh and the Ancient One were aware of its disappearance, though neither knew its exact plans. Meanwhile, the Ancient One, usually an observer, was moved by the bravery of the humans and spirits around her. Though she had witnessed many similar battles, some even more grand and tragic, she could not help but be touched by this display of courage. The world within the reality marble shifted again, returning everyone to the original location. After everything they had witnessed in such a short time, their expressions were dazed, their thoughts scattered. Yet all eyes instinctively turned back to King Gilgamesh. With a powerful, commanding voice, Gilgamesh spoke again. I will say it once more. Uruk is doomed. That is an unchangeable truth. But there is no need for sorrow. Why? Because as long as even one person survives to see the dawn of victory, our existence will forever be etched into their memory. Even if we perish in the end, and no descendants remain, we will live on in the minds of others. That is the power of humanity, the chains that bind us. This is not a legacy of bloodlines, but of knowledge and spirit. Uruk's destruction does not mean our demise. We will shine at the break of dawn, connecting this light to the new era of humanity. Hear me, my loyal soldiers. We will now reject the gods of our origin and usher in a new age for mankind. This is the true battle of farewell with the gods. Offer your lives to your king, to honor the glory of Uruk for future generations. Gilgamesh's words carried an inexplicable power, stirring the hearts of everyone who heard them. Within moments, the entire square of Uruk was filled with the roaring cheers of its people. Even Deadpool, Colleen, and the others couldn't help but join in, raising their voices in support. At that moment, they were ready to give their lives for Gilgamesh, ready to stand with Uruk to the very end. Finally, the decisive moment arrived. In the dead of night, Uruk was engulfed in the flames of war. The demonic beast front line continued to recede, drawing ever closer to the heart of the city. Gilgamesh stood tall before the gates of the city, with Deadpool, Colleen, and the others by his side. Behold the full scope of Uruk. This is the world at its end, just one step away from vanishing from the surface of the earth. Gilgamesh's voice was calm as if he were stating a simple fact. Yet it filled Deadpool, Colleen, and the others with a sense of overwhelming sorrow. They listened to the sounds of battle, the screams, the wails, the cries of Uruk's people. The sight of countless bodies littering the ground filled their hearts with grief, their eyes brimming with tears. It is here, our mother has arrived. Gilgamesh's voice echoed once more. Deadpool and Colleen, having learned the truth about the demonic beast frontline, turned to look. From the moment they heard of Tiamat, they wondered what kind of being could pose such a threat to humanity. Now, they understood. Before them stood Tiamat, her form as massive as a mountain, shaped like a demonic beast, wreathed in a dark, malevolent mist that exuded pure evil. She was the very embodiment of destruction. Compared to Tiamat, the beast that the hand had worshipped was nothing, a mere shadow in the presence of true power. Even the Ancient One, usually composed, couldn't help but furrow her brow. She could see that this was not Tiamat's true form, but some kind of avatar or projection. Even so, this form possessed enough power to rival a Skyfather-level being. What truly concerned the Ancient One, however, wasn't Tiamat's strength, but the fact that Gilgamesh had summoned her? Deadpool, Colleen, and the others were so overwhelmed by their emotions that they failed to realize this crucial detail. But the Ancient One couldn't overlook it. For Gilgamesh to summon a being with the power of Tiamat, even in a lesser form, meant something of monumental significance. Meanwhile, Deadpool and Colleen felt as though their hearts were about to stop. They could not comprehend how such a terrifying enemy could exist in their world. Compared to Tiamat, every foe they had faced before seemed insignificant. The servants and staff, who had been placed in the villa by Kingpin, were struck by the same feeling. At that moment, all notions of power, wealth, or influence crumbled before the enormity of Tiamat. Everything, Kingpin, power, money, seemed utterly meaningless in the face of such a cosmic force. They had no idea how they could possibly defeat such an overwhelming entity. They even doubted that modern technology, or even nuclear weapons, could stand against Tiamat. And yet, 6,000 years ago, Gilgamesh had led the people of Uruk to defeat her. In that instant, time and space seemed to come to a halt. Even Tiamat, who had been advancing steadily, paused in her tracks. The night gave way to the first rays of dawn. As the light touched the broken remnants of Uruk, King Gilgamesh gazed out at the ruins and sighed softly. In this world, none shall ever know the true glory of Uruk. Hearing these words, Colleen felt a pang of sorrow. Looking up at Gilgamesh's towering figure, she was suddenly struck by how lonely he seemed. He had led Uruk in its final battle with the gods, ushering in a new era for mankind. Yet, his magnificent deeds had been forgotten, lost to the sands of time. Unable to hold back the emotion swelling within her, Colleen placed her hand over her heart and spoke with conviction. "I remember." Gilgamesh turned his gaze to her. Meeting his eyes, Colleen pressed her hand firmly against her chest, her voice resolute. "Uruk lives on in my heart. As long as my heart beats, the glory of Uruk will never be forgotten." Inspired by her words, Deadpool, the servants, and others followed suit, placing their hands over their hearts and proclaiming, "Yes, Uruk still lives." Hearing this, King Gilgamesh couldn't help but laugh heartily. As his laughter filled the air, Tiamat suddenly opened her mouth, gathering a powerful beam of energy infused with the forces of creation and destruction. Boom! The reality marble began to fade with the release of Tiamat's devastating attack. Deadpool, Colleen, and the others returned to the real world. The beast, which had been hiding within the body of the black-clad ninja, was obliterated by Tiamat's energy beam, disintegrating into nothing. Upon returning to reality, the Ancient One quietly retreated back to Kamartaj. Having witnessed the battle against the demonic beast frontline, and having learned of Gilgamesh's ancient deeds, her perception of him had shifted. As for Deadpool, it took him a long time to regain his composure after returning to the real world. Once he had gathered his thoughts, he rushed to meet up with Punisher, Daredevil, and Spider-Man. Now a devoted fan of King Gilgamesh, Deadpool couldn't wait to spread the glory of Uruk far and wide. Underscore 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 underscore. To read 45 advanced chapters you can visit my Patreon https://patreon.com/hidden fanfics. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Sally Fox audiobook.